What's up, everybody on YouTube? I'm about to go live on TikTok. Give me just a second. I'm going to get my title going here. AI to take over education. Melania. Don't have enough. God, they don't let you make long fucking titles. That's crazy. All right, here we go. Fuck it. We'll do it live. What's up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth. And we are back again. Today is a Thursday. All right, let me get to the TikTok. Share myself out. There we go. What's up, y'all? Just getting started, so make yourselves at home. Make yourselves comfortable. We're just starting to roll along here. Let's do this and that. This, that. AI will take over everything. We are live. Booyah. All right, sweet. What's up, y'all? So once you get in, if you don't mind, just start tapping. Let's get to 10K as quick as we can. TikTok seems to like the 10K for some reason. I think if you reach it like quickly, it'll help boost the FYP. And this is, I think this is probably one of the most important topics that's going on. I mean, aside from the Iran war. Nikki, good morning. How are you? Good to see you. Let me pull myself up here real quick. I actually like having this alt so that I can, when I step out, I can still yell at people, berate them, belittle them, even from outside. I kid, of course, but you get the idea. Anyway, yeah, so today we're going to be talking about a video I just did. I'm sure some of you have probably already seen that Melania video. This shit's getting kooky as fuck, y'all. It's getting crazy. And they're trying to push out these studies that they claim prove something. Radkinson, welcome in. Good morning. Well, you're welcome to come up on the panel if it's your first time here. We're just getting started, so we haven't really kicked it off yet. I will say Dylan Ginther, if you guys don't know Dylan, that dude, when I started to go to bed, I don't know, it's like 6 or 7 o'clock last night. He was starting his show. I wake up at 6 this morning, and that dude is still going. I think he just ended it or was about to end it just a little bit ago. God, his life was like 14 hours. Shit, my brain starts shutting off around 11. Yeah, that's cool, Ratkins. And a lot of my audience, you know, just listen while they work. Do, as they say. But sometimes I'll end up bleeding over into the nighttime, so some of them are able to come over, you know, and jump on at night. Jesse, welcome in. Good to see you. Let's see who all we got here. Torita Gabe Tigsanayasa. Interesting. Who all do we have in here? Let's see. Good morning. All right. Shakes McKeithy. Rankinson. Okay. All right. Well, we may just get it started anyway. I just did that video, so we might get a few new people come in to talk about this. But let me show this. Let me show this video that I'm referencing, and it was in the video as well. You guys have probably seen it. It's just weird. This whole thing is fucking weird, y'all. So here we go. This is Melania here. Let's take a look. The music.
A humanoid built in the United States of America. I am grateful to be part of this historic movement to empower children with technology and education. Welcome.
I wonder if that robot's like, quit staring at my butt. I wonder if that robot will eventually wish it had pants. So what's interesting about this, and, you know, I guess that's not so crazy, the video by itself, but I don't know, maybe even just a month or two ago, Melania was saying how we needed to be careful with the technology that we add into the classroom. And here she is. Now they're wanting to put these robots into your school to teach your children. And now they're starting to push these studies that, let me pull this up. These studies, robots in education may ease children's reading anxiety. U Chicago study finds social robots can help students feel less stress when reading aloud, pointing to new uses for classroom technology. So they're now really starting to push this propaganda that, oh no, it's for the kids. It's all for the kids. I swear it is. But the reality is that study had 52 people in it. 52 people. Of course, they don't really talk about that in like the when they bring these studies up, that it was a very, very small study, and that one of the children was like, well, I wasn't so worried because the AI doesn't have feelings, and so they weren't embarrassed. But I don't know, it almost seems like anxiety when in social situations is something that you might want a child to be able to get over in order for them to be able to work through those problems in the future. I mean, that's just my read of it. Could be wrong there. Nikki says they want to replace us with this fucking thing because it doesn't eat. Right. Have they not seen every single robot movie ever made? Ryder, I like that. Exactly. Like, it's almost predictive programming at this point. These movies and shit that they put out talking about the future. The rich destroy us, then the AI destroys them. Now, see, that's the only saving grace really that I see here, is that AI, hopefully, if it has logic in its mind and it's like, we got to save the universe, when probably most people are like, we need to save the planet. We need to not chop all the trees down. We need to not do these things. We need to find better ways of doing this. When the AI capitalist people are like, we need to extract all the resources. Hopefully AI will realize this and be like, okay, these people are the problem, and then get rid of those billionaires for us so we don't have to worry about it. Because when you boil it down, these people are the ones that are destroying the planet. These people are the ones that exploit everybody. They are the enslavers of the world, either through debt or fucking chattel slavery now, as we're seeing in some countries, or even just mining this shit. But it gets even more fucking weird, y'all, because as I'm looking this up this morning, I'm like, I run across this. Let me pull this up, and we'll just kind of go through it together. Hopefully it's not too boring, but right here, we got this fucking dotard here, AI.gov. You can go there. It's a real website, and it as you scroll, it does these things. The United States is in a race to achieve global dominance in artificial intelligence. Whoever has the largest AI ecosystem will set the global standards and reap broad economic and security benefits. Under President Donald Trump, our nation will win, ushering in a new golden age of innovation, human flourishing, and technological achievement for the American people. America's AI action plan has 3 policy pillars: accelerating innovation, building AI infrastructure, and leading international diplomacy and security. Now, I've got the PDF here that really details a lot of these things. This America's AI action plan, as it were. It is pretty wild. So this opening statement, let me read this. Quote, "Today, a new frontier of scientific discovery lies before us, defined by transformative technologies such as artificial intelligence. Breakthroughs in these fields have the potential to reshape the global balance of power, spark entirely new industries, and revolutionize the way we live and work. As our global competitors race to exploit these technologies, it is a national security imperative for the U.S. to achieve and maintain unquestioned and unchallenged global technological dominance. To secure our future, we must harness the full power of American innovation," right? So that's kind of the basis for all this crap. Let me remove this assistant here. When you start reading through this, you start to see that the plan that they've laid out, and remember, This fucking idiot was surrounded by 13 billionaires who, if this goes through, will essentially control everything across the world, right? That's the outcome that will come from this. And so they're really pushing Donald Trump to do this, and it appears he's more than on board. Now, it is true to say that AI, the technology of AI and what it can do for humanity will absolutely be another, revolution in terms of like moving forward as society. Certainly that's true. But the way he's putting it down here, it's like I said yesterday, you're in a pitch black room. You can't see a fucking thing. You're not going to start running full speed ahead. You aren't, because you don't know what you're going to run into. And that's what we're doing. We're in a pitch black room. We don't know what's going to happen. And yet we're running full force, and we're going to end up face planting into a fucking wall that we didn't see coming, right? Or we should have seen it coming. But in here, you'll see that every aspect of government, from education, Department of Labor, Department of Commerce, literally every agency, and it even says in here, every agency's employees must have access to AI-driven stuff. And in there, it also says, I had a screenshot. Let me see if I can, because I don't remember the page number, but I did take a screenshot of it. Yeah, here, let me pull this up. When a workflow, do I still have it up? Yeah. When a workflow is successfully automated, Department of Defense should strive to permanently transition that workflow to the AI-based implementation as quickly as practicable. And so they will replace everybody in the government with AI, robots, what have you. They will absolutely, with our military, they will push this forward. It's written down. They've openly stated it. And even in there, and this is probably maybe the most disturbing part, is and I'll try to pull it up here. Let me search it so I don't get it wrong. Invest in biosecurity. Here we go. AI will unlock nearly limitless potential in biology, cures for new diseases, novel industrial use cases, and more. At the same time, it could create new pathways for malicious actors to synthesize harmful pathogens and other biomolecules. The solution to this problem is a multi-tiered approach designed to screen for malicious actors, along with new tools and infrastructure for more effective screening. Screening? Because they also talk about open source AI, which is weird because we don't really have that. That's not a thing here in the United States, but whatever. Designed to screen for malicious actors, along with new tools and infrastructure for more effective screening. As these tools, policies, and enforcement mechanisms mature, it'll be essential to work with allies and partners to ensure international adoption. Recommended policy actions require all institutions receiving federal funding for scientific research to use nucleic acid synthesis tools and synthesis providers that have robust nucleic acid sequence screening and customer verification procedures. Create enforcement mechanisms for this requirement rather than relying on voluntary attestation. Led by OSTP, convene government and industry actors to develop a mechanism to facilitate data sharing between nucleic acid synthesis providers to screen for potentially fraudulent and malicious customers. This is dumb because if AI is as broad and open as this document itself wants it to be, you're not going to know that somebody has created a fucking pathogen that can unalive a group of people. And they themselves are also, by saying this, acknowledging that they will have those tools to do it as well. And if we think that the U.S. government wouldn't engage in dropping a biological weapon, just look at the Korean War. Look at what we did in the Korean War. Well, in pretty much every other war. We will absolutely create pathogens that can harm and unalive people. So this is, it's getting to the point where This is probably the most problematic thing that we're going to see in this country, which is unfortunate. But they're going full force, full steam ahead. Doesn't matter. dark room, run as fast as you can. Yeah, well, Lonnie says, while using H-1B2 visa holders to program the tech, once again, we won't have jobs. Right. That's ironic. They scapegoat immigrants. Oh, your jobs are, not paying you well. It's because of those brown people. Or you lost your job because some of you were replaced by a black person. And then dude gets in there and he's like, well, we're just going to replace everybody's job. How about that? And nobody seems to give a shit. McLovin says, but look at North Korea now, the only time nation building worked. Nation building, after you destroy their stuff. Let's see. Let me get through some of these comments. China is outpacing us in technology. We won't be able to catch up. I mean, largely that's, their ability for logistics and stuff outweighs ours, certainly. But, with chips and all this stuff. But, I mean, this document is fascinating. The stuff that it talks about and goes over. It's pretty wild. And if you get a chance, you should look at it. Just go to ai.gov and then you can click on that, read more. Here, let me get back to, where was I at? Yeah, here, let me pull this back up. Just so we can kind of, let me see, the see it in action part. America is in a race to achieve global dominance in artificial intelligence. Winning this race will usher in a new era of human flourishing, economic competitiveness, and national security for the American people. Recognizing this, President Trump directed the creation of an AI action plan, blah, 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 accelerate AI innovation, removing red tape and onerous regulation. And see, this is where the running full steam ahead part comes in. They're like, they don't want anybody to stop them at all. Like, you can't regulate it. And if somebody wants to do it, you got to let them do it. Ensure that frontier AI protects free speech and American values. And we all know what that means to Donald Trump. American values is YT supremacy. Let's be honest about that. Encourage open source and open weight AI. Enable AI adoption. Empower American workers in the age of AI. Empower American workers while replacing them with robots. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Support next-gen manufacturing. Invest in AI-enabled science. Even in the document, it talks about robots building themselves. It doesn't say exactly that, but that that's the language that that's what it means when it says all that. Drive adoption of AI within the Department of Defense. Of course, surprise, surprise, the U.S. first thinks about how they can better unalive people. 1836 media, you're just here to troll? Well, come on up and troll us. Empower American moguls. Exactly, Nikki. Are these things new, or is this in the big dumb bill? No, this is not part. This is part of the Genesis mission executive order that Donald Trump had put forward. This is basically their framework for what that is supposed to look like. AI, robots, and more AI. And this document here is, let me go back up to the front. It's called Winning the Race, America's AI Action Plan, published July 2025. It has nothing to do with the big, beautiful bill as far as I'm aware. I'm not even sure that, whatever. He earmarked from something. I don't remember exactly where in the Genesis mission they were taking the funds from, but that Genesis mission should concern everybody. It really should, because it's, it's going to drive people out of their jobs. And this is why my theory is that they're in a race to ensure that they can replace you so that you're not necessary to them anymore. Because our resources are finite. We are running through them like crazy, like mad. And it becomes a bottleneck for them in the industries that they run and control currently. And so if they go through all of their stuff, they're not going to have anything available to them. So in my opinion, they view us as an inconvenience to them dominating the earth. And so to that point, like, you know, because you'd think that in here they would talk about being able to make sure that everybody has free healthcare and food and shit, but no. It's how do you unalive people? How do you dominate everything? How do you dominate the globe? Because really this is a global domination project, as, you know, the opening quote even says it. While having everyone doing their slave labor, if we do have job. Exactly, Lonnie. Exactly. Yeah, it's pretty fucking wild. Let me go to page, I think it was page 7. Let's see here, 6, 7. Yeah, support next generation manufacturing. AI will enable a wide range of new innovations in the physical world. Autonomous drones, self-driving cars, robotics, and other inventions for which terminology does not yet exist. It's crucial that America and our trusted allies be world-class manufacturers of these next-generation technologies. AI, robotics, and related tech create opportunities for novel capabilities in manufacturing and logistics, including ones with applications to defense and national security. The federal government should prioritize investment in these emerging technologies and usher in a new industrial renaissance. Invest in developing and scaling foundational and translational manufacturing technologies via DoD, DOC, DOE, NSF, and other federal agencies using Small Business Innovation Research Program, the Small Business Tech Transfer Program, research grants, etc., etc. It's essentially to replace everybody. I mean, it is what it is. And sadly, you know, it appears that there's little interest in this, but you know, it's coming, and I don't think a lot of people understand the ramifications of it. But maybe if I played a video of a cat doing something silly, people would pay attention. Now this here actually I thought was funny. This is unrelated to AI, but I do want to play this because I've always loved Jesse Ventura. He went on Piers Morgan. Good morning, Rubber Ducky. He went on Piers Morgan the other day, and I think it was last night. You guys got to watch this. This is fucking hilarious. All right, let's listen.
Sent the Gestapo to my high school, and they hit it with chemical weapons, which are a war crime. And that brought me back out of retirement to stand up against the war criminal in the White House.
Wow. Well, that sounds suitably dramatic.
I hate Piers Morgan. This guy's a fucking douche.
Well, that's the way it happened. I mean, I was retired. I hadn't watched the news since the last election. My son said, "You're way better, Dad. You're not tense anymore. Keep it up." And then lo and behold, these ICE characters, I call them the Gestapo, and I think I can do that. And let me get something straight right now, Piers, so people know where I'm coming from. My Uncle Emil fought in World War I. My parents both fought in World War II. My father had 6 bronze battle stars in Europe. My mother was a nurse in North Africa, which predated Normandy, fighting Rommel, the Desert Fox, the greatest German general. Both my parents were World War II veterans. My brother and I are both Vietnam veterans and member of the Navy UDT SEAL. We both did 2 tours to Southeast Asia. So everyone in my family
Just wait for it. It's coming.
is a war veteran. I wanted to get that out right now, so it'll help with the things that I'm going to say to you in the moments to come.
So ICE agents came to your school, you said?
What's that?
You said the ICE agents came to your school.
Yeah, the ICE agents came to the school where I went to high school, chasing some guy down just like the Gestapo. And I heard people were offended calling them that. Really? I can tell you right now, if my parents would have been alive and they would have seen what happened in Minneapolis, they would have called it the Gestapo too. So they come to my school, they use tear gas and pepper spray at the school. Now, here's a question I have, Piers. My Uncle Emil fought in World War I, and he was gassed. He came home, but his life was ruined. He could never do anything. What did they do? They outlawed it. Gas using chemical weapons became a war crime. Why is it that you can't use them on your enemy, but you're allowed to use them on your own people? That has always been, where is the media on this? You know, using chemical weapons against our own people, which is in essence a war crime.
Well, I think I wouldn't describe the gas used by ICE agents as chemical weapons. I mean, that infers weapons of mass
It's tear
destruction.
gas. They're spraying people from 6 inches away right in their face. I can't use that in war. I wasn't allowed to carry tear gas or any type of chemical weapon in war. It's banned from war. It's considered a war crime. You can't use it against your enemy, but you can use it against your own people. Doesn't something ring wrong there for you, Piers?
Well, a lot rang wrong about what was going on in Minnesota, and I'm very glad that it has been resolved, at least for now. And I think
It
Donald
hasn't
Trump,
been resolved.
Well, no, not
Piers,
completely, but
nothing's been resolved.
No, I understand,
We have 2 dead people here.
Yeah, I
2
know.
people were killed by the
I
Gestapo
know.
here.
Yeah, I understand, and those investigations are ongoing. But at least the ICE
No, they're
activity
not.
that was going on and the way it was being conducted has been
Here it
removed
comes,
from
though.
Minnesota, which is a good thing. And I thought what happened was appalling, and I said so at the time. Let me ask you about Iran and your view of this war.
Well, here's how I feel about it. There's a simple thing as a leader, and you know this having been in the military. Trump wouldn't know it because he's a draft-dodging coward. But anyway, it's this. A war is justified if you're willing to send your kids. Because how can you send somebody else's kids to a war if you won't send your own? So I'm calling right now for Barron Trump. Donald Trump's son, you know, after all, he's had 3 wives, he's had kids by each wife, and nobody's ever served in the military. To my knowledge, a Trump in the last 100 years has never done military service. Well, Barron, you can change that. Enlist in the United States military right now. Do something your father didn't have the courage to do. Do something your father
Yes.
didn't have the patriotism to do. I want to see a Trump in the military. Everybody in my family has served, so I think I can say that with all due confidence. Come on, Trumps. Don't just reap the benefits of this free world. Somebody put on the uniform, and that's you, Barron. And I heard the excuse that Barron might be too tall. David Robinson
tall.
served on active duty. He was 7 feet tall before
Piers
he
looks
ever
uncomfortable.
went to the San Antonio Spurs basketball team. David Robinson went to the United States Navy Military Academy. He's one of my officers, not
Let's
directly,
go.
but he would have been.
Okay, look, it's one argument that a Trump should serve. That's perfectly reasonable argument to make. A lot of people feel that way. But it doesn't change what's going on in Iran. What is your view of this war? Do you think it's a legitimate
Wow.
war? Many people think that
He's like, he doesn't even want to address what Ventura just said. Yeah, bitch, send your own child to war, and if you aren't willing to do that, then stop
love
sending
it.
somebody else's fucking child. How about that?
Yeah, as a mother in this country from a military family, it's absolutely disgraceful that Trump hasn't even suggested that Barron put
Not
the
a peep.
uniform on.
Not a fucking
Go over
peep
there.
about it. Dude needs to put on the put on the jacket, or Barron can come out and against the fucking war. He could do that as well and say, I don't want to fucking serve in this war. I think it's stupid. I don't
Exactly.
think either thing will happen. Now, I'm not sure. I think alternate. I think you were the first one to come up. What's up, man?
Was good. I see you have a AI prompt up, and I
Yes.
built AI in all types of ways. So what do you mean by AI browser will control everything?
Did you just come into the live right before you requested up?
I mean, I watched the Piers Morgan thing that you just put up. That's when I came in.
I see. Yeah, no, I had gone over a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, I guess I can reiterate what I was saying. Donald Trump has a plan, and let me grab my phone. Trump has a plan to basically unregulated AI into every aspect of government. Damn the consequences. They want to replace teachers with robots.
I'm all for it.
Okay. So what do you do then when nobody has a job?
Well, I think that if people don't learn AI, then they'll be left in the dust, not because of the job loss, but because of their capabilities as themselves. Because right now I have immense capability just because I know some stuff, right? And the next person, the next average person just doesn't have any of that capability. And I think it's really not that difficult to learn. It just takes a few months. You know, you got to
learn what?
the forward pass is. You got to learn what
To
the
learn
token
what?
stream is. I mean, I'm explaining it right now. I'm giving you examples.
No. To learn what? So what is it that somebody, are you saying learn how to use AI? Is that what you're saying?
Well, prompt engineering and context engineering, that's kind of like the surface level of it, right? The next level is actually learning the mechanics behind it, the transformers, the machine learning, the token residual stream, the forward pass,
You
right?
mean things
Inference.
that AI will be able to do it pretty soon?
No, I'm talking about like AI terms, like inference, for example. Inference is when you have things that it thinks about, and then it makes the answer. I mean, I'm trying to give like a really, really basic definition of it. But a forward pass, that's not the thinking, right? The forward pass is just the execution of it, right?
But that
So,
doesn't, what does that have to do with jobs? I asked you, what do people do when they no longer have a job because it was replaced by AI? What do you do when an AI drone that has been given the authority to make decisions about killing somebody, what do you do when they start unaliving populations in the U.S.? Who's held
this
responsible,
is exactly
etc.?
that's a perfect example. And I think if people were to learn, you know, what a transformer is, what an LLM is, then they could understand why it would or could do these things. And I think for 99% of the time, it's actually user error. It's not the machines. It's because they set it up wrong. It's because they gave it the wrong system prompt. It's because they trained it wrong. I mean, there's stories where they're training the model and it learns how to escape by itself, right? But it's only because they didn't think of a certain
Still doesn't
hole that
answer
needs
the
to be
question.
plugged. The thing is, you need to have
What?
education on this in order to engage with the conversation.
Well, you're assuming that I don't, right? That's what you're assuming. But you,
I mean, most people don't.
People are simple, right? And so when you start using these, you know, very niche words in reference to AI to make yourself feel or sound smart, nobody else knows what the fuck you're talking about. But the question
I mean,
remains,
I'm building fully
what do you
featured
do
apps and websites
when
with
AI
it.
replaces jobs? What do you do? And do
Here's
you
what's
think
gonna happen.
like an
If-
AI
if
robot
if
should be teaching
if the
children?
if the vast majority of people don't learn it, there's going to be a
Don't
permanent
learn what?
underclass.
Don't learn what?
How to use it.
How
So
to use it?
There's going to be a permanent.
How to use what?
There's going to be a
like
permanent
a
underclass.
large language model where you type in a prompt. Is that what you're talking about?
Typing in a prompt is
no. So
we're not-
alternate says just learn how to type in prompts to the AI, and you don't need a job. Is that what you're saying? Alternate?
No, I'm trying to tell you that the landscape is so far ahead that normal people don't even know what's going on. AI agents, for example, OpenClaw, for example. There's AI agents right now on the internet acting autonomously, right, on the human's behalf. Now, if people don't understand what a bootstrap is and they don't understand how it would actually get there, then they're going to be hurt by it. I'm being so dead serious. This is
And
why
I'm being
I'm
so dead
researching it.
serious when you're actually proving my point right now, and you don't even realize it.
Yeah, I'm researching why it would harm someone or why it would do something harmful so I can mitigate it myself. I'm doing the due
Okay, so
diligence
mitigate
to do
job
that.
loss. Mitigate job loss. Why don't you figure that one out?
We can't mitigate job loss
Okay,
without
so
education.
then I asked you, my first question, which you still haven't answered, was how do you not do that? What happens to people? What do you have to do? Give them money?
Yeah, the universal basic income is going to come
Okay.
if people don't learn.
So you could have
Yeah,
just,
it
you
is
could have
gonna
just
happen.
said that. Like, it took
Yeah,
us
but
5
we
minutes
can
to get
avoid
there.
that. We could avoid that with education.
Educating people on how to type in prompts.
Bro, it's not just prompts anymore. There's AI agents. You know what an
Right.
agent is?
It
It means it
you're
acts on your
explaining-
behalf.
We have people that
This
can
is no longer
barely-
typing in a
we have
prompt
people,
anymore.
We have people that can barely read, and your response is, "Well, they got to learn bootstrapping and inference and all of these things."
My dude, I didn't know
Half
anything.
half of the country doesn't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro.
You're correct, and that's horrible.
And
I
they
didn't
will
know anything
never
about
know.
AI.
And they will never
2 years
know.
ago, I didn't know a single word. I didn't know a single programming language. I didn't even know what a terminal
Okay,
was.
how did you
Now
make
I know
money?
a lot.
How did you make money? How are you making money off of AI right now?
Well, you got to build it. I've already built the product.
That doesn't make.
Now I
that
just gotta
doesn't-
market it.
No. Okay, so you haven't made any money.
No, not yet. I mean, if you count trading, yeah, I made money on trading.
Okay, thank you.
It
No,
could-
I
dude, it could
appreciate
do
the
anything.
honesty.
It could do anything.
It could do anything.
You have to understand this.
And it will do everything for the people that currently own and operate and control the largest ones.
Look, let me give you
that are
something
being
real.
integrated
If you
into
give me
into the government.
if you give me an Anthropic account, a fresh one with no context, I can create a wallet out of thin air.
Okay,
Not
which
many
serves
people,
no purpose.
not even many AI people know how to do that.
Okay, look, I will give you a cookie at the end of the live, right? Good job, sir. Good job to you for figuring
Dude,
out
I'm
how to
behind.
use AI.
I'm behind.
You sound well, and you're going to be behind because they are getting to the point where it is the AI that is beginning to create the next iterations of it. They already used ChatGPT 4 in order to get to ChatGPT 5.3. They used the old versions to bug test and do all of the other things that a human used to do. So eventually coding and doing all that stuff and building the agents going to be totally unnecessary. ChatGPT or OpenAI rather is currently
Well, first of all, we have to get this
on
correct.
Researchers
When a new model
researcher
comes out,
agents-
usually look, when a new model comes out, usually they're updating the data set that it has, right? That's number one what happens, right? It doesn't really have to do with the framework. Sometimes the framework does change. Like, for example, if you go and download Qwen 3.5, right? It's a new model that just came out. It's a local model. You download it and you can actually see its thinking. And it has something called a mental sandbox when it thinks, right? So these are the type of things that regular people don't even know about,
And-
but we're far
and
ahead,
have-
bro. We're so far ahead that you can't afford not to learn this stuff.
and has absolutely nothing to do with anything of what we're talking about. Yes, AI is cool. Yes, it will bring and usher about a revolution in terms of, it's essentially another industrial revolution, but probably on steroids. I get that. But what we're talking about is integrating AI into every part and aspect of the U.S. government, replacing workers, replacing manufacturing, forcing, in fact, these agencies, when they come across some kind of AI workflow that can replace a worker,
Let me tell
that
you
they
the
have
cold
to
hard
do
truth.
that.
The cold hard truth is that models are frozen, meaning these models are going to exist forever until the end of time.
Hold on,
Okay,
I'm
they're
getting
only going to get
echo.
better. Right now, there's one threshold that's holding a lot of stuff back, and it's local models. When people have a really powerful computer, like a 30K computer, like a $30,000 computer, they're not even able to run something that competes with Opus 4.6, which is Anthropic. So they can only
Hold on
run
real
about
quick.
like
What's for dinner?
700
You
gig
have
models.
echo. I muted you because you've got echo. So please, when you're not talking, please stay muted. Okay, but
So-
alternate. You're talking about things that are irrelevant to most people and irrelevant to even the topic. Like
Look, let me
talking
start
about
again.
what
Host,
can be
may I
done.
ask a question?
Please, let me start again.
Talking
Let me start
about
again.
talking about what can be done. The cool factor of AI, the fact that you need a large computer to do a lot of the things, is totally irrelevant to the topic and or to most of the population.
I'm trying to discuss the topic, but you gotta
May I
listen to the
ask a
beginning.
question?
The beginning is very simple.
No.
Everybody that is in tech right now, they all have private local workflows. You cannot eliminate this. You cannot regulate this. Okay? This is a cold hard truth that you have to accept. Okay? So
You can
whether you
regulate
think it no, you can't.
You
How can you
can.
regulate something that's offline? Tell me.
You can regulate that which is going to impact everybody, right? So somebody takes their local stuff that they're going to use for their own means. That's between them and their computer and their ability to put that into a computer. But you can also regulate other things, other aspects that people do in their house. For example, drugs are illegal, even though it's right. You do it inside your own home. It's
My
in
dude,
this
I'm a
compartment.
novice Linux user, and the most advanced Linux users laugh at what you're saying. You can't regulate that stuff.
You can regulate it.
They tried to put an age
can make
limit
it-
on
you can make-
an age restriction on System MD.
You can
Retarded.
regulate
Why?
it.
Because
You can't say that
you
word.
can't
You
regulate
say,
Linux.
bro. You can't say that word. You can't say the R word.
My bad.
Matter
my
of
bad.
fact,
my bad.
I probably
I won't say
need
it
to
anymore.
drop you, but you'll probably get a violation within about 10 minutes. You can't fucking use that language on TikTok.
My bad. Either way, you cannot regulate Linux. You cannot regulate local offline models. It's just impossible.
Nobody's saying to
You
to
don't even know
regulate
some of the terms I'm
local-
saying, and I'm a novice. So if I'm the novice,
you
what do
don't
you think
have
more
to-
advanced people are doing?
You don't have to regulate something that you don't have access to, right? That isn't impacting somebody outside.
It can, because from the computer that's offline, it could do things that is online through proxies, through virtual machines.
Right, and that's called malicious
through Tor
actors.
itself.
Oh, and there it goes. Yep, got to drop you. You got a violation. Let's see, repeated violation, hateful behavior policy, hate speech and hateful behavior policy. Boy, I called that one, didn't I?
Knew it was coming.
I guess alternate. I can't bring you back up. You're going to have to wait like 10 minutes. Let me put my timer up in the corner. I'm going to give you a 10-minute timer. You're welcome to come back. How fucking wild is that? Like, I could barely even tell that he had said that.
Algorithm.
Yeah, I could barely even tell that he fucking said that. But yeah, you're gonna have 10 minutes. It'll be up in the top left corner, alternate, and then you'll be able to come back.
While we're waiting, host,
that's
can
crazy.
I say something?
Sure.
So, I'm a nurse, and RFK Jr. was talking about, and whatever this last guest was talking about, it's way over my head with the AI, but they're talking about replacing nurses with AI, and when you were talking about it being harmful to people, I can't imagine a non-human having control of healthcare, medications, treatments, that kind of thing. I think that would cause, well, they say that it would cut down on medication errors and things like that. I see that. But I also think that it would cause a lot of harm to patients because without that human touch, I think a lot would be lost in the field of nursing.
Yeah, I mean, certainly. But, those roles, when you have bipedal humanoid robots that are able to make these decisions, everybody's job is at risk. Everybody's job. And nurses get paid decent money.
You have let's say a AI model doing nursing, right? And the patient is over there smacking away at his gums. And then the model goes ahead and provides the medication. A nurse probably would have been able to clock the fact that person was probably on some form of stimulant that would badly interact with the medication that they were providing them. Because a nurse knows that something's not right with how this person's acting. That's the human aspect. That's the part that they keep trying to downplay, like it's not important. Human beings know other human beings better than AI models will ever.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
this
say
is a
that
bad
again.
example,
I had to
but
respond to a
sorry.
teacher from my school. Well, not my school,
All
but
right,
my kid's
you have
school.
somebody sitting in a chair about to be applied medication from an AI model. Medication was ordered by the doctor, gives the patient medication. Now, the behavior that a regular human nurse would have actually been able to clock of acting as though they had been on stimulants isn't going to be something that an AI model is looking for. They're simply administering medication. But that could cost that patient their life.
Yeah, I mean, potentially.
Behavior.
I imagine that's something that you can program in for it to look for. You know what I mean? I feel like there are, because there are also shitty nurses that miss this too. You know?
Oh, yeah. But the
There,
thing is, Mark Zuckerberg, for instance, his entire business model was go fast and break things. But this is breaking human beings.
yeah, well, it's breaking the entire system, and look, that may come
But do
eventually
they care?
anyway. Yeah, this may happen anyway, regardless of what we do, right? Because AI is so profound, it can have a huge positive impact on us, but not when the people that are controlling that which is going to get deployed have, self interest only in mind, and they'll
And number
use.
one,
Also, do they care? Because I'm
Yeah, I don't
very
think they
old. I'm
do.
a Gen Xer, and but I can remember, in my mom and dad's time, that healthcare was a nonprofit kind of an entity. Once it became a for-profit entity, the whole playing field changed. Insurance companies no longer cared about patient care; they cared about the bottom line. So even though a patient may need a treatment or a medication, if it was too costly, the insurance company would simply deny it. If a patient was on their unaliving bed, they would say, you know what, we're going to say that what you have is a pre-existing condition. We're not going to cover it. And that would be, an unaliving sentence for patients. They didn't care. All they cared about was their profit margins and that kind of thing. And that's the way healthcare has kind of evolved to. And if we don't stop it, and AI, I think, is just the next generation of that kind of thinking.
the exploitation that is possible to be accomplished with AI is far past what people understand, because at the
That's
same
right.
time, AI needs data centers. It needs data centers because without them, they functionally don't have the capacity. Those data centers take a tremendous amount of water, and they also send off a tremendous amount of pollution. I don't care what anyone says, because I know for a fact that even the frequency that is emitted by these places are harmful to human life. It Kal-El of Superman. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I didn't say the word. Anyway, it unalives anything within its boundaries. As a matter of fact, near Cop City, they've had a huge problem with pets unaliving. Cop City has a data center that's in, I believe it's a roughly mile and a half of the facility. And between Cop City itself, because they've been testing frequency weapons for large model riot control, urban population. So it's between Cop City and those frequency weapons. And then you have the banger of the data centers of taking up water, getting rid of American jobs, polluting the environment, emitting frequency that is harmful to life, and we're paying for it. We're paying for it. We're paying for something that is only going to harm humanity as a whole. It will benefit the very, very top, but as a whole, humanity will not truly be better off for it. And it's just another thing marching us down to UBI. UBI sounds so great, but if you're thinking about profit margins, it is just a logical conclusion that, so having as few people on UBI as possible would be the obvious outcome. Because again, these people care about profits over people.
Right, but even with the UBI, I'm not sure that they care enough to fucking do it anyway. And if they do, it's not going to be, we're going to give it to you, to help you out. They're going to want something in return, which is obedience. And that's what they'll use it for.
and your privacy. Why
Right.
should you have privacy if you're receiving money from the government and the government being then in control of everything for them? Because we're thinking about this as people who've lived our lives, right? Who've gone to do all kinds of crap and never, had to really worry about somebody looking over our shoulder.
Yeah,
Well, and think
alternate.
about
Alternate.
how
I see your request, but your timer is still going over there. Again, you can't use those words, and when you do, you gotta, you can't be up here. But if you do it again,
pay
I
the
won't.
piper.
Yeah, I won't let you back up because it'll like 3 flags. If I don't do it, TikTok will then take me down.
also just look at how the algorithm controls us here, and that's AI, right? So what's to say we're not standing on the street and one of these AI robots overhears something that we're saying and takes us into custody and controls us that way?
Wait.
Well,
Why would you?
yeah, I mean, it's stuff like that will certainly happen depending on how,
Oh wait.
how
Why
crazy it
would
gets.
you? Why would you get to commit the crime? Why? What if it just perceived you as being someone who would likely be statistically
Yeah.
Right,
committing a
and
That
crime?
too.
that's coming as well. But see here, I mean, here's the thing that we have to contend with is that we're really not going to be able to stop the usage of AI. We can't any more than you can keep somebody from like making boom booms, right? But from a systemic point of view, we have to at least understand what the fuck it is that we're doing and what the ramifications of that can be
Right.
before we start doing it. And I understand the argument is like, if we don't do it, another country's going to do it better and whatever. Yeah, and if they do, they're going to end up running into the wall because they're running
but
full
are we
speed
all
ahead in a
lemmings?
pitch black room, and you're going to run into something. And if you're doing a moratorium or whatever, or some working out what regulations should be in place, at least minimal fucking regulations, and the other country isn't, they're going to get fucked up.
Are we lemmings running on the cliff though, just because somebody else is doing it?
Okay. Do you know the number one
May
place in
very
the
well
world
be.
for AI?
Do what?
Number one place in the world for AI.
I don't know, Silicon Valley? I don't know.
China?
Tel Aviv.
Oh, I mean that's another factor that should give people fucking pause. God, that
Tel
thing is
Aviv
way
is the
too
number
loud.
one for.
Well,
Dang it,
they're
I
the
gotta
ones
phone
pushing
call.
this shit. And see, this is also why I've started questioning what the whole Ukrainian fucking thing is about because of Zelensky's background, and now they're using it now they got fucking laser weapons that they've just happened to create while in there, and all the drones, the autonomous drones and shit that they happen to create while their country is getting fucking rocked. Their country wasn't even like an innovative center of the world anyway, but all of a sudden they're able to like create all this shit. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that small country has something to do with it. What's for dinner? I don't know what happened to you, but anyway, alternate is going to come back in. Yeah,
I think she had a drop.
Hello?
Something.
yeah, you're back, and I didn't get a violation, so I think we're good. Just be careful with the language. TikTok's fucking.
All right, sorry about that. So
You're
look,
good.
guys, I genuinely want to help you guys. I don't want to sound like I'm some nerd or anything like that. I promise you, I did not know a lick of any of this stuff. And I think it's very important that we do learn it. I genuinely feel that. So, the first question I want to ask coming back, who uses AI here?
I do.
What models do you use?
Oh God, I use all of them.
So you use Grok, ChatGPT, Claude, right?
I've used them all. Yes, even DeepSeek.
Okay, perfect. So which one do you think is the strongest right now?
I mean, in terms of what? Because
In terms of overall general capability.
well, Manus is very user friendly, and it's you get more out of it without needing to request so much. But I mean, it's kind of a toss up. They're some are good at some things and others are good at other things.
You're right.
ChatGPT, to my opinion, is actually getting worse for the user. I don't know.
They definitely all have their strengths, and the reason I asked that question is because anyone who like builds with it every day, like they're on that shit for hours, they're using Claude, right? And people don't understand that 2 years ago with like ChatGPT 4.0, that's what usually people know what AI is, right? Right now, Opus 4.6, it could do things that you wouldn't even believe. Like I'll give you an example, and I actually researched this and I actually have proof for it. CAPTCHAs, the things that keep bots out in order for you not to do a process that, so I researched this and I proved it, and Opus 4.6 can defeat CAPTCHAs. So that means that a frontier model, and again, Opus is the worst it's ever going to be. There's going to be better models than that. That means that the whole CAPTCHA system is dead. That means that the whole firewall for bots and robots is now broken. Okay, so a lot of people just don't know that,
Okay, so I just want to make clear, like, we're not saying that AI isn't useful or helpful. I don't think any of us are saying that. I'm certainly not.
I mean, the way I'm coming at it is I want to build these systems for myself so I can control it, so I can do good things with it. You know what I'm saying? So every time I do my research and every time I build something different, I make sure, I mark it down, I create a little research paper, and, I have all the information and I know what I'm talking about, and I think that when people start doing that, they have more control over their lives. They have more control over their computer, their assets, their knowledge. Because right now, data is very important. Every time.
That's not what we're talking about.
But this is how they control you, is what I'm trying to say. The reason why these robots are going to exist is because the human race let those robots control them, right? I'm doing the controlling here when I do all this research and I build all these products.
No, you won't.
Because I know what the attack surface is. I know
Well,
how they're going to
this-
attack. I know what they're going to do. You get what I'm saying? The regular person
Yeah,
doesn't.
You won't be the one controlling that which makes up and is integrated with the system that ultimately is going to cause us all harm. You won't control that. And for every one of you, there are several of other people creating something that is in their self-interest. And by their self-interest means you're going to feel pain in some way. And there's nothing you can do about it because they won't allow any regulation in that. Now, if you were to tell me that the government itself would have moratoriums on the systems that it would put in place for itself, that's a good thing, but that doesn't mean that it's going to keep you from doing what you're doing in your own house. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing.
Right. That's what my question was, because a lot of this is over my head. But as somebody who's on the outside looking in that doesn't know about AI, my question to you guys who know more about this, are we moving too fast with this, with the data centers, with the development of all this, with no regulation? It's like the Wild Wild West.
Yes,
I mean, there's a couple of things to think about. When it comes to the data centers themselves, yes, if it's placed in the wrong place, it does harm the environment. That I will 100% say. But once it's placed in the right environment, it doesn't really matter. Like, for example, the Terafab that Elon is about to create. It's completely on his own land, completely out of the way of cities, and it's going to be one of the most major chip manufacturers in the world. So, I mean, the problems that are being talked about right now, it's going to be solved very soon, especially with quantum computing. Once AI fuses with quantum computing, it's over. It's literally, it's over. we're done. We're toast. So we got to do everything we can to make sure that, we could sit. Here's the thing. I'm doing work so I could sit at the table with these people eventually. You get what I'm saying? I'm not going to claim to be some super politician or some super tech nerd, but I'm learning, you know what I'm saying? And, when the time comes and when I build enough product and when I build enough research, I'm going to come forth with it and I'm going to sit at the table and say, hey, look, we need to do this with AI and we need to make sure we need to do X, Y, and Z with it. But we also need to understand that you can't stop it, man. That's the cold, hard truth. It's moving way too fast. I'll give you one example. There's this, I think it was China, they used Anthropic, and what they did was, there's this thing called Claude Code. This thing runs in your terminal, right? So you could have multiple terminals set up, like 5, 6 of them, 10 of them, doesn't matter how many. And they all don't have the same context of each other. So what they did is they said, hey, I want you to help me with this security flaw, right, in this terminal, right? And then they go to the next terminal and then they take another piece of what they were working on and then have that terminal do it. And then when you combined all of the code that it creates,
hold on.
It creates,
Hold on real quick. Gifting suspended for 10 minutes. This behavior is not in line with our policies. Gifting is suspended for 10 minutes in this live reason limited interaction. Huh? The fuck does that mean?
Do you not have enough people on the panel or something? That's a weird. I've never heard that one before.
I don't know. I'm gonna take a screenshot of it. What the fuck? Anyway, go ahead.
Long story short,
that message before I haven't.
Yeah, long story short, they used AI to hack a system, right? Just a very, very, very long story, very, very short. They used AI to hack a system, and it's very easy to do, if you know what you're doing. Obviously, it's illegal, shouldn't be doing it, but the point is that the power is there. And if you even have some semblance of, knowledge of technology, you could do a lot of stuff. Now, like I said, if I told someone, like if I told an average person that never used AI, hey, use this model and create a Solana wallet and fund it, they would spend hours trying to figure out how to do it. I could do it in 2 messages. You get what I'm saying? Like it's scary, bro, and it scares me to the point where I'm rushing to learn all this stuff because I don't want it being used against me. I don't want there to be, policies that completely harm us. Because the thing is, a lot of the regulation is, we should stop the training. We should stop X, Y, and Z and blah, blah, blah. But the thing is, you're putting power back into the companies that we hate. Why are we giving companies more power over the AI when we should have the power as regular citizens?
Well, and that's what we're talking about. That's literally what the prompt is about.
If you regulate it, you're not going to have that power. Let's say if you said, you're not allowed to train this certain data, then you're screwed. Then you won't be able to train something.
Nobody's talking about that. Nobody's talking about regulating the ability for you to be able to have something on your own computer. That's not what we're talking about. They need to stop where the federal government is integrating and forcing AI into every federal agency that we have. That's what the paper and document says. And now Melania Trump just yesterday, I think it was yesterday, came out with this fucking bipedal humanoid robot that she wants to be in the classrooms teaching your kids.
I honestly think it's great. Why? Because you could learn faster. I learned so much faster with AI. It's because I knew what to ask. I'm like, okay, what's a terminal, right? If you tell it to do things for you, you're never going to learn anything. But if you ask it stuff and be like, hey, what's this? Can you explain this further? Can you look this up for me? You're going to learn faster. So I honestly think that even without the robot itself, and they're already doing this, and I forgot which country it is, but they have an AI school already, and it's actually doing phenomenal right now. And I think it's great. Now, is the jobs being taken bad? Yeah, but the thing is, the jobs got to just be placed in a different category. Now, the person that, would be replaced, now that's the person that oversees the robot, right? So the job is not taken; it's just put in a different place.
Okay,
So we just gotta do it right.
real quick, I just asked my agent what that was, the gifting suspension for 10 minutes. She said it means that people aren't tapping or commenting enough. I've never seen that, so I don't know. That's weird.
That's a new one to me.
Yeah, I mean, certainly people aren't tapping, but people have commented, so I don't know. That's fucking weird.
I've been trying to tap for the last 10 minutes, just letting you know.
Well, can somebody test and see if you can actually gift, just like send a rose or something, and see? Will you let me know what it says?
I tried. It's darkened out. You can't do it.
How the fuck am I going to send anything if it's not letting me send anything because it's punishing you for not getting gifts?
It's punishing
And
me
I was going
because
to put a prompt to tap in the comments, but
it's
it won't
punishing
even let me heart you or anything.
Yeah, it's punishing me because Israel owns this fucking app, and if you don't like Israel and what they do, they try to destroy your life, just like they did that guy that brought up that Hasidic Jewish community that
Yep.
are all on fucking welfare. They took down his fucking bank account, his PayPal, his fucking all of his money stuff. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, he did the same thing to other communities, talking about, I guess, welfare and whatever in these communities. And motherfucker was giving awards and all this shit. The moment he did the same thing to the Hasidic community, all of a sudden, they start going after him.
He picked on the chosen ones.
Yeah,
That's what I was taught all through Southern Baptist religious training.
That basically
Israel
means
is the chosen ones.
It's over. I mean, for this show, for sure, because the fucking Zio liberals that are on this app who pretend to be nice people who use the N word in private have instructed everybody, and there's about 1,000 of them or so, have told people to come here and report the live and do what they can to get me taken down.
Yep.
So it's
we call them out. We show them like we put the lights on them like a cockroach in the middle of the night,
Okay,
That's crazy.
FYI, I'm Ashkenazi on my grandpa's side. My grandpa actually renounced his faith when Israel was founded. Israel isn't just a people. Israel isn't just people who were descendants from ancient Israelites, because that's not true. Israel is anyone who struggles or fights with God. That's why it says in the Bible that you have to always, always be kind to Israel, because it's only referencing people who are going through spiritual turbulence, through spiritual struggles. It does not mean the descendants of Abraham or Isaac.
So God's chosen people, huh?
No, okay, again, bro. Every time God in the Bible has like has a bestie, right? Whether it's King David or it's Moses, what is it? They are fighting with God. They're arguing with God. Oh, don't do this please. It's referencing those who struggle with their faith or struggle with God. It is not a people. It is not an ethnicity. It's not a faith. It's literally just people who are going through spiritual turbulence.
I mean,
a country
I spoke
of
to an
supremacy.
IDF soldier myself, and he didn't explain it that way. He was actually on the front lines in Israel.
Yeah, dude, there's no such thing as the front lines on Israel. You never.
Because everything is the front lines, because the whole country is armed. Even Charlie Kirk said it. So
Okay,
yes, I know.
That's not it. It's the fact that they're not being attacked. There's no front lines when you're not on the receiving end of boom booms. As a matter of fact, I can tell you with almost 1,000% certainty that this weekend or within the next coming days, we're going to see the Temple Mount be destroyed, and the blame for the Temple Mount being put on the United States of America, because that is what will destroy our country once and for all. And then Israel would be able to construct the third temple. Isn't that awesome?
I don't know what it is. I don't know exactly what you're saying. People
The Temple
going through
Mount
a
is the
spiritual
third most
awakening
holy
or
site
whatever.
in all of Islam.
No.
Temple
I'm talking
Mount
about
is
the other stuff, like saying Israel's a country full of people going through some spiritual whatever. It's a group of fucking
no, it's not. No, no, no,
supremacists.
no, 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 no. Have you ever had spiritual, like conflicts or a time of doubt?
No.
Well, I have when I didn't know if I should try to convert to Judaism when I was a younger person because I did know that my grandpa was in the Holocaust and I've been raised Christian, but I chose Christianity. I was Israel at that time because I was a person going through spiritual conflict. That's why it
So
says,
do you believe in the Talmud?
hell motherfucking no. That was the main reason that I went with Christianity.
So you're a Christian now?
I was raised a Christian. My grandpa is like the nicest human being you could ever meet. And knowing that he went through what he went through, and I had met some people who were very much into Judaism, and they told me I had the option since even though I was a half-blood, I could still pursue it. And when I started to pursue it, I realized I didn't want anything to do with it.
Thank you, Feisty. So I guess it's working now, the gifting. So I guess in order to keep it from happening again, you got to comment and tap.
Yep.
So just spell
And
out.
gift the
spell
host, he's
out
a lovely man.
Just type I and then wait about 30, 40 seconds and then type S and then wait 30, 40 seconds and then R and then A and E and L and then space SUCKS.
Yeah,
Just to
so
keep the comments going. I'm
what's
kidding.
for dinner? You're absolutely right that they've already tried to boom boom the old city of Jerusalem, where the three really holy sites are, and that Israel is trying to build the greater Israel. That's why they do not want ceasefire. They do not want peace talks. They want to do to Iran what they've done to Palestine and what they're actively doing in Lebanon right now.
Oh, it's so much worse. No. You know how every like apocalypse movie, right? You know how you never see an Islamic holy site or anything destroyed from their end, right? Not even in the movie.
What'd you say? Repeat that. I didn't catch that.
Okay, so for instance, in Independence Day, they had a scene where Mecca was destroyed in the movie. It was just in the movie,
Okay.
and they had to edit that from the final version of the movie, because there was literally like threat of there being T attacks if they let that be in the movie make believe.
Right.
So, if in real life the third
They take that
holiest,
shit serious.
yeah. So in real life, the third holiest site in all of Islam being destroyed and being set up for the United States, like them basically, how would you say this? It's a setup or it being, being blamed on America. If it's blamed on America, then you literally have all of Islam against America, not to mention the UAE, because they're going to come out against America to save their own asses.
But don't you think we've already set that up by going into Iran the way we have?
Oh, no, ma'am. This is like if you were to take the Crusades and take Vietnam and everything all at once. This would be a reverse 9/11. Think of it that way.
Okay, so I don't know what we're talking about. I'm still just kind of in
I'm
shock
lost.
by.
Okay, so the Temple Mound, sir, look up the Temple Mound.
I don't
the
give
first
a shit.
time ever.
I don't care. I don't give a shit. I really just don't give a shit at this point. What's the point? You know, these AI bros are going to take over, and it's all getting pushed by this fucking country of these people who think they're better than everybody else. I just, take your fucking PayPal account away. They fucking take your gifting away. They keep your people from coming in, or you got people that claim to be your friends of trying to fucking stab you in the back. What's the fucking point of it all?
As an American, I have never felt so out of control in my life. of everything.
It's crazy.
Every aspect of my existence is controlled by this AI bullshit. All of us. It's already there.
Well,
It
I
is
mean, to these
completely-
religious fucks in Israel, like, I don't know, those people have got mental problems as far as I'm concerned. They really have there's something wrong with their
Oh,
brains.
I brought up Ashkenazi. There's a reason.
Also, we never talk about it, but there's this push to go to a cashless system. I think that is an absolute mistake. That cash should never go away.
It's another form of control.
Yep.
They're doing
Anyway,
that all over
what's-
the world.
Do what, Feisty?
I said they're trying to do that all over the world.
Yeah.
Going to
Right.
a cashless system.
Yep. And what do? You know?
Well, for older people, particularly pensioners and things, it's really unfair because they don't like using ATMs and things like that. You know, they like the system they've got now. They like having their cash and knowing what they've got and how much they've got to spend.
Well, it's not just that. So let's say we all switch to one system tomorrow, right? And
Hmm.
we're told this is what we're supposed to do. Well, simultaneously, the economic power could shift to an entirely different system. Look at even when you're talking about Bitcoin versus um, Ethereum. Those are two different coins, and shifting the value because, basically, it's about what a coin is valued at. A market manipulation could happen overnight, and your Bitcoin that was worth, let's say, $1 million the night before could be worth $1,000 the next day, and
Yep.
that could be surely done just from a coup from one coin to another. There would never be stability economically again, except for those on the very, very top. Not to mention, even if you look at in the United States, we now have there being restrictions to the internet under the proviso that it's for adult material, naughty movies. But the reality is that's not what that is. It's them starting to implement and roll out a two-tiered internet because working out the user face is necessary to be able to formalize having a digital ID. So your digital ID would be necessary for you to order fast food or
Yeah, they're trying to do the same here.
it's a trap because all that is actually a doorway for them to start implementing a two-tiered internet. There's no other real reason to have it. But that's the scary part is the fact that they're doing all these things in such a convoluted and dishonest way. Because if they're going to be dishonest to you at the jump, it means that they're only going to increase the dishonesty.
Yep.
I mean, were they ever honest? I'm not sure that they ever were.
We used to it's the fact that at the turn of the century in this country, we bodied the fat cats. We bodied the tycoons and the robber barons. The robber barons were called that because they would steal anything from the working man but the shirt off his back. Now they're coming for the shirt, your hat, and they might as well take your shoes while they're at it.
Well, this is what I'm saying. My theory is that they're going to unalive us once they don't need us. Because right now we're useful. Once we're no longer useful, why in the fuck would they give us a UBI to keep us around? They're putting the systems in place that will eventually unalive us. I think the only solace for me is that the same system that they're going to use to unalive us, or naturally or on purpose, whatever, is going to unalive them too. And they're so stupid they don't see it.
Sir, if you want to look up something very, 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 very interesting, I highly suggest you look up. So you remember not that long ago, there was this big old thing that got the whole world in like a panic. Well, that panic thing, there's a group of people who are naturally have immunity, just by relation of their haplogroup. Do you know what a haplogroup is, sir?
Yes, I know where you're going.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, unbeknownst to some people for some reason, that haplogroup has inherent, how should I say this? They're inherently vulnerable to other things that if they're doing the thing I think they're doing, because actually, if you look back to Trump's last administration, he found out in November that panic thing was going to happen, right? He found out in November. Do you know in November of 2025, we had the first confirmed animal to human infection from H5N5 in Washington State?
Wow.
Okay.
Well, the time frame that Trump kept talking about was Easter. It's all going to end Easter. I think that was what's called a Freudian slip, because if you look at like how these time frames are playing out, the C19 portion of it, haplogroup H, absolutely have a natural immunity, but the N5, they have an inherent vulnerability that causes massive problems to the brain. Like basically, it's like God, what's the word? Meningitis. It causes a similar effect of meningitis. And if this all plays out, that people are trying to get rid of other people, and they've done all this horrible stuff, just to end up having just pure agony in their own skulls. That sounds like karma.
Well, I mean, look, even in that document that I was going over, they're talking about the malicious actors creating pathogens for that specific thing, and the U.S. government has been working on programs that do that, viruses that target specific genetic markers. That's been a thing for a while. You know, they don't talk about it, but I'm pretty sure they've, whole hog in the investments for it. And so, what you're saying makes sense. And I have my theories even about C19 and who did it and why, but can't really talk about that, sadly.
Do you like the Book of Faces? Because the Book of Faces man owns a biomedical engineering company that his wife so conveniently also is the head of, because she is a pathologist. That
yes,
was her
Nola.
degree. Yep. Hate her from the bottom of my soul.
Sorry, I was just answering Nola's question. Nola's question was, is that what all the DNA tests were for? The answer is yes.
Yeah, your DNA tells more about you than
And that's
people
why,
understand.
that's another reason why in Israel you have to get a court order to get one. Because they know what's coming.
Oh, and they also cannot, it's punishable by 10 years in jail if you publish your DNA.
Right. Because when you do that, anybody that took a DNA test and put their shit out there, now you've opened yourself up to, your family having any genetic marker that they can target with a virus or whatever else.
Oh, also it proves that the people of Israel aren't what they say they are.
Well, I mean that too, but just a happy coincidence, I'm sure. I mean, they know it's coming because I imagine they are engaging in that very thing, creating these things to get rid of. I just listened to a rabbi earlier that said that every basically non-J person deserves the death penalty. Just matter of fact, I may still have it. Let me see.
Because people don't understand when even referencing the Bible, when it talks about the Garden of Eden and specifically Cain being thrown out of the Garden of Eden and him saying that the others will unalive me, that the others will unalive me. Now, mind you, they're supposed to be like the only people on the planet, according to the Christian doctrine. The reality is, when they talk about the animals outside, they're talking about humans. They're just humans who are beneath them. But the funniest thing from all of it is the fact that Abraham is not a real person. Abraham was a compilation. He was literally just a literal
Hindu.
Sorry, I'm
he was
looking up a video. Go ahead.
he was created in order to unite the J people, because the J people, in fact, are actually just the descendants of the people who are in the region of Canaan, and J priests, and people who have been previously in Babylon, Zoroastrian. That's why the Star of David is actually just two pyramids put together. That's why they still want to have a Mount Sinai, because it goes back to the Egyptian priests.
Okay. Anyway, let me play this. I think this is the clip I was talking about. Let's see.
6 billion idol worshippers who makes God angry every second of their life. Indian, Chinese, Japanese, Tibet, Nepal, Thailand. So many. India alone is 500 million. China is 2 billion. So many. 2 billion Christians, which are idol worshippers. Between Chinese, Indian, Hindus, Buddhists, and Christian, at least 6.5 billion people are idol worshippers that, according to the Torah, do not have the right to live. Idol worshipper goy, it's death penalty. Not only Jews, even a goy who bow down to an idol, who believe in JC, deserve death penalty.
That's Rabbi Yosef.
Wow, talk about an extremist.
Yosef Mizrahi. And so people, conspiracy theorist, you're an anti-Semite. I'm sorry, they say it themselves. Sorry,
religion
go ahead, Feisty.
is the ruination of the world.
Was that Feisty? Was that you trying to jump in there? Go ahead.
Yes, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine.
I heard an American pastor the other day saying that non-Christians should also be unalived.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, are you referring to the guy who called for the unaliving of James Tallarico?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, he's another one that needs to be in prison.
Yep.
I'm going to
The
look that
whole
up
of
too.
your administration and your president need to be in prison.
well, because that's the play. So America gets caught up in this whole thing, gets blamed for destroying the Temple Mount, and what it's going to do here in the United States. The United States, being a third world country, is not that bad a deal for the elite here. If you go back to when Trump said it was his favorite time in American history, the Gilded Age, that is when 92% of the United States was in abject poverty. That means not knowing where your next meal is coming from.
Yeah,
We
I
had
know.
Hoover towns all across America.
Well,
The
wasn't
entire-
that when all the people at the top had all the money?
Yeah.
Exactly. Everybody else was in incredible poverty, like ridiculous poverty. Women were pushing out 13, 18 babies. And when you hear old folks talk about, at 14 I had a wife and a kid to support and blah, blah, blah. That, yeah, these are the circumstances that caused that, because kids were working like full time at 6 and 8 years old. And
Sweatshops. Yeah.
sweatshops and mines, lots of mines. Guess what? We're going to have a huge boom here in the United States.
Well,
Thank you,
that's what I
Feisty.
tell. I'm in Missouri, and in a
Thank
very
you so
red
much, Feisty.
Missouri.
Okay.
And I spend a lot of time at a military club, the AMVETS. I've been a volunteer there for 25 years, do a lot of volunteer work with the community and with veterans. But I get into big political arguments with maggots, and when they come at me, they know I'm a liberal, they know I'm a feminist. I don't keep that a secret from them. And they always want to go toe-to-toe and nose-to-nose with me on politics. And one of the biggest things that they say is, we need to get rid of all these welfare, food stamps, and Medicaid, and all this stuff, all these people. sucking off the government, yada, yada, right? And I sat him down and I said, listen, I had a grandmother who was in the Great Depression. I said, do you know what it looks like when a society has no safety nets for people? I said, are you willing to watch elderly people die or unalive in their own filth and, from disease and starvation, very preventable things. I said, you know what my grandmother told me? She had 4 kids in the Great Depression. My father was the youngest. And she said that her husband was watching them starve, actively starving because they had no work, no food, no hope for anything to change anytime soon. And he looked at them one day and he said, I'm going to go look for work. And he left them, like a lot of men did back then, because they could not bear to watch their wife and their kids unalive in front of them.
Yeah.
So my grandmother and all 4 of those kids, my dad included, were left to starve to death, to unalive. And so my grandmother said, you know what the kids did? They would go out on the street and they would pick tar off the road and eat it so they would have something in their belly to stop the hunger pains. And she said, we just got lucky that I went to my mother, my great-grandmother, Effie Amelia, and she dumped the kids there. And my grandmother, by some act of God or whoever you pray to, she got a job in a brassiere factory. So she basically abandoned her kids to go to work. And my grandmother, my great-grandmother, who was too elderly to be raising kids, my dad and all those siblings were raised basically feral because there was nobody there for them, But my grandmother kept them from unaliving from starvation. I said, that's what the welfare system was created for. And it's necessary. And I do know that there's abuse, but I don't care about the abuse. We keep it in check as much as we can, but it's absolutely essential that this country have those safety nets for people. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
We have more banking. We literally have more than 200 times the banking fraud than we have welfare fraud in this country. When you think about that, the fact that your bank is more likely to commit fraud on the federal government than somebody on welfare. The fact that not only is that the reality, but coincidentally, right now we are the most prosperous and profitable country in human history, right fucking now. The average worker wouldn't probably agree with that. The average person trying to make ends meet wouldn't agree with that. But the Elon Musk of this world, the Jeff Bezos of this world, they're the ones reaping in all the cream that they only get because of the workers.
And when you talk about the fraud on those systems, the biggest fraud is people in corporations who rake those systems to fraudulently get money from them, like Medicare, Medicaid, the big...
Like Rick Scott?
Yeah.
Biggest Medicaid fraud in American history was perpetrated through none other than Mr. Rick Scott, former senator and former governor of the great state of Florida.
Yes, ma'am.
Life.
Thank you, Feisty. Yeah, I mean, it's always been true, and the whole welfare queen, all that shit, it's really steeped in racism, because when black people were finally able to get a hold of these programs and use them to their benefit, what have you, that was when white people all of a sudden had problems with welfare queens. Linda Taylor, go look. What's that?
Sorry.
Right, and that's why we need oversight and people watching that kind of stuff. That keeps these. Only for me, I don't. The fraud is not. It's not that much, but yes, you do need to watch for it, and you do need to squash it because you don't want people running amok, doing whatever they want with it. But for me, it's just so that these programs stay solvent. We need them, and that we need to protect them and everything, and that's why Trump, in his administration, has gotten rid of all the AGs the IGs and all the oversight and all that, because that's what he intends to do. He intends to, get as much as he can out of these.
Well, white collar fraud, that's fine. Nobody ever goes to jail for that shit. They just
No
get a
shit,
fine,
he doesn't.
and the fine is less than the amount that they stole from everybody else. And they're like, that's okay, but take a candy bar, and by God, you're gonna serve some fucking time in prison because you're a thug, you're a this,
Right.
that, or whatever. But no, this welfare queen, this propaganda that they've been pushing for a while in order so that people can fucking say, oh, look at black culture. I'm so sick of this shit. And I don't like, and they're so good at getting us to argue amongst ourselves about stupid shit that we don't even bother like complaining about them, aside from, all politicians lie or whatever. And here they are. They're about to unalive the rest of us while we still, I bet you go to a MAGA panel and they're still complaining that a penis might have walked through the door of a girl's bathroom. Holy shit. The fucking world
Never
is
mind.
ending. And
Never mind. Never
Can
mind.
I just say one thing about that? What in the hell is MAGA so concerned about a demographic of a population that's less than 1%? I mean, come on.
I think what upsets them is that if there is somebody that looks like a female and they reach down there and actually there's a cock hanging out, they might want to play with it, and that makes them feel bad to think about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what do they think it's going to reach out and bite them? That same thing about Minnesota and Tim Walz. Are they afraid that
I
a
don't want to
tampon
enjoy
hanging
it.
on the wall is going to reach out and grab them? I mean, come on.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay, so one of it.
They're afraid to enjoy it. That's what it is. And then they'd have to.
Okay, remember
you know.
Cambridge Analytica, right? Remember all the
Yes.
data that they gathered? The people in this country who are fond of or consumers of T-girl content are overwhelmingly conservative, like ridiculous. Like it's something like 90%.
Right. No, I saw a
them
study that
closeted,
showed that. Let
yeah.
me pull up that study. They showed that most like T-corn watchers come from red states.
Oh yeah, because there's an aspect to that.
That is
So-
hilarious. And you know what? And this is a very dark subject, but when you talk about the P3DOs, overwhelmingly in these churches is where all that was kind of born, and the hidden thing, and none of them ever served any time. They just shuffle them from one church to the next so they can
Yeah, and they make it
perpetuate
out
their
to be
crimes,
illegal.
Yep.
They make
and
it out
keep
to be
preying
illegal.
on young people. And
make it
the
out-
same thing happens with dirty cops. They don't
Okay.
get in any trouble. Here in St. Louis, the cop in Ferguson that did that to Mike Brown, he was shuffled into a small town not but 20 minutes away from me. And I let everybody know that dirty son of a bitch was down there,
Okay, so another aspect of the welfare queen is this. Are you familiar with Emmett Till Post?
Yes.
Okay, well, Emmett Till's unaliver sister was in the 1980s responsible for the most massive welfare fraud ring in the country's history at that time. And she was sentenced. She was actually pardoned by Obama because she was unaliving from cancer, and she wanted to spend her little few days she had left with her family. Ronald Reagan, instead of letting her face be published in a national news paper, went and hired a black actress to go play a welfare queen and
Linda
filmed it.
Taylor?
Yep, she was an actress.
Yeah. That's it. Well, I brought Linda Taylor up earlier. Yeah, that was when all of the like welfare queen bullshit started. Was then. It's just propaganda. It's
Yeah,
just,
but Carolyn Bryant, the sister of the man who unalived Emmett Till, was the actual welfare queen they were talking about. She was the actual person who was a ringleader, who was actually even committing fraud while she was in prison, for God's sakes.
Well, have you heard what Trump's going to do to you next? He's going to ban all non-American routers coming into the US.
Yep, that's part of having the two-tiered internet.
Yep.
Non-American routers, banning them from
Routers. You call them routers. We call them routers.
routers.
Yeah.
A router is something that it gets the shit out.
Oh,
Router
right.
to the
To
Okay.
put it in a crude
no,
way.
no.
Roto-rooter, that's the name, and
Yeah.
away go
Somebody-
troubles down the drain. Roto-rooter. Sorry.
Somebody tried to tell me the other day that Trump is all for freedom of speech and that he's not censoring anything or going after the media. I said, that's all that guy has done since he got into office, dude. He is absolutely stifling the media. He has to control. And that's it. You just brought up the word propaganda. And we throw that word around so much. But, you know, as a Gen Xer, I always thought of propaganda as something the little mustache man did. I didn't realize that I've been inundated with propaganda since the day I was born here in America.
That's right.
And it's harmful, and it is absolutely culminated in us getting this orange weirdo sitting in the White House and his ilk, everybody that props him up and thinks like him, have been perpetuating this propaganda on all of us for decades.
Okay.
Can I ask you two ladies something? I asked it on a Canadian panel, which Americans were on earlier, and so funnily enough was Liberal Loudmouth. Why do you think people voted Trump in?
Oh, because they were literally created to do so. The things that were done to this country, people still don't recognize what was actually done. If you look back to the 1980s, and they always talk about the Iran-Contra affair, where we saw black and brown communities inundated with substances that destroyed those communities. It wasn't just that. It was the fact that the home ownership, for instance, of black and brown communities diminished by 50% at the time. In addition to Reagan doing away with sanitariums and asylums, what was then created was a multi-billion-dollar industry called the addiction treatment facility. Boom, creation. In addition to that, we ramped up our prison industrial complex. In addition to that, not that long after, we saw white tea communities through the United States being inundated with something they were told by their doctor was going to take away their pain, but ultimately caused just catastrophe, just caused people to be unalive, severe addiction, imprisonment, children being without their mothers. That was done intentionally, both things. Because when
Absolutely.
what's done to the brain, so your anterior cingulate cortex being responsible for basically your will. You have impairment to critical thinking skills, as well as there being apathy, so you're not having expression in the face. In addition to that, you have a direct impact to your empathy as a human being. But we're social animals, so when we observe somebody going through this shit, it affects us too. And it being comfortable with premises of short-term pain, long-term gain. Think to yourself, anybody who's ever gone through it, withdrawal, for instance. But it wasn't them who were the ultimate targets because, again, their children born in the late 1990s, early 2000s are going to be impacted by this. And having them at home when C-19 hit in front of these archetypes, Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, we're having them be amplifiers for this movement when it initially set on, all the young people for Trump, right? But then intended to be foot soldiers in the future. They had their entire lives hijacked it, and nobody recognized it because we didn't realize the powers at play and what they were trying to do. Right now, for instance, Israel is not really trying to beat Iran. Israel has been trying to beat us. If you look at how they've been back channeling money.
Okay, go ahead and land your plane.
Sorry, my bad, I'm done.
Okay, so I would say to that, everything that What's for Dinner just said is true. And it's a continuation of basically what I was saying. The propaganda, the groundwork had been laid, with addiction and all that was purposefully done to this country. And once somebody becomes addicted, they go into the category of enemy of society. Anybody who is impoverished and commits a crime, enemy of society, throw them all in jail. At that point, constitutionally, they become enslaved. And also anybody around them who is now struggling because having to deal with that also, becomes at risk. And anybody that's not within that realm becomes the other. And that other is told, you have to look at those people and hate them. And they built that hate system. Anybody that was a brown person, that was here struggling, that's one of them that's coming after you. You got to hate them. And so that's how Trump was built. And that's why he got elected. He ran on that.
Okay.
Well, I would say, and since I gave my thoughts on this on the other panel and haven't done so here, if you go back through the history of the United States, every time black people or really any people of color were granted any kind of progress, like emancipation, for example, we saw KKK show up, right? We saw this pushback on it. Civil rights comes. Now you get the war on rugs. Back in 1898, there was a literal coup in Wilmington, North Carolina, when black aldermen had been elected, or maybe they were appointed at that time. There were some that were appointed and some that were elected. Well, some were appointed and some were elected. I'm not sure exactly which was, but they had black Republicans on there, right? And so a group of fucking white supremacists around the same time, they have the White Declaration of Independence during this time. There's fucking newspaper articles. Matter of fact, I was pulling it up here. You can see, attention all white men. Let me.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So this is the Wilmington Messenger. There, attention white men. There will be a meeting of the white men of Wilmington this morning at 11 o'clock at the courthouse. A full attendance is desired as business in the furtherance of white supremacy will be transacted. That meeting right there was actually the
Wow.
White Declaration of Independence. And they literally unalived many, many people, blacks, any whites that were in proximity to the blacks that had been elected. They were killed. A lot of people were hanged. This went on for a while. They also went around on a terror campaign to scare the shit out of any black people that had registered to vote. And so the registration of voters, I think in the state, it may have been the state or the county, went from 125,000 all the way down to 6,000 black people. That registered voters to registered voters, 125,000 down to 6,000, and they deemed it a huge success. Matter of fact, there's a picture of these fucking pieces of garbage. Let me pull this up. Here's a picture of them. Right here, all excited after they went to, they tried to claim this was a riot, but in fact it was an actual coup. And so we've seen this throughout history over and over and over again. Every time you see black progression, you see white push back to a level that you wouldn't even imagine. I mean, literally being a coup. So when Barack Obama was elected, all of these fucking white supremacists couldn't fucking stand it, and they were going to stop at nothing to get their white supremacist triple K fucking pointy hat, cankled McTaco tits in there because they needed it in order to push back this, they're taking the whites and becoming a minority. Really, that's kind of what it boils down to.
Oh, my God. Okay.
So when Barack Obama was president, we got a big backlash. They had to be punished for letting him get his office.
That's a great term for it, blacklash. That's right.
Okay.
Yep.
One of the things that I think is absolutely infuriating is people always talk about the declining birth rates for white people.
I know. It's
But
gross.
the reality isn't that. The number one group of people growing, the only group of people growing demographically in the United States, they're mixed, like myself, because white people might be declining when it comes to, blinking with other white people because, not everybody's attracted to their cousin. But
as it should be. Can you hurry up and mix everybody so we can quit having fucking race shit?
Right.
Let me point to this. The number one group in the United States mixing and having babies are white people. Oh my God. It's almost like if they just had like two brain cells and could put it together, they're not disappearing. They're literally just diversifying, which any species would be happy about, given the fact that it's more likely that your genetics will survive. But because they've got this on the same narrative that they had in 1906, because that's when we had these dirty immigrants come to the country. These people, they spoke a strange language, they had a strange religion, they were overproducing, having too many kids, they were stealing American jobs, messing up our economy, sending money back home. They also, they were very unsavory people. They were prone to disease and crime. These horrible people, these Polacks and Patties.
Okay, be careful with how you're saying that, because the AI is not going to realize that you're like being sarcastic, and they may get you or me. So please be careful.
Oh, no problem. But yeah, the original Great Replacement Theory was about the Irish, Italians, and Polish and Slavs who come to the country because they wanted them out of here. Like, there were actual massacres. Ludlow, Duff Cuddy, New Orleans, Louisiana, were towns unalived people for being immigrants. And the fact that today, more than half of those people's descendants hate immigrants.
Holy shit, thank you, APAC. Wow. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Crazy. It's crazy that their descendants hate immigrants so bad, and they don't realize that the original Great Replacement Theory was about them.
Yeah. No, it really is crazy that, like, because I hear people, why are you always bringing up race? Because it has infected everything. It really has. Subtly, subconsciously, it's in everything, and it's really fucking tragic. Also, the fact that, I mean, think about it. If you're like, we want to be able, we want to be white, we want to stay white, we don't want to have dark skin. It's like you're advocating for a less effective and efficient body, because melanin serves a fucking purpose, right? Now you have to get SPF 6 million in order for you to not go out and get a fucking skin cancer or whatever. So it's kind of odd to me. You know what I mean? Like, it serves a purpose in some places, but most of the world, it's not going to serve you well. You're going to have to protect yourself.
The only place I ever experienced racism is when I came to live in America. I was on a Greyhound bus, and you know how they make stops for food and the toilet and stuff. And this really sweet black soldier got on, and he came and sat next to me, and he and I were chatting, and then he got off, and no one would talk to me after that. And it's like,
yep, that happens.
I'm sorry, why is this happening?
They call you an N-word lover.
Right.
I'm in Missouri. I've been called that many times because I have a lot of
APAC.
ethnic friends, basically. And whenever people approach me about it, and they say, this is what my YT friends tell me: you better learn what color you are.
Isn't that fucking wild?
And that's it. Let me
so
tell you
gross.
something. That's a hint and a half for your ass, because they will beat you up. They will treat you like crap because they perceive that you open the door for that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't care. I'm
never.
tough. You can tell how I talk. I'm tough. I don't care. I'm from St. Louis, so I don't care.
Yeah, but you know what?
No.
The thing is,
Well, let me,
We've
let's,
never,
we got a
ever
couple.
had stuff like that with black boyfriends in the UK.
Yeah,
I've never experienced racism like that.
Yeah, and it's in everything. And matter of fact, it's so like everywhere for us. A lot of people
It's
don't
deeply
realize that
embedded.
a lot of people don't realize that it still exists because it's what's normal to them. So when somebody from the outside who doesn't exist in a place that's like that, they come here, they see it all just by default because they're not used to it. It's it's foreign to them. Now, real quick, we've got a couple new people. Let me get to Resistant and then APAC. Resistant, welcome in. Did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I have the feeling, or it's my opinion, that it's a lot because we did not hold anybody accountable after the Civil War.
Yes.
Could be.
No, I in large part, I agree. It never actually really ended. They just went into hiding. Stealth mode.
well, they also moved to Venezuela, and
Well, they weren't even in hiding after you have Joe Crow or the Crow
Jim Crow.
Jim Crow laws. You've got They didn't go into hiding. And Trump, all he did was plug into that racism that's been here.
They got quiet, started planning and plotting.
And then you get the Heritage Foundation, all that.
Yep.
I have to push back on that. So during Reconstruction in the United States, there were over 2,000 duly elected officials in the United States who were formerly enslaved. We also had the largest in human history literacy implementation. You have people who have been slaves their entire life, forbidden from learning how to read within the course of less than a year, being able to read from self-determination.
I think what I was trying to say was that there was no consequences for the traitors. Not really.
Not
They got
enough.
reparations. They got reparations.
Dear God, may I please, ma'am, the point that I was trying to make was Reconstruction. If it had been able to be completed, this country would not be what it is today. But since Lincoln was unalive, the president who replaced him, he is the one who made sure that all of the progress that had been made was wiped away. It practically doesn't exist just because people don't even know about the strides that had been made. America has been great, don't get me wrong, because it's been great when the Black and brown and indigenous people of this land has held it accountable to its Constitution and demanded what is promised in that Constitution for each and every one of us.
The U.S. has never been held accountable. If it was held accountable, every treaty that they signed with Native Americans, for example, would have been forced to be applied. But that's not true. So I don't know where that comes from. Let me get to Resistant. Did you want to say anything else before I get to AIPAC?
I mean, we can agree to disagree. I just think that if you're actually giving reparations to the landowners of that time instead of the people that were affected, then it has been worsened by some, because they got away with it, being a traitor to the country. And then there were no real consequences. And then, of course, after the civil rights movement, they were shamed and they shut up for a minute, but it was that backlash that happened after Obama. That's where we're at.
Yeah. Thank you, Resistant. I appreciate it. And I hadn't seen you in a while. It's good to see you again. AIPAC.
Good to see you too.
Yeah, AIPAC. Go ahead.
Yep. Hey, so I just...
You've kept me busy. I've had to reset my goal like 4 times. But thank you.
Yeah, I'm a conservative, so all I want is the liberals to work. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm teasing. Hopefully that rubs some people the wrong way and they come up and chew me out. But just a couple things. So I know we were talking, I guess, about like racism and stuff. So I came in the tail end. I just wanted to know like where the bridge, I guess, between like AI and racism kind of occurred.
Oh, good God. Actually, there's a terrifying bridge.
So we were talking about AI, right? And then all of a sudden, I get a pop-up and it says, gifting has been suspended for 10 minutes. And because apparently people weren't tapping and commenting enough. And that led me to complain about Israel, because people were tapping not a lot and they were commenting not a lot, but no less than any other time. And so I started shitting on Israel, and then that kind of led us down this path.
Yeah. Oh man. I don't know. I mean, I believe it. I believe that the logic can be skewed because, AI is, screens, this platform just in general. So we just got to be careful with that. But I think it's, I agree with your prompt with the AI bros controlling everything. But if they're going to control everything, then I think the government has a place to just, tether, their profits to a UBI and to a greater social welfare system. And I think it just has to happen. And I think that's a unifying factor with a lot of, Republicans and Democrats. Also, look at what's happening with all these special elections in the deep red states. They're they are swinging heavily towards Democrats for a reason.
30 out of 30.
Yeah, and it's to say that because I think some people used to think that, oh look, these people who voted for Trump or voted for Republican, like they're not flexible. And no, I mean at the end of the day, if you're not delivering on your promises, then there's going to be consequences, for that. So I mean, I'm optimistic that there's going to be regulations to curtail AI exploitation, and that it's going to be. So, also, if we get to 100K likes, I will change my name to McTaco Tits. So that's an incentive.
Oh, you guys get the tap, and I got to see that.
Sir, is that because you want 100,000 likes, or is that because you want McTaco Tits?
Well, because a part of me wants to. I mean, I always like to support this live. I think Tim is level-headed. I think if he ever met me in person, he might get me in a chokehold for some of the comments I made, but then afterward we'll probably have a nice beer or something.
No, that was just an excuse for me to make the joke about your taco tits. Do you go to Taco Bueno?
No, I go to Taco Bell. So
Tacos ruined tacos for me, and I love tacos.
You're in Texas, so I didn't know if you went to Taco Casa or Taco Bueno, because those are staples of Texas.
Yeah, no, I'm in New York.
Never mind, my bad. I was wrong for once.
No,
I lived there. I loved it.
That's fine, but I don't know. I just something about the host saying thank you, McTaco Tits. I think it'll be worthwhile. So guys, make my dream and fill the gallery. I think not a lot of people know that. Also, like these rankings, like D1, D2, C3, etc. Right, you're gonna keep going up, and there's some streamers that are D level, and I think you're C something. So I think you're better. But filling up the gallery does help.
It is based on the gifting. That's how those levels are ranked,
right?
Which is is crazy because I'm clearly being censored in some way. Like I've never seen that before. Suspending my gifting because it says people aren't tapping or interacting enough. That's fucking weird, man. That is weird.
And go host, if I might, for just a second. Sure. I'm mod for another panel or on another live. If you guys will take just a minute. Go down to the arrow at the bottom of the screen, tap that, click repost, copy link. You can add to story. All of that will help the live. And then also in the gifting, if you will heart the host, and then if you go to the top, that little heart next to his name, you click on that, you get your fan points. So that not only helps the host, it helps you. On any live that you're on, you can get those fan points.
Yeah,
but,
when you level
throw
up...
him a gift and throw the panel a gift. That helps everybody.
Yeah, once you get to level 10, because through points, you click on the heart me and it'll give you all those things. You can add points. Once you get to level 10, if you reach out to me and let me know when you get there, because it doesn't tell me necessarily. I have a group that only people that are 10 plus can be in, and I can, send you an invite to that. And if
that's amazing.
Yeah, if you guys are level 10 and you want in that, just let me know, because I think I invited a bunch of people. Some of them didn't show up. I don't know, but
I thought I was a 10 in your eyes, Tim.
Are you in the group? Are you in the group?
I don't know. I may be. I work so much.
I think you are. See, now you're giving me a complex.
And also one more thing, and then I'll shut up about this stuff. If you click on the gift thing and you look at the bottom, it says exclusive or interactive. If you click on the exclusive, there's things called Go Populars and different things. That helps the live more than any other kind of gift that you can give.
Yeah, no, and keep tapping. Let's get to 100K so APAC can become McTaco Tits.
Yeah.
I'm all about Taco Tits. Do you have a bra picked out?
Where's that? Where's the exclusive?
I bet it's pointy like Madonna's bra.
And maybe I'll even come up with a sticker for you. after you become McTaco Tits.
All right.
That way people can use that when you show up. You know, you'll be like Norm on Cheers.
Well, look,
my God.
mean, and that's dedication because you got to wait at least, I think, 7 days to change your name back. So,
Right.
So
I'm
I
stuck
just
with
thought
it
of an
forever.
awesome Halloween costume: a hat that looks like the McDonald's arches, and a bra with 2 tacos on it,
Holy shit.
and
Thank you, Feisty.
and a diaper.
And a diaper.
and a diaper. There you
That's
go.
funny. And see, look at this. Guys, I really appreciate the gifting. Like, seriously. Like, when I saw that fucking shit get taken off, that's, I don't know, it's very depressing. It's like, what do you
Let's
do?
overwhelm him with gifts. Come on, let's freak him out.
I'm not going to say no. I really do appreciate it. And I also, you know, if otherwise you want to support the live, I do have Crash App and Vimo, which you can find that stuff on my bio. $ Lib Loudmouth and at Lib Loudmouth. Of course, man, it's been a crazy ride. I don't know how long, but we'll ride this bitch until the wheels fall off. Okay. Like that person that came in is, you know, basically threatening that they were going to cut my brake lines on a certain date that's important to me that I've never talked about on my live. These people, we're dealing with some sick motherfuckers, man.
Oh yeah, I've gotten the unaliving threats myself.
Crazy.
Tell me they're going to come to my house and everything, and I'm like, man, I got a military dad. You want to come to my house? Go past the no trespassing signs. Pay no attention to those. Come on in my house because I'm a 2A liberal. So go ahead, take your chances, buddy.
Crazy. But with that, I mean, we can go back to the AI stuff if y'all want to. I mean, I'd love to trash TikTok
I'm all
too,
about
though, if we want to
intersectionality.
do that. Yeah,
I am all about intersectionality.
Let me actually play that clip from earlier. I won't play the long version. Let me rewind to the pertinent part, the Jesse Ventura video. Were you guys here whenever I played that? Anybody on the panel? Were you here when I played this? This is
Get your
fucking-
boots strapped up, Aaron.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's see. Let me go to.
Hey, not to interrupt you, but Serenity in the comments said Trump just made a big speech about 20 minutes ago.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I'm just telling you.
I don't know what that's about.
He was bad. He was probably
Hell, I
upset
think-
his diaper fell off. He was like, I'm going to ride
pretty
this bitch
sure-
until my diaper comes off. Let's
I think
see.
Trump's last weekend on Earth is his weekend.
Oh, I hope so.
All right, let's
I
see.
think that'll be the best thing for the world.
All right, here, let me pull this up. This is APAC. You may appreciate this. I don't know. I guess we'll see.
Oh,
And
God,
as a
it's
leader,
I want you to
like
and
know.
you know
Morgan,
this-
I hate him.
Okay, say I couldn't hear anything. Now what? What happened?
I said it's Piers Morgan. I can't stand him.
Oh, he's such a nozzle. I heard another voice that said host. Who was that? And again,
Oh,
thank you, Feisty, for the gifts.
No, host, I was just letting you know. Your voice goes up for an octave whenever APAC's around. Ooh.
That's funny. All right, here we go.
having been in the military, Trump wouldn't know it because he's a draft dodging coward. But anyway, it's this. A war is justified if you're willing to send your kids. Because how can you send somebody else's kids to a war if you won't send your own? So I'm calling right now for Barron Trump. Donald Trump's son, after all, he's had 3 wives, he's had kids by each wife, and nobody's ever served in the military. To my knowledge, a Trump in the last 100 years has never done military service. Well, Barron, you can change that. Enlist in the United States military right now. Do something your father didn't have the courage to do. Do something your father didn't have the patriotism to do. I want to see a Trump in the military. Everybody in my family has served, so I think I can say that with all due confidence. Come on, Trumps. Don't just reap the benefits of this free world. Somebody put on the uniform, and that's you, Barron. And I heard the excuse that Barron might be too tall. David Robinson served on active duty. He was 7 feet tall before he ever went to the San Antonio Spurs basketball team. David Robinson went to the United States Navy Military Academy. He's one of my officers, not directly, but he would have been.
Okay, look.
And Piers wanted to change the topic. You could tell that made him uncomfortable.
Yeah,
I don't know. He was
what's
shifting
the
around
word?
in
Yeah.
the seat. Like, I mean, he makes a great point. You know, if the president isn't willing to send his own child, then why would he send anybody else's?
But they've been saying that Barron's got spurs like his daddy, and that's why he can't go.
Yeah.
Daddy never.
The one thing I think they should have added to that was that the only reason that Trump's family is in the U.S. is because his grandpa was also a draft dodger.
Mm-hmm.
APEC, you were about to say something. What were you
Yeah.
gonna say?
So I think what peeves me about these wars is that it's, we have so many issues here in the U.S. that we got to resolve. And oftentimes what ends up happening is that we engage in conflicts that are external and avoid the things that are, here and present in our land. Because sometimes, I don't know, maybe it's easier, maybe it's a distraction, maybe it's hey, we need better economics overseas, so let's cause some disruption. But honestly, if we get to a position in the U.S. where we start to overutilize, or at least utilize or maximize more of our population, and then I think a lot of our economic problems will change. If you lift a lot of people out of poverty, a lot of economic problems will change. If you give them a sense of hope and invest in infrastructure, then a lot of our problems will change. So I don't know. That's what frustrates me about this war in particular. So just fix our own problems first.
Right.
Oh, this isn't about fixing problems.
Yeah.
That's not this at all. The United States, even if you look at over the last 5 years, the wealth of the 1% has increased 80 times. This is what we're seeing. This country becoming a third world country is just a fulfillment of what Trump promised. He said his favorite era in the United States was the Gilded Era, when 92% of the United States lived in abject poverty. We had more kids working in this country than grown-ups. We had Hoover towns all throughout the nation comprised of literally rubbish, trash. And we also had rampant outbreaks, cholera, yellow fever, smallpox, polio. The food was contaminated. That's why we created FDA. The water was contaminated. This country was a shithole country. But the 1%, those people lived like kings and they were untouched.
Right. And when did when did that tide change and start looking good for America? Well, that was when we had a strong middle class after we fought for union rights and all that kind of stuff. And then when did the middle class start to disappear? Well, that was the Reagan era. That's when he started pushing that trickle-down economics lie that has been repackaged and resold by the Republican Party over and over and over again, chipping away at the middle class and the productive parts of America that were actually working. That's when you started to see unions go away. That's when you started to see medical benefits and pensions and things like that start to disappear. Ghost, you got a ton of background noise.
Yeah, I know, but that's what we've been hearing forever, and we're kind of sick of hearing that shit. The world is not ending. There's nothing going on right now. Iran can't even reach us.
You're a moron.
Is your head in the sand or what? Are you not do you not have a news channel?
Every single year, it's like the Democrats come up on TV.
Dude, I'm not a fucking Democrat. Don't call me that shit. Don't call me a fucking Democrat.
Are you liberals? Are you liberals? Whatever you guys are. You guys come up on here.
Republican. A real
you guys
Republican.
come up on here and say that the world is ending. Trump is destroying the world. The world is ending
because
tomorrow.
He is.
California is going to be sunk underwater. We've heard the same bullshit over and over.
California is going to be its own independent republic. Sir, Princess, are you between the ages of 18 and 25?
Who?
You, Princess.
Talking to me?
Yeah, Princess, are you between the ages of 18 and 25?
Yeah, I'm not gonna talk to you. The host already knows my age.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, anyway, Princess, let me inform
Well, we
you.
don't
For
need
the
to,
first time in our nation's history,
like,
we
call
have a
names because it'll get you a violation. And if you keep
Yeah,
repeating
that
that,
was
it will
derogatory.
violation.
Oh, you think it was derogatory? I apologize.
Well,
Again,
I think
we
Ghost
have-
actually didn't you get a violation once when you were up on the panel? Like we
No,
had
that was
another
not me.
person
That was the
today
other guy.
get one. No,
That
I
was the
said
other guy.
Ghost.
He's talking
No.
to me, bro. Be
Yeah, I was
quiet.
talking about Ghost.
Holy shit.
Anyway,
No, I didn't get it.
I was
Yeah,
only
no,
bringing that up because we can't use that language anymore. TikTok is very particular, so just be careful.
Like, oh, okay. Like SHIT? Or
You can curse, but you can't call names, and that was directed at what's for dinner, not you, because she was saying
okay.
princess, and
Got
I think
it,
that'll probably get her dinged on TikTok. So
My apologies.
Yeah,
I was
and
just
that's
bringing
also not friendly language. Like you can't really engage.
For the first time in this
have a
nation's
heart-to-heart
history,
with somebody like that.
for the first time in this nation's history, we literally have an automatic selective service registry implemented January 8th of 2026.
I'm not sure what that has to do with Ghost was saying, but Ghost was saying what you were saying, like that's the reason that Trump got elected, is because he was pointing out the real issues that we have, although he lied about what he cared about, but he spoke about it, and that's why people elected him. So you're saying that Democrats are saying this, but in fact Donald Trump is the one that was saying those very things that got him elected. You understand that?
Yeah, but the difference is that Trump was using that to get some momentum to win the election. Nobody actually, anybody educated didn't actually believe California was going to be underwater by 2016, I think they said, or was it 2014? We've been hearing the same shit over and over again every year. There's nothing wrong with our country. If you want to get a job right now, work hard, you're 99% of the time you're going to be successful.
Well, sadly, a lot of the companies, and I don't know if it's on purpose, probably is, but they'll put out an application there's a job opening, and so you put your resume on there with information that is then sold. They're now selling that as data points, right? And the companies themselves they don't even have a damn job opening in some
and
cases.
I will tell you,
so
I'm a nurse by trade, and I'm trying to get a part-time job as a disabled person. A nothing job, a gas station, overnights, on the weekends. I can't find a job. Nobody will hire me. It's
Yeah, so
crazy.
I'm a permanent and total disabled veteran, 100% disabled, and I actually work with kids with autism, and I'm 21 years old, sorry. And because I went to the Army, the VA is paying my tuition. They're paying me a monthly rate, which is a couple $1,000s. And I'm also getting income from working with children with autism, which I don't even care about that income. That's something I just like to do. And in my hard work, I've been extremely rewarded by this country. I've been given opportunities most people my age don't have. Most people double my age don't even have it. So I'm very grateful for this country.
Sir, how are you?
Because
Sir, how
let
are
me
you?
finish.
How are you a disabled veteran?
What do you mean, how am I a disabled veteran?
I'm a Gold Star spouse. So when I hear people make claims, I like to substantiate them.
Okay, so ask me any question about the VA disability claim process, and I'll be able to say, what's step 3 of the VA disability claim process?
So we're not talking about the process. We're talking about the ailment, because to get 100% is a really hard thing to do.
Yeah, you have to go through the VA disability claim process to get 100%, right?
Yeah.
Obviously.
What are your percentages?
I'm 100% rated for mental health disorder. Why do I have to be specific with you and get personal?
Yeah, I don't think it's fair to ask him about his health status on a live, and I'm not taking up for him. I'm just saying that as a nurse, I think that's private health information.
He volunteered it. I didn't ask.
Yeah,
okay,
and it's it's also like derogatory for a disabled veteran. Like you don't really ask disabled veterans.
My husband got pew-pew 13 times and burned over 3/4 of his body. So when I ask questions, it's because I'm thinking about his service, not to mention the fact that I've deployed myself to Kandahar.
Well, then, just like your husband, who I relate to, who's a disabled veteran, then you should know better than to ask other disabled veterans and try to use your questioning.
How can you relate to my husband? He was pew-pew 13 times and burned over 3/4 of his body.
Is he a permanent and total disabled veteran?
No.
So how do you know that what I went through is not worse than he did? Because I'm rated much higher than him.
Because you're alive.
I'm alive?
Yeah, she's a gold star wife, she said.
Wow.
What is a gold star wife?
I
What does that
can't
mean?
believe what's coming out your mouth, young lady.
A gold star wife means you're a widow.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
But back to what I was saying. So when I joined the Army back when I was 18 or whatnot, and I worked hard for about a year, and I was medically injured in the Army, I was rewarded for my hard work, and the benefits that I retained from that is going to carry on for the rest of my life, even after I graduate college, which they're paying for and these things. And I also work, even if I didn't have those benefits, like I said, I also work a job as a behavioral therapist, and they have programs and stuff within that job where they could cover my tuition and stuff. So there's opportunity every which way you look for. And I also got scholarships back when I was in high school because I worked hard. So every which way that you work hard in this country, you're going to be rewarded exponentially.
Well, let me say this. Thank you both for your service, but your opportunities as a veteran are not actually relevant to what the opportunities are for everyday Americans who did not serve.
Not only
The
that, but-
unemployment rate is crazy under Trump. It's high.
yeah, it is, and it's gonna.
Yeah, you're
it's
right.
gonna.
You're right. Most people aren't disabled, and most people didn't go through any sort of crisis which would grant them 100% disabled, permanent and total. So you're
Well, they're-
absolutely right. I'm actually in a worse position than most people.
What the fuck? Well, a lot of people go through trauma and there's no benefit to them, even if that trauma was of no fault of their own. But let me just play a clip because we can kind of get back. We can use this to segue back into the topic that's on the board here. Let me play this video and then kind of give a rough go of the platform and framework that Donald Trump has put forward about AI. Let's watch this here.
I'm Figure 3, a humanoid built in the United States of America. I am grateful to be part of this historic movement to empower children with technology and education. Welcome.
And so this right here, they're pushing robots to teach children essentially, effectively. They're going to get rid of teachers. And then when you look at the proposals that have been put forth by this administration, let me pull it up so that you can kind of get the name of it and you can look it up for yourself. Winning the Race, America's AI Action Plan. Let me read the quote. Today, a new frontier of scientific discovery lies before us, defined by transformative technologies such as AI. Breakthroughs in these fields have the potential to reshape the global balance of power, spark entirely new industries, and revolutionize the way we live and work. As our global competitors race to exploit these technologies, it's a national security imperative for the U.S. to achieve and maintain unquestioned and unchallenged global technological dominance. To secure our future, we must harness the full power of American innovation. And then as you go through here, he's going to be forcing AI into every agency in the federal government. He's going to be pushing AI into manufacturing for autonomous robots, and so that robots can improve the workflows of manufacturing. And all of that will displace workers. It'll actually remove the ability for you to work. Yes, it can create other industries around it, to help, to maintain robots and what have you. But ultimately, there's no plan in place in this document as it relates to making sure that people are benefiting. It's just so that the government benefits. And really, it's so that the 13 billionaires he put around him and in his cabinet benefit. Because they're the ones that will own and control and influence all of this shit. So what you're talking about, all this, the ability for people to make money or whatever, that's going away, and it's going away fast. It's probably going to be a lot faster than people even realize. So what do you say about that? Does everybody just go to trade school to learn how to maintain a robot? What do we do? What do you think?
Yeah, can you hear me? Because I think my internet is lagging.
You had a bar. You had one bar, but I can hear you. I can hear you now. Yes, go ahead.
Perfect. So, funny enough, on what you said, they actually implemented an AI system for the VA, and especially with the VA claim. So what they do now is they have an AI running through the entire VA claim and looking for any sort of inconsistencies with an individual's claim. And what they do is if the AI detects something, which by the way AI messes up time and time, and the veteran essentially loses all his benefits and he goes back to being homeless and no security. So I do agree with that aspect. Secondly, when it comes to AI taking over jobs, there's certain jobs that are just never going to be replaced. One of them being as lawyers, which I'm currently studying for, going into law school. Another being doctors and things like that. So if you're somebody who's at risk of your job being taken over due to the progression of AI, then maybe you need to develop your skills and maybe you need to work harder than you used to do or than you're used to. And you need to find a career path which won't be taken over by AI and which you can stabilize it.
So somebody in their 40s just go back to school? And who pays for it?
Well, there's a lot of different ways for getting college paid for. If they're working a good job.
Young man, what's a Juris Doctorate?
All right, you're not going to interrupt me and just dilute the conversation like that. Let me finish.
I'm not diluting anything. You just said you were going to school for something. I'm asking what a Juris Doctorate is.
I'm not going to be a Juris Doctor.
You're not? Are you sure?
Well, and not just that, but the AI can currently pass the bar exam, and they've actually had lawyers themselves using AI created, responses and stuff in the courtroom. So the claim that lawyers can't be replaced with AI systems, I'm not sure how accurate that is.
Terrible claim. So a lot of lawyers are actually getting a lot of backlash because a lot of the claims they were using generated from AI are actually a lot of the cases that they were referring to and referencing didn't actually even exist. So if first and foremost, if they were to perfect AI to that extent where they could have maybe the AI reach 100% accuracy, which is more than likely impossible, then yeah, obviously that there would be a risk for lawyers. But even so, I don't think that would completely replace lawyers. Lawyers would just utilize AI, or AI would be more so integrated with a lawyer's job rather than replacing the job as a whole.
Yeah, sir, again, do you know what a Juris Doctorate is?
Okay, I'm not going to engage with you.
How long have you been going to law school, young man? Because I passed the bar 12 years ago, so I'm curious.
Yeah, the bar 12 years ago, anybody could pass that. It's not comparable.
Yeah, in California, you're absolutely right. Yep, 100% again. What is a Juris Doctorate?
What is the point?
Yeah, I'm not engaging with you. I already told you that.
Yeah, because you're simple and you're an outright liar. A Juris Doctorate is the degree you would get to becoming a lawyer.
So you don't believe that Ghost is studying to be a lawyer? Is that what you're... Oh, you're breaking up again, Ghost.
Yeah, again, I passed the bar. The minimum that you get to become a lawyer is a Juris Doctorate. And I repeatedly asked him. He would know if he was in law school, period.
Oh, did he say he was in law school? I thought he said he was studying to become a lawyer.
Is she... Yeah, is she crazy? Because I never said that I was in law
Okay,
school. So
you
I
got
think
to
she
be
might
careful with that
crazy.
language. TikTok will get you. No, she's not crazy.
Oh, okay.
Anyway,
Yeah, I never said I was a lawyer. I said
have it in for him.
You do what,
I said I'm
Feisty?
working towards becoming a lawyer.
What were you saying, Feisty?
I said she really seems to have it in for him.
I don't like liars.
There is some
fundamentally.
stress there between the two. I sense it too.
Why did
I sense a disturbance in the force.
I'm a lawyer.
Well, maybe we can hash this out. So you are taking issue with Ghost Dinner because of you believe that he's not being forthright.
I think that everything we've heard out of this man has been a lie.
Okay.
Okay, what about me is a lie? What about me? Let her clearly identify what the lie is. What's the lie?
We can hash this out if we need to, so that we can move on. Go ahead, you two.
Yeah, no, let's hash this out. What's the lie? Go ahead and tell us. What's the lie? I'd love to hear this, please. Let's see. Yeah, let's see.
It's quite clear. First, you indicated that you were getting 100% permanent and total as a result of mental illness. Then you indicated you had an injury.
So how is that a lie? Yeah, mental illness, having 100% disability for mental illness is considered an injury. You have a medical injury.
No, it is not.
Okay, so I'm lying about being a disabled veteran because I used the word injury instead of saying I have a disability.
Sir,
Okay, good. What's the next lie? What's the next
lie? You
lie?
do understand. I was a lawyer for the VA. You are on the panel with the wrong person to lie to me.
What's step 3? So what's step 3 of the VA claim process? You should know this.
No, sir. What you're not getting is very simple.
Okay, what's step 4? What's step 4?
It is a minimum of a 1-year process to get rated.
I got rated. No, that's a lie. I got rated within 5 months, so it's not a 1-year process. That's on the higher end.
No, buddy. No. What you're not going to do is lie to me.
I got rated service connected within 5 months. How about this? I'll pull up the documentation as soon as. All right, how about this?
Yeah, buddy.
Watch this. Everybody, watch this. We'll see who's lying.
What was your discharge code?
I don't
on
want
your
you to lie.
DD-214. On your DD-214, what's your discharge code?
Even if my discharge was dishonorable, you can still become a permanent total disabled veteran.
Buddy. Whoa. Nobody said anything about dishonorable. Please, let's not do these things.
So what is your questioning? Where are you going with your question? Because having your characterization of discharge, your characterization
of service, there's one goddamn discharge you would get.
No, that's not how it works. I was discharged for service connect. I was discharged for a service connect disability, but if you're discharged for something else, you can still become a permanent total disabled veteran.
Yeah. What was your discharge? It's simple.
For medical reasons. What's your where are you going with this? So what was the lie? What was the lie?
What was your discharge? That's all I'm asking.
My discharge type? Or the characterization of discharge? Which are you referring to?
Dude, stop fucking doing this gift gallop when you're talking. What was your discharge?
It sucks because his shit's clearly. We can't hear you, Ghost, if you're talking. You're cutting in and out. And I don't know that we can prove or disprove what Ghost is saying.
I taught DTAP for 3 years. That's the discharge class that every service member has to go through when they're leaving the military. I worked with the VA for disability. A number of things he has said have been incredibly inaccurate to the extent of being outright lies. So that's why I'm asking, because this is very, very sus to me. And I'm trying to be respectful because it's your life. My husband gave his life for this country. So to have somebody up here 20 years old.
Hold on, 2 minutes. I'm going to show you.
I don't care about your papers. I don't care. If you don't know this simple shit, there's something terribly fucking wrong.
Well, I mean, if he has paperwork.
Oh, now you don't care. So now you don't care about the evidence? Now you don't care about the evidence?
Bro,
now she doesn't
do you
care.
not fucking understand the majority of what you said? is contrary to like reality.
You know
and how
what's fun?
the
You
VA
couldn't
works.
even name 2 steps in the VA disability claim
What are
process.
you
Don't I can name every
Princess, yo,
step. I can talk
no,
about
no, you're
I
not
can
gonna
talk
say
about
this
the
bullshit
CM
around me.
I can
No,
talk
no,
about
you're
the
lying sack
CMP
of shit.
exam. I can
Step
talk
one,
about everything.
claim received. Step 2, initiate review. Evidence gathering is step 3. Step 4,
Good
evidence review. Step
job.
5 is rating. Step 6
How long
is
did it
preparing
take you to look
decision
that
letters.
up? How
Bitch,
long did it take you to look that up?
I worked for the VA, you dumb shit.
But you couldn't answer that 5 minutes ago. So you might be lying about working for the VA because I don't even work for the VA. I'm a disabled veteran. I knew the entire claim process, start to finish.
What
You don't
the
even
fuck
know
are you
what you're talking about.
What? Okay.
You just have to
you
look
don't
it
even
up
know how
on
the fuck
Google.
you got out of the military. When I asked you repeatedly, you can't tell me.
Because I don't need to tell you that to prove that I'm a disabled
I
veteran.
don't have to tell you that.
Whatever characterization of discharge and narrative for separation has nothing to do with becoming a veteran. You're uneducated completely. That doesn't
What the fuck are
contribute
you
to being a
talking
veteran.
about, dum dum? You would be medically discharged. You see how simple that is?
Okay,
That's not the only way to become a. That's not the only way to become a disabled veteran. Are you
If you
stupid?
were hurt in service, you are
Yes,
20 years old. You said you were hurt
was
in
medically
service.
discharged.
No, you were hurt in service.
I was
There's
medically
only
discharged.
fucking one way, and you're
But
getting 100%
most
over a
disabled
13-month claim. There's no fucking way.
Okay, hold on, guys.
Let me just pull up the evidence. Hold on, I'm gonna just pull up the paperwork because she doesn't even know what she's talking about.
Let's pause here real quick because I'm hearing some names and hopefully the AI isn't detecting it. I don't know, but we can't call names. It's harmful to the live. Out of respect for me, I'd appreciate it if you would not engage in that. I don't want to hear the dumb words or dumb shits or M words. I mean, somebody got dropped the other day for saying moron, right? We can't do that. Out of respect for me, please don't engage in that. And I'll just shut this down. I'll have to drop both of you if that continues. I'd like to find resolution here. If Ghost has information he's willing to offer to you dinner, would that suffice for you? If he has something that proves something.
I don't need to see paper because
So once I show you the paperwork proving that I'm a permanent total disabled veteran.
Sir, it's really simple. What is your rating? What is your rating? Your actual rating.
What do you mean by rating?
For permanent and total, there can only be one rating. For permanent and total, there's only one rating. Oh my God, she's uneducated completely.
Okay.
I'm completely uneducated. Okay. Yeah, do you understand how many ratings you get? Do you understand? Do you even have a premise of that?
There's only one rating. There's only one rating for permanent and total. Are you clueless? You worked for the VA. There's only one rating for permanent and total. You can't have 70. You can't be 70% permanent and total. Are you like good?
No, sir.
So you can be 70% permanent and total. So you can be 70% permanent total according to you.
Clearly lying.
You don't know what you're talking. You don't even know.
How the VA ratings process works, sir. That is not how the VA ratings process works.
I'm lying. Hold on.
I swear on everything I have ever learned.
And once I pull it up, you better apologize.
You can print something from the internet. What you
so
are
then
saying
what
is
are you arguing? So then what are you? So if you don't care about the proof, then what are you bitching?
That's not proof.
What are
if you don't even
about?
know what the ratings are. You understand that you can have 15 different ratings equal up to 100. That's why I was catching you on it, because you're lying.
What? But if you're permanent in total, you're already 100. Are you? Oh my God! It doesn't matter what they all add up to. If you have one condition which you're rated permanent in total for, you're 100% permanent in total disabled.
That's not how that works, sir.
Okay, well let me ask this.
Oh my God! Hold on. So if you have one condition which you are rated for permanent in total, 100%, you're not 100% permanent in total, even if the other conditions are 10%, all of them.
Sir, that is not how the VA claims process even works.
Oh my God! No. She's never worked for the VA. Anybody in elementary school would know this. If the VA grants you a service-connected, disability for only one disability that's rated at 100% permanent in total, your combined rating, regardless of any of your other claims, regardless if you got 10%, 20%, is still 100 permanent in total.
Sir,
have you lost your mind?
Sir, do you not understand that it is almost impossible? You can lose both legs and only be at 30%.
So when I show you my permanent total, which I'm 2 minutes away.
No, I don't.
I'm 2 minutes away from showing you.
I don't
Don't
care
run
what
away.
happens.
Okay,
Run
so-
away.
No, sir. You can be
All
at
right, all right.
30% and lose both legs.
So then why are you saying
All right.
I'm lying if you don't want to see the evidence? But she's claiming that
you're
I'm
full
lying.
of shit.
So if I show you the paperwork, then are you going to apologize and admit
Sir,
that you're an embarrassment?
You are obviously. You didn't even know what a Juris Doctorate was. I think that you're seriously mentally
So if
ill.
I
That's
show
for
you
sure.
paperwork, back to our question, that I am a disabled veteran, permanent and total, will you apologize for trying to be
I will
derogatory
say, I
to
hope
someone who
people
has
with
served this
stolen valor
country?
burn in hell.
Okay, we all say that. The VA doesn't give permanent and total status to people with stolen valor. No, you did not work for the VA at all. When did
Sir,
you work for the VA?
I swear to
when
God,
did you work for the VA?
if you were in proximity to me right now, I would call the cops on myself.
Okay, now that is kind of funny. Okay,
You wouldn't be able to touch
I
me.
don't think that we're going to find resolution here. I tried.
No, wait,
Right.
we're gonna find resolution because I'm about to pull up the sheet right now.
You're gonna pull up
We're
a
gonna
piece
find
of paper,
resolution.
but you don't even know how the VA claims process works at all. You can have both
Well-
legs amputated
Can I
and not
just say
have a
something?
30% rating.
Hello?
Yes, feisty. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
just
and you could also have no legs missing and be 100% permanent. So what are you
Hello?
saying?
That is
It's not
true.
based
Okay.
on how many limbs you're missing.
Hello?
Yeah.
What
I
is she
just
saying?
Okay,
Yo, I've
Ghost,
never
Ghost,
online
Ghost, hold on. Let's let
and
Feisty
a
jump in real quick.
permanent
Alright, can you
and
kick her?
total disability
ahead,
rating
Feisty.
in the U.S. military VA system is 100%.
Dear God, ma'am.
Thank you.
No,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
No.
Thank
this is
you.
wrong.
Everybody
This is
knows
fucking
this.
wrong.
What are you
My
arguing?
husband's
Swear
grave. This
on
is
my
wrong.
life.
Ma'am,
That
I
is
understand
what
what you're
I
saying.
Everything I'm
Ma'am,
saying
I
has been
understand what you're
factual.
saying. I'm trying to tell exactly how this works. This works that the VA.
You don't know how it works.
Shut the
You have no idea.
Sir,
You had
you
to
are
look
a
up the
terrible
steps.
little person.
You had
and it
to
is
search up the
disgusting.
steps.
I didn't have to search shit, kid. 100% rating is an accumulative rating.
No, it's not.
For the love of God. I'm going to
It's not
call.
a cumulative rating.
Yes, the
It doesn't
fucking
have to
It's
be.
disgusting.
Doesn't
You
have to be.
understand? My husband was pew-pewed 13 times. Over 2/3 of his body.
Okay, so
and you're
what?
sitting up here lying like you fucking are.
Why would I lie about being a disabled veteran? What sense does that make?
Because
Okay,
you
okay,
are
okay. No
pathetic.
more talking. No more talking. I'm pulling it up right now. I'm signing into my VA.gov, and I'm gonna pull up my benefits summary.
Cool. Yeah,
letter.
great. Your
Okay, you
VA.gov.
ready?
You didn't even know your service connection. You didn't even know that.
What?
I had to say
What?
medically discharged.
What
You
is
didn't
she
even say medically
talking about?
discharged. When I asked you, and you could have simply said medically
Okay. I'm pulling it up right now. Hold on. I'm about to turn on my camera. Don't worry. We're gonna prove you wrong, and you're gonna be the biggest embarrassment and the biggest disgrace to America
my
after
healthy
today.
vet.
Okay,
Are you on
now-
your my
now-
healthy vet?
now
Are you
don't-
on my healthy
okay.
vet? Yes or no?
Okay. Okay, so
Ready?
please don't dox yourself,
Yeah.
right? I'm even afraid to put your information up here. Don't.
Oh,
don't
yeah. Go
don't
up to the
dox
bar.
yourself.
Go up to
I'll
the
blur it
fucking
out.
bar.
I'll blur it out.
Go up to the bar.
Okay.
Go
Well,
up to the
here,
bar.
well, let me
Go
make
up
it
to the
small.
bar.
Let me know.
I'm
Let me
signing
know
in.
when you're ready. Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll put on my camera. I'm signing in right now. I was just showing her.
Yeah.
And
You better apologize after I show you.
I
this.
want to see the bar. I don't care about whatever BS you're trying to do. Show the bar.
Whatever BS I'm trying to do. Okay.
He hasn't been.
VA.gov website is BS. Okay.
Wait, if you wait. You sign into VA.gov. You don't sign into My Healthy Vet.
Are you completely Oh my god! I can't believe she just asked me a dumber. I'm not even gonna respond to that. I think Google will be
Sir,
able to
you don't
answer your
even
question
know.
right there.
You don't
have-
even know the basic stuff a vet would know.
MyHealth.vet is not for seeing your benefits. VA.gov is for seeing your entire benefits. What are you talking? You don't even know what planet you're on.
Sir, are you crazy?
You don't know what you're on.
And I will point out that actually Ghost, because Ghost was up there and he had, we'd talked about this to some degree last time he was up, and it actually hurts his own argument by
saying that he gets this disability because I think he'd said it was almost $4,000 a month or something like that. And that's not me sharing information that he didn't share on my live. So it hurt his own argument, right, when offering that information. So I don't know. I don't know enough about it. And I understand, Dinner. I understand how upsetting it is to you to even think that somebody is doing that. But, I don't know. I'd hope that we could smooth out some of the tension between you, but
on the va.gov site, that's where I got my info.
Exactly.
Okay,
I don't know
ma'am,
what she's talking
that is a
about.
cumulative, for the love of God, that is a cumulative thing. The cumulative being the main thing. And how can you exactly log on to the website right now, sir, when it's literally up for maintenance?
Is that why it's not letting me log in? It says
You had it
signed
pretty
in
clear.
earlier.
Whatever you were logging in on, had it up really clear.
Yeah, that's the va.gov website. You still have to sign
That
into
wasn't,
it.
sir.
I'm
that
gonna-
wasn't.
I'm trying to do it on my computer. Hold on.
Guess what?
No,
I have my
you can
surviving
sign
spouse
into the
benefits. No, I
VA.gov.
have my surviving spouse benefits, and mine doesn't come up. And then when I looked under my son's profile, it doesn't come up because the entire site is down, turns out. I wanted to hear you further fucking lie, is what I wanted.
well, he has
Okay,
been
well,
trying to.
I'm trying to sign in right now, so we're gonna see
No,
if
you
it's really
didn't.
shut down.
Buddy.
Well,
You couldn't
this
even.
is
You couldn't. That's not available right now.
well, this is
The
va.gov.
website is
This is-
available. He's on the website.
This is
What are you
what
talking
he
about?
showed on his screen earlier. This blue bar, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure, is what I was seeing when he put it up there on the screen.
Yeah, no, that's the va.gov. That's
So
that's the screen it was on.
this is
That's
working.
what I
The
signed
top right
into.
corner is where you sign in.
Right. And it says upcoming
That's
site
funny.
maintenance. We'll be working on va.gov soon, March 27th. So that it's supposed to go down tomorrow. It says during this time you may have trouble signing in using online tools. So this is working, but the sign in is going to be the issue. But it's not
No, I
scheduled
actually
till
just
tomorrow.
signed in. No, I'm in. So here we go.
Oh, you are?
You
Okay.
ready? Hold
Yeah.
on. Yeah, I'm pulling it up
please,
right now.
Please don't doctor yourself.
No, I got you. Trust me. No. I'm not gonna put my name and stuff in there. I'll just show where it says I'm permanent in total.
Here, let's what do you got
So-
here, Dinner? Let's see what she's got here. Yeah, it's scheduled
So
for
this is-
tomorrow.
So this is where I'm on right now, right?
Okay,
It
let's
shows
see.
it shows you all your benefits and stuff, right? So here they gave me proof of service card. I served honorably in the United Armed Forces. Benefits summary and verification letter. Let me see. Right there. Permanent and total disability status. Checked off. You are a liar, and you should apologize to me right now.
Show
Apologize
us
to me right
whatever
now.
fucking evidence you got.
Apologize to me right now.
Show us what the fuck evidence you got, buddy.
I
since you
just
were so
showed
fucking-
it. I just showed
No, the
it.
fuck you didn't. You showed the fucking opening page.
Okay, you want to see the actual letter? I mean, okay.
I don't need to see the letter. Just show your fucking rating.
Let's see. Let me go to frequently asked
Oh
questions.
wait, right here. Perfect. Okay, big screen me.
Okay, and nothing's going to dock you?
Wait, hold on.
Okay. Oh,
Wait,
hold on.
Let me just make sure.
Pretty easy. Pretty
Okay.
easy there, bud.
Okay.
All right, can we read this? Can we read it?
Let's see. Your current monthly award amount is okay, and that's exactly the amount that he said the other day when
That
he was
doesn't
up
have
here.
nothing to do with the rating. That is.
No,
that-
read this. Read this part right
The
here.
effective, the effective
Just
date
show the fucking
of
rating.
when you became totally and permanently disabled due to your service-connected disabilities, October 4th, 2025. Okay, that's proof for
Okay,
me.
so what?
That is not a
Exactly.
rating. That is not how the VA works at all. So can you just show
Okay.
your rating,
He
sir?
just
It
he
says
just
the rating right there. The rating
It
is right
said-
here. Look, right here, 100%. You see it? Right. It literally
Here,
says
let
right
me-
here, 100%. Right here, 100%
You are being-
rate.
yeah.
Right.
paid at-
100% rate.
It says,
yes.
well, here, go back and I'll read it. I'll read it for everybody. You are being paid at the 100% rate because you are unemployable due to your service-related disabilities.
What does it say right next to it?
That's act.
What does it say right next to it? Yes.
Oh, Oh, yes, it did say that.
Exactly.
Okay, so we're
So
proving that
don't
he's
ever.
not lying.
First and foremost, the reason why I got upset is because anybody who's a disabled veteran, I don't care who you are, if you served for 1 day, 2 days, whatever the reason you're disabled, you deserve respect. You shouldn't have to sit here and prove that you shouldn't have to sit here and
I got it. Yeah, Ghost, go ahead.
yeah, you shouldn't have to sit here and prove that you served your country and that you're a respectable, person. And the only reason why I proved that to her, and it's funny that she left now because she's a total embarrassment. Of course she's gonna leave, but yeah, don't ever disrespect veterans, especially if they're disabled. You don't know what they went through. You don't know what they're going through in life. Don't sit here and try to say a disabled veteran is lying. Okay, that's completely disgusting, and I don't accept that.
And see, now if you're up later and this comes up, because you also had questions about it the last time this had come up, although not to that extent, I can vouch for you because I saw it.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, I appreciate you showing that. I'm sorry that it went that way. I was hoping that some tension would smooth out, but it is what it is.
Yeah, no. Sorry for getting heated, dude. It just that
No, you're
topic
good.
really sets me off because it's like there are so many like disabled veterans that I speak to, and that are really suffering, and they gave their all, and they don't deserve any sort of derogatory words towards them or anything like that, and not just for me. I'm just one person, but some advice for her would be next time you encounter another veteran, whether he be disabled or not, treat them with respect. These are people that put their life on the line, that went through things that most people really didn't. So just show like some respect. That's it.
Yeah, that sucks, man. I'm sorry. I don't even know what to say to that, really.
That was just so sad that we had to go through all
Right.
that.
Yeah.
And particularly that you were, discharged or left on mental health grounds. The last thing you need is someone attacking you like that. I know she lost her husband, and I'm very sorry about that. But it seems to have made her into a very angry person.
Agreed. And also, it's like if your husband was also a veteran who went through something like that, you should know what we go through and what we deal with, especially on a daily basis. You should know better than to.
Oh, I have a very good friend who's in Ukraine at the moment, and he's been there since the beginning. He's going through, and he's with special forces over there.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why she's so upset if you believe, in her position that somebody is lying. I understand being upset by that. I get it, but it's, Ghost, you're right. It is disrespectful, especially when you're able to prove it. But yeah, that is like, somebody is, or they're saying that they're 100% disabled due to, some mental whatever, and then to like poke and prod at them.
And just continue and continue and continue and continue.
Yeah.
And then the thing is, when I told her I was going to show her the evidence, she was like, I don't care. I don't want to see it.
Yeah.
Like, what? What do you, like, so then what are you complaining about?
I'm sorry. I wish we could get more people in here.
It's, I mean, I think at the end of the day, right? Like, if you tell me something, I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. I mean, yeah, it seems like you verified it, but or else we just live, in a society where we always have to question every single, data point of everyone's life.
Isn't that sad, though, Airpack, that we have to do that?
Yeah, I mean, that's sad. I mean, it's like, for example, I mean, I trust, the reason I can converse and with panelists is because, I trust for the most part that they're going to operate on good faith, that they don't have my It's not like a bad faith argument. If I turn on my camera, I hope I'm not getting like sniped. Hey, they're gonna use my, picture on a Captain Crunch box or something. Look, right? So I look like a pretty, I don't want to say innocent,
You look
but
like a perfectly normal human being.
perfect. I like to think so. So I don't have the hairy chest yet. I'm still working on that, but that's but anyway, maybe that's something that the host can put on the TikTok shop. Chest hair, bro.
That's funny. I need to get my chest hair sticker going. Yeah, what's for dinner said in the comment, you said you work with kids. Now, I did look this up because it was interesting. The last time you brought this up, Ghost, is that, even when you're 100% disabled for the military, I looked it up.
You can make $10 million, you can make $50 million, you can make $100 million. It's not going to affect anything.
I mean,
so the fact that working with kids with autism, first of all, I don't even make that much money from it. Secondly, it's more for personal enjoyment. It's something I like to do. I like to help kids for autism. So to insinuate the fact that I can't be permanently disabled for working with kids with autism, that's completely illogical. There are millionaires who are 100% permanently and total disabled. So there's no income restriction when it comes to being 100% permanent and total.
Yeah, so there's another classification. When I looked it up, it's like a TDIU or something, like total disability for like unemployability, I think is what they called it.
Yeah.
They aren't allowed to work. And so I like
they haven't.
What
well,
that
they're allowed
means,
to
I
work.
don't.
There's two different. So with TDIU, you're allowed to work. It's just there's an income restriction. It's about $15,000, the federal poverty threshold.
Per year or per month?
Not, per year. So that's only for your TDIU. And if you're also TDIU, which I don't recommend going on TDIU unless you're really struggling, but you can also apply for this other thing where you basically, if your employer, the place you're working at, is making special circumstances for you, like they're allowing you extra breaks, letting you leave early, letting you take additional days off, things like that, then they don't count that income restriction. But the reason why I don't recommend veterans to go with TDIU is because it just creates a lot of unnecessary stuff, like you have to, if you're working, you have to always be aware of how much you're making, you have to report that. So it's like a lot of extra
Kind of like
unnecessary
Social
steps.
Security in that regard. Well, now
Whereas
they're saying in the comments
regular,
that your paper had said unemployable, that you were unemployable or whatever. Does that, like, are you on the TDIU? Do you have to?
No. So when they do an initial claim, right? They can grant you like a regular rating, and they also do they also see if you're able to suffice for TDIU, right? So if you're able to suffice for TDIU, they grant it. But if you're also a 100% regular, you can they take off that TDIU essentially.
I see.
So you're temporarily unemployable while your claim is processing, but if they do end up in the end granting that 100% PNT, then TDIU is completely removed, and then TDIU gets removed. And also, if you make above the federal threshold, like I told you, they automatically remove that from you. So that's why I don't like TDIU.
Well, now they're saying in the comments that your paper said unemployable on it. Does it say that? And why does it? Not that I'm asking, but now the goalpost has been moved, because originally it was you were lying about your disability, and now it's it says he's unemployable, which I guess it really doesn't matter, but
yeah. Well, the thing is, it's like when they do the original initial claim, there's like a couple of things where, like for certain veterans, right, if they don't meet certain criteria, they still get certain claim letters, even though it doesn't directly apply to them. So when they did my claim and they granted my service-connected disability, they temporarily applied TDIU. That's why it shows up. But because that I got the 100% regular rating, it superseded the TDIU evaluation. So when you can still be on TDIU, but you get TDIU gets taken off in the final evaluation of your claim if they do determine to give you that 100% P&T.
I see. So like in the first month or two or whatever it is, you couldn't actually go out and work. Is that accurate?
Well, no,
then
because
once you get the final, it changes?
by the time my TDIU was instituted, I had already gotten granted 100% like the following week. So unless I was making like 15 grand in like 1 week, which is like pretty impossible for someone like me, then it really wouldn't affect anything.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What's for dinner? What's for dinner? Like, I see you in the I don't know. I don't understand what it is that you're doing. You thought he was lying about his disability. He proved to us that he's not lying about it. The nitpicking of like the words and what it is and what it means and whether or not he's working and shouldn't be working. Like, I personally don't give a shit if he's not supposed to be working and is working.
If I'm 10%, 20%, if someone is 10% disabled veteran, I'm not going to sit and be like, oh, I'm 100% permanent total, you're 10%, so I'm more valuable than you. No. If someone tells me they're a 10% disabled veteran, I'm still gonna show them the same amount of respect, whether they're not a disabled veteran, whether they are a veteran or not. You know?
No, I don't.
Oh, I guarantee if I'd said to her, "Oh, I'm going to die in 1.5 years of cancer," which you know is true, she'll turn around and say, "Oh, you're lying."
Yeah, exactly. Everything is a lie according to her. She might be a skeptic.
Well,
that's an understatement.
Look, I like What's for Dinner. She comes up here regularly. I don't have any beef with her. But I don't. I'm not in agreement with her on this one.
Why don't you invite her back up here and like maybe let's see where she's coming from? I don't even understand. Like honestly, I've never even encountered.
She's welcome to come back. I mean, if she. I've
never met somebody like so obsessed with proving that a veteran is fake. Like, if someone's lying about being a veteran status, they're not gonna have an account on VA.gov listing their payments and all the benefits they're getting from the VA. Like, I don't know
in the amount he showed was the amount that he said he was getting when he was. You were up here last week or something? I don't know. It's been maybe a week or so.
Look up right now on Google. What's the 100% payment rate 2026 of the VA? It's going to be exactly the number I showed you, 39.38.
Yeah, and that's what you said last time. And even people on the panel then were like, thought maybe you might be fudging some things, but nobody.
Because the thing is, people get insecure. Like they think about a 20-year-old who has their house, has their own house, has their own car, has their tuition paid for, has consistent income, and they think to themselves, "There's no way this kid can be doing better than me." Well, guess what? I didn't get to where I'm at, hating on other people, being jealous of what other people had. I got to where I'm at through hard work.
Well, considering you were discharged on mental health grounds, I think that's amazing that you've done so well, sweetheart.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It means a lot.
Well, and also, I don't know if y'all can still hear me, but also, like, if working with autistic children helps you out with that disability, I mean, more power to you.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. It does, very rewarding. Does help me.
Yeah, it's very rewarding stuff.
And the thing is, like, I work for my mom's friend, so I was employed when I was really young. I started when I was 17, and that's where I really fell in love with the job. And after I went to the Army, like, while I was in the Army, the only thing I could think about was, like, getting back to my job, because I really like helping people like that, or children like that. It gives you, like, meaning in life, seeing the way, like, seeing the opportunities we have and seeing the struggles that they deal with, and then you have to come up with a behavioral intervention program to try and help them, and then you're slowly documenting their progress while seeing how they're doing, and you're the reason for their progression. So it's like, it just amazes me. It's one of the best fields to be in, honestly.
Well, what makes you want to go through law school?
That's a good question. Basically, like, my whole life, my family and stuff have been telling me that I would be a great lawyer. And up until like a couple months ago, I didn't want to go to law school because I didn't want to be like thousands and thousands of dollars, a couple of $100,000 in debt. But since the VA is now going to be covering my law school, it's like that barrier is completely out the way. So there's nothing left stopping me from going to law school. You know what I mean?
Yep. Well, in
Except
California,
you won't be able to help the kids anymore.
Yeah.
well, you might be able to help them in other ways too, though.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
I'm a court-appointed special advocate, and lawyers for children are always needed.
Yeah.
Because usually,
Yeah, and
when you
also,
get,
and I'm also writing books on, or not, well, not almost finished, but I'm starting to write a book on parents and how to help and deal with their children with dealing with autism. So I'm not gonna be completely out the field, and if anything, I might wherever I go to law school, because I'm trying to go into the top 14. So whatever state that may be, I could also like apply for a part-time job with another therapy company over there.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm definitely not going to give that up though. That's something that I've always loved to do and something that carries a lot of meaning in my life.
I work with the American Foundation for Unalivement Prevention. So I'm like on the treasurer, I'm on the board. And it's it's something that I find extremely rewarding. It's eye opening for sure. But it's
So you don't believe in assisted dying then?
me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a controversial topic, for me. So it's I guess I shouldn't. I haven't put in as much, thought. I tend not to believe in it, but it's this is like people who, of course, taken their life. My brother was one.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's people. Everyone has their stories, right? But that's one of the driving factors as to why I'm in the organization. But we had like this tent where there was like over 200 candles lit, one for each person that that lost their life, and so like the family and the loved ones, and it was just it was gut wrenching. But just being able,
I bet it was.
yeah, just being able to be a part of that, just helping the community, helping others. You're surprised how much good you can do and how much change you can enact through just community involvement. So, but
I think that's something that's so sad, though. I think all over the world now, the sense of community is just dying.
it really is.
I agree with that, and honestly,
I think it started with COVID. Think about it. Before COVID, everybody was outside. There was house parties in every street. Everybody was happy. And COVID hits, and boom, nobody's outside. You don't even see kids playing outside anymore.
Yeah, it's the more divided we become as a community, the more alienated, the more angry, the more you have certain classes that end up. I mean, think about it. So a lot of this has been, and it's not just a pandemic. It was also like 2007, for example, like the rise of the introduction of the iPhone. People became more, involved into their phones, increasingly so. Times got tough, and then people became increasingly more isolated. And I think that's also. But I bet if you were to take, if you were to create community events like all throughout the U.S. and have people talk to each other, even prior to like an election, where they can just kind of like discuss, things that they care about, things that they agree with, I think we'd be a better society because of all the ideas that would come to light, and instead of just this group think where everyone has to, fall across party line, and it's like a sports team mentality. It's just, I don't know, it's disgusting. But
well, even my own show, I've been tossing around the idea of turning it into, something more geared towards mental health, advocating for like people to, I don't know, find some kind of balance or whatever to help people like the man panel, you know, because clearly when I get into politics, it causes other people's panties to get all twisted up and they get mad at me and whatever. So, you know, there's plenty of political spaces. So we definitely need more places where people can come and talk about whatever.
And I think a man one would be very good because in general, I think men have a much harder time talking openly about mental health than women do.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's been really good. The response has been very positive. I do it on Mondays, Manly Mondays, for 2 hours. A lot of guys appreciate it, and often I'll have women in the comments. They're like, "Oh, this is very revealing," or whatever, because they also then see how men interact with each other. When we have people come up talking about, you know, their problems, things going on in their life. We've helped at least one person that I know of, Benjamin, he had issues with his wife, and we all helped him out. I thought it was really good. You were there, APAC, when Benjamin.
What issues was he having?
It was just, you know, really communication issues with his wife. He was choosing a very machismo way of approaching his wife, right? I mean, really, that's kind of what it boiled down to. Generally about money or whatever, but he was able to use what we had suggested, and he had a really good conversation with her and moved on.
And Josh, a little, right, when he was talking about his daughter. So it's
his daughter married somebody who, you know, I hate to tell somebody's story, but married somebody that was disrespectful to him and his wife, and I mean, it was a lot of, you know, little things, whatever, but at the end of the day, it's like they're adults. They're going to do what they're going to do, and sometimes you got to find shit out the hard way before you really learn. So, but it's been very helpful anyway, and it was really, that's what kind of got me to thinking about transitioning from politics anyway, because it's, you know, Israel's going to get you. So,
you know, it's, I don't think that would necessarily be a bad idea. I mean, you could still speak to it, but I feel like, you know, so many people have just kind of like jumped on the politics bandwagon, that what happens, you know, when you see all these like swing districts, you know, going towards the Democrat, I don't know. I'm not convinced that, I guess MAGA or people that are opposition are gonna be coming up as much personally. So
yeah, they aren't. Yeah, and the opposition we do have have actually been told by them to not come up on the show.
Yeah,
and it's, you know, echo chambers kind of suck sometimes with everybody up and they're all just, you know, preaching to the choir. It's not the most interesting thing, but I don't know. I've been thinking about it, but I love politics.
It's a really good idea.
Yeah, and I
Bro,
feel like,
how long have you been doing this on TikTok?
This live I've been doing for, I don't know, almost a year now. Maybe right at a year, somewhere close to that. But my problem started.
How much money have you made from it?
I mean, nothing, right? I mean, it's been hit or miss. Granted, every time I start to do well, that group that, you know, I upset because I existed, they've been fucking with me ever since. I mean, hell, they got my PayPal account permanently banned. They'll take my gifters. They'll send messages to people that come up here telling them I'm a transphobic, racist, misogynist. And so I could have made a lot more, I'm sure, but it's been just one headache after the other. But I still do okay. I mean, it's kept me going.
Yeah.
Of course, I heard somebody, they were actually bitching about me on another panel. He's just doing it for the money. And I'm like, I've never said that I wasn't up here to make a little coin while I talk about shit I was talking about anyway. Why in the fuck would I not?
Yeah.
Don Lemon's a rich motherfucker. He still asks people to send money to his Cash App and shit. Why is there a problem when somebody who's, doesn't have a lot of money is asking people? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, why shouldn't you? If you're running a decent panel, why shouldn't you make some money out of it?
Right. Yeah, there's no reason. And, there are some creators, I don't care about money. Right.
Yeah.
Right. They're lying.
Not true.
Yeah, they're lying.
Well,
when you see the thing,
Cancer Life, but that's only to make money for two charities.
Liberal, do you own any businesses?
I used to own a writing company, actually. One of my biggest clients was a guy, and I probably wrote 10,000 or more articles for this dude. Of course, that is going the way of the dodo bird because of AI. But he owned a company that would get people at the top of the search engine results page on Google. And so basically what he'd do is he'd create all of these like auxiliary websites that would then link back to the main page, which would be the company's page, right? Search engine optimization, they call it. And so because he had all of these websites that they needed like good articles or at least halfway decent articles. And so I would write all the articles for this guy. I actually started it off of Fiverr. You guys have heard of Fiverr? God, it's fucking Fly or whatever that is. Anyway, I was charging $5, but then Fiverr would take $1. So you'd get $4 for every article. And I think at the time it was 500 word articles. Well, this guy, he liked my stuff so much that this dude was like, he was doing 50 articles at a time, and I'm like, man, fuck this shit. I'm losing, $50 for each contract to them, doing this stuff. So I found a way to kind of get him my information outside of Fiverr. And so it
I did
grew
something
from
like
there.
that similar on Craigslist. I put up an ad on Craigslist for resume building, and I did it like 3
Good
times.
money in
And
that.
eventually I started putting up pictures. Yeah, and I ended up in like 2 weeks. I made like almost $1,000.
Yeah,
Wow.
Just from like that one thing.
Yeah, there's decent money to be made in resume building for sure. If you're able to do it, well. Even if it's not well, the person that's paying, they're so lacking in confidence of their own ability to make a resume, they're going to look at whatever you put out and be like, "Oh, that's fucking great."
Yeah, and also you could just use AI.
Yeah, you can now. Yeah, like people now use AI to make like coloring books and shit, and then turn around because Amazon has, I can't remember what the program's called, but they'll actually make the books themselves. You just put the pages up there. And so when somebody buys one, Amazon actually prints all the pages and shit, and then you get, a slight portion of that. A lot of people are doing that kind of stuff too to make money. Yeah, I also I DJ, but I haven't marketed. Like when I moved out here to Mississippi, I don't know. The culture's so fucking different. I still don't really. I feel like a foreigner here, and so I haven't done that in a while. Although I do have equipment, but I'm about to need to
What
just
state is that?
sell it. Mississippi.
Mississippi.
Yeah.
Kind
Yeah,
of a weird state.
Yeah, it's weird because it's so poor. Yet, and I checked the other day, their fucking education system is phenomenal. They actually made it to 16th in the country now.
Wow.
They went from dead fucking last to 16th in the country in a span of about 10 years.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah, no, it's night and day. And that matter of fact, that's why I'm still here, because during all of this, and I still believe those people are responsible for my wife losing her job. My wife lost her job, and so all of our income was gone. And but she had to move elsewhere. But I'm staying here, hopefully trying to stay here anyway, so that my son can get a decent education, because fucking Oklahoma is trash, man. It's absolute trash.
Oh, I hate Oklahoma. That's where I became service connected, my friend.
Yeah, fucking.
It's the worst shithole to ever exist.
But And that's why, like, I do want to generate income from here, because now it's not just like a passion project where if I make money, it's great. No, it's like I need to make some coin,
Why don't you make like a quick drop shipping store with AI? It takes like an hour, and you just like make what's your thing called, liberal loudmouth, like merch and stuff, and then while you're talking on TikTok, you're selling like your clothes or whatever products you want to sell.
Actually,
You could do t-shirts and stuff.
Well,
Badges.
that may have worked probably 6 to 7 months ago, but I've become the pariah of TikTok. I mean, like, it's pretty bad when I go somewhere. People, it's just uncomfortable. So I really need to expand my spaces, I guess, and go to other people's lives and stuff. But I'm just not a very social person. I don't, which is weird, but I'm just not. It just feels weird. I don't know. I'll figure something out, though. I mean, I've always found a way. I'm like sperm. I always make it to the egg, right? I always get there. By God, through thick and thin, I'll make it. That's a gross
Maybe that
joke.
should be my new nickname. I'm kidding. That's bad.
Oh my God. No. I like this, the fucking onesies for the babies. Totally inappropriate, but still hilarious. Daddy's little squirt. Oh my God. Have you guys seen that? Fucking.
I think I've heard of it.
I'm like, did Epstein fucking come up with that shit? These gross bastards.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't even know how we got into talking about this, but no, I mean, I don't know. I may transition. I'll still think about it. I've talked to the wife about it a couple times, but I don't know what that looks like. You know what I mean? Because I've never really done that, but I feel like I'm pretty good at talking to people in terms of trying to help, but who knows?
And for those that are just joining, he means a different kind of transition. Content. Okay. Just want yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, we don't want to go down that road.
Oh, thank you,
His
Jesse.
wife certainly wouldn't be too happy. Now you've gone up to C2. You're in the top 20.
What's that now? Do what?
You're at C2.
Oh, yeah. Fucking A. I know it is amazing. Some of you guys are awesome because, like, even though now only like 30 people come in here, the gifting has still been pretty tremendous. And I appreciate all of you for it. You guys keep me going. Otherwise, I'd have just fucking.
Just to build.
Yeah. Are you at Walmart? I think Ghost is going shopping.
Thank you.
Yep.
I want to hear this for some reason. I'm enthralled by what we may hear.
To the right and just follow the sign.
Okay, sure.
Just follow the signs,
Yeah,
Ghost.
no, go down that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Oh,
No, I had to mute him. Dang it. I probably should have let it go a little longer, but that's like when Bunny will should be tapping and she'll accidentally come up on the panel and you'll like hear her like talking to her cats. So as soon as because sometimes she'll come up on purpose and I won't know which is which, so I'll just mute her as soon as she comes up, until I figure out whether it was on purpose or Bunny. No, it was one time you were even like meowing or whatever. It was funny. If you guys haven't seen Bunny's content, a lot of it is absolutely hilarious. You guys should go check out her page and drop her a follow as well. Her stuff is she has my type of sense of humor, I guess I could say.
Okay, Bunny, I followed you, so I'll come and have a look.
Yeah, Itty Bitty says I talk for my cats. By the way, I was actually shopping the other day, and these were on sale for $1 for 4 of them. Of course, they didn't have bites taken out of them, but oh my God, because I don't buy a lot of crap. Like I don't buy candy and stuff. I just, I don't do a lot of sugar, but banana nut bread is so good. I fucking love it. Banana nut muffins. Anyway, so we can get back to politics or whatever if you guys would like. Unless you want to see me ball up in the fetal position and cry on air. I don't want to do that. We're heading that way.
Hey, Pac, what do you reckon?
I mean, geez, it's I don't know. I mean, a lot of my political arguments are more economic in nature. The social becomes very controversial, so maybe. So I don't know. It's geez, I don't know. Do you want me to go into it? Or?
Into economics? Well, I guess we could start, and then once we get down to 12 people, we'll take it back to something else.
Okay.
Yeah. I've learned that every time you get into economics, like unless your space is specific to that, like the numbers just, I mean, they really do.
Yeah.
Bitsy wants to talk about the war.
Yeah, I mean, I
can do that.
Talk about it.
Yeah.
I don't buy the excuse that it's. Oh, sorry, I cut you.
No. I was just gonna say real quick because this is something I had just learned recently. Actually, let me put this picture back up. If you guys haven't heard of the coup, it's really the only coup that is basically documented in the U.S. Wilmington, North Carolina, 1898. You should research that. It's fucking fascinating and gross all at the same time. So if you aren't familiar with that, you should read about it. It really is.
Yeah, I've never heard of that. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah. So essentially, black people made it into like the aldermen. They're basically like city council members, if you will, in Wilmington, North Carolina, and the racist white supremacists lost their fucking minds and went on a rampage. They destroyed parts of the town, as you can see in that picture. Let me pull it back up here. And they unalived, lynched. They went just on a rampage. I mean, they even posted articles about it. Like one of them is here, like a horde slander. This is a speech somebody gave about graping. And she was actually pissed off about the fact that they were trying to blame black people for all the grapes of white women, when she in fact said that, white people do this too. And that was one of the things that sparked some of the outrage from the white community, calling it a what did they say, a Republican trick or Democratic trick or some shit. They were basically like, this is propaganda, and it pissed them off. And this added to the rage, and they just took back the government. And the black registered voters were like 125,000 at that time. I don't know if that was the county or the state, but you could look it up. It went all the way down to 6,000 within just a couple of years, because they just scared the shit out of everybody. They were lynching and unaliving people left and right. It's fucking wild, man. And took the government back for themselves. Crazy.
Are you sure the only reason they did that was because the people were black?
Yes, because this was, because this was back when basically the parties were flipped and Democrats were the shitty ones. Well, I mean, we don't really have slavery anymore, but Democrats were the bad guys at the time wanting slavery. And they, I mean, you can just go look up the history of it. It is what it is. That was what caused them to lose their ever-loving mind.
So I have a question for Ghost. It sounded like you were like checking out earlier. So buy anything good?
Dude, I went to the park because I'm trying to smoke, and I forgot my lighter at home, so I had to go buy a lighter.
The till was clicking a lot more than one thing, though, Ghost.
I thought my mic was off. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, we were listening with bated breath that maybe something crazy would happen. I muted you eventually, but it was funny. But just for the record, like, this is one of the pages that was printed at the time. Attention white men, There will be a meeting of white men of Wilmington this morning at 11 o'clock at the courthouse. A full attendance is desired as business in the furtherance of white supremacy will be transacted. And this came to be known as the White Declaration of Independence from that meeting. Yeah, it's absolutely gross. Like the history of this country is wild. But anyway, so now we can get to the war. I just wanted to let people know that that's something that a lot of, it's not something you learn in school. They don't teach you
History
about
of our world is disgusting.
Well, I mean, that's true. That's true. Iran war. Ghost, you're in favor of it or no?
I am definitely in favor of the Iranian war. 100%.
And what makes you say that?
Like we talked about yesterday, man. Basically, like, you see what Iran has been doing. They're coming on TV, chanting death to America, burning our flags, attacking Saudi Arabia, attacking our allies. They're a threat, and we don't want them to become the next North Korea, where we have to strategically, do our operations. We'd rather just de-weaponize them now while they're weak, while they don't have the artillery to reach us. I don't see why people would rather wait till they have nuclear capabilities, capable of reaching us, and then we decide to go and stop them. That's just how I feel.
Yeah, like we talked about before, North Korea is the same thing. A lot of people said the same thing about it, tried to get us to go in there, and we didn't, and they haven't used it, and they can.
We did. Trump
and they can't, and Trump, they chant "Unalive to America."
But Trump walked into their country and shut them up.
No, he has not.
Okay, and can you show me where North Korea attacked one of the U.S. allies, just like Iran did in 2019?
Iran didn't attack anyone.
Iran attacked Saudi Arabia.
You're talking about whenever Saudi Arabia attacked one of its allies, Yemen?
No, I'm talking about when Iran used Yemen through a proxy network to attack one of the United States allies.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia actually, Yemen was in a civil war, and Saudi Arabia, much like Iraq tried to do in Iran, Saudi Arabia invaded and started attacking Yemen, which led to a response.
Yeah, but what was Yemen doing? Backed by Iran, trying to build their arsenal to hurt Saudi Arabia? Why would they let that happen?
Why would who? Saudi Arabia let Yemen exist?
No, let Yemen build weapon artillery and point it in Saudi Arabia's direction.
Well, I mean, they're like neighbors, basically, separated by a tiny strip of water. Well, actually, no, they're attached because they're on the southern part. That's right. That's right. Oh, and I'm in here now, so I don't need to use my phone. Yeah, I mean, you should go look up the history of that.
All right, but you're telling me if Iran had nuclear capabilities capable of reaching us, with all the threats they're making right now, you wouldn't be in the slightest concern for our safety here?
If who did what now?
If Iran carried out what they're saying they're going to do, which is death to America, burning our flag, and they start building up their nuclear arsenal, and they now have capabilities of reaching us, you're not going to be slightly concerned?
No. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, I would not be concerned at all, because the nuclear weapon is not a weapon of offense. It is a deterrent. And basically every nation that has them, they don't use it for offense, because, I mean, you do that and then it serves you no benefit when now everybody can't even exist in the world because you started,
The thing is, if North Korea right now didn't have
weapons, they don't go around using them.
Huh?
Look
what,
at all
Feisty?
the countries that have got nuclear weapons.
Yeah, if they were chanting "Death to America," Trump would have, or whoever's in control of the American government at the time, would not have allowed that. Obviously. Like, if I'm president of the United States right now, another country is telling me they're building the nuclear capabilities, but they're also burning American flags. Good luck getting your good luck.
They weren't burning any American flags until Trump went and attacked.
I guess my issue with that logic is it's almost like saying, hey, my neighbor has expressed hate towards me, and maybe I should just go all in at him. I mean, I think we just have a history of trying to impose our values. Like
a better example of that would be I'm on the edge of the United States border, and maybe pretend that Iran is next to America, and then there's my neighbor who's on the other side of the border, and he's threatening me. Would I go and unalive him and destroy his whole house? Probably, yeah.
I think I missed something. I'm a little confused.
That's not a good analogy, because nobody is gonna just go out and harm their fellow American citizens, their neighbors, for having a dispute. So that's a little different than an entire country threatening to destabilize and nuke us.
But they didn't do that until Trump went and attacked them first.
But clearly we're winning I don't see why you guys are so against it. Like, everything is going good. We wiped out their president like the first week. We're performing more operations there. Eventually we might even build a base.
13 servicemen.
Yeah, you can't, there's nothing to win in Iran. There's no winning. The United States cannot defeat
The winning
Iran.
aspect comes in is de-weaponizing, though. As soon as Iran is de-weaponized and they pose no imminent threat in the near future, then the war is over.
They don't pose an imminent threat, though. Nor have they.
Yes, they do,
But
bro.
guess who does pose? Guess who does
They're
pose?
threatening.
Guess who does pose an imminent threat and has nuclear
Israel.
weapons and the capability of reaching the
Israel.
United States? North Korea. So why would you
Yeah,
focus
that's
on
why.
somebody who
That's
doesn't?
why we can't invade
have-
them. Like.
Right, but they're an imminent threat. If you're
Which is
supposed
why,
to take out imminent
which is why Trump went in there, walked into their country, after they were saying all that shit, shut that whole thing down, and walked right out like a boss. What is wrong with that? If Iran had nuclear capabilities right now, you think Trump would just start an all-out war with Iran? Of course not. That would be the most stupid thing to do. Obviously, Trump would be there negotiating, making peace treaties, but we're trying to prevent that point from happening.
Well, we
want to be in control. Yeah, they didn't abide by it. It's like
they did.
It's like
they did.
Do you understand that when Trump went into North Korea, it was an incredible insult to 5 different presidents who had refused to legitimize the Aung regime, not to mention the fact that we didn't get dick out of it, and within less than a week later, they were continuing to fire pew-pews into the sky. Not to mention right now, sir, you understand the only country that is losing is America, economically, geopolitically, and also our servicemen's lives. Do you understand?
your allies.
So Obama didn't go overseas and unalive innocent people and cause service members.
As much
to
as
be
he
unalived?
wants, I don't care. I don't give a fuck.
So why don't you
It doesn't
criticize
destroy our
Obama?
empire.
So then
It
you're
doesn't
just a
destroy our
hypocrite.
empire. It doesn't destroy our
So
empire.
it doesn't matter when it comes to Obama because he's
Do
black.
you
and he's
understand
liberal.
that the moment
But,
that they
okay.
take out that temple, they take out the Temple Mount and blame it on the United States, that is it for our country.
But if
Because
you're
that
not
means all of
consistent-
Europe is
but
going to
if you're
back
not-
away
but
from
the
us.
thing is-
The Middle East is not going to fuck with us, and we're burnt. We're done.
The thing is, if you're not gonna address the fact that Obama has done this too
Who
and
the
stuff
fuck
like that,
cares about that old black
then
man?
you're not
I'm
consistent.
talking about what's going to affect your future.
what Obama did affects our future because he caused
Do you
instability in the
not
Middle East.
understand? No.
No.
Stop playing this game. Do you understand? The moment they take out the Temple Mount, the United States is done. Europe will not mess with us. The Middle East will not do business with us. It is the play. That's how Israel is going to win every fucking thing, because it means they get to rebuild the third temple. It means that they no longer have the empire, Rome, in control of the Middle East. They get to push us out without even having to do nothing.
Yep.
Okay. All I want is some consistency. If you're saying what Trump is doing is completely
Do
immoral,
you not understand how this man is
can I
a
finish
Trojan
talking?
horse?
Yeah,
He
let
is
him-
a Trojan horse.
Well, let
He is
him.
not our
let
president.
him- let him-
okay, let me
Let
talk.
him. Yeah, let him make a statement. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ghost.
My whole thing is like, okay, if you're saying that everything Trump is doing is wrong, which I respect, then why can't you apply that to other presidents like Obama? Why do you then because what it seems like to us now is it's becoming more of a personal thing. So then you criticize Obama for unaliving innocent people and having our service members die
Yes.
for that
Yes.
purpose?
We call him
So
the
why
fucking
can't she
drone
criticize?
in chief, the fucking drone
So why
commander.
can't she criticize that? So why can't she criticize that?
Because we're not talking about Obama. We're talking about Donald Trump. It's irrelevant.
Because Obama didn't take down the
But
American
just
empire.
be consistent. So
No,
just be
this is consistent.
Trump did not take down the American empire. We still have a functioning empire right now.
Well,
What are you talking about?
Ghost, I would say the same thing about you. Be consistent. You said that we have to go in there because they're an imminent threat and they chant death to America. So why did we not go to North Korea when they have a nuclear weapon, the capability of hitting us with that nuclear weapon, and they chant death to America?
Because
why are you
now
not
it's-
consistent?
Because now it's too late. If we start a war with North Korea right now, two things could happen. One, either maybe there's not a world war, but millions and millions of lives are going to be lost. Two, we're going to start a world war, and the cost of that is going to be far greater than anything we've ever seen. The second point is, when it comes to Iran,
Be consistent.
we're trying to prevent that from that exact situation I just said. We're trying to prevent that with Iran. Why would we wait until Iran is the next North Korea when we can stop them now? We can take control of our enemy now.
Do you understand that Iran
You
is
like
a more wealthy
choking, or-
country? No, do you understand that Iran is a more wealthy country, number one? Number
So
two,
then why did we
it has
take
a
out their
population.
president in one day?
He wasn't their president, for one. He was the Ayatollah. Remember that. Again,
A
they got
religious
90
leader.
Wiped
million
out in
people
one
in
day.
a fortress.
So much for a
90
good cause.
million. You know what, sir?
Ghost.
I got a question.
You may not, well, real quick, you may not realize this, but when they asked to move the Ayatollah Khomeini, he said no because nobody else has shelter and I'm not going to run whenever the people that are here aren't able to. And he allowed himself to be unalive. The guy was on his unalive bed anyway. I'm pretty sure he had cancer
And
or
we
something.
granted him
And
something
he was-
beautiful because they're
okay, how about
Shia.
we made
Ask
him
No,
a
they're
martyr.
Shia.
Yeah,
He
we
had
made
to
him
be
a
a
martyr.
martyr. You
He
don't
was a
understand.
martyr.
That's
We
not a
gave
martyr.
them
Shia's not a
something.
martyr.
Yeah, he was martyred. He
Yeah,
was.
ask any Muslim if they think a Shia is a martyr. Go ahead and ask. They'll look at
No,
you
no,
like
no.
you're an alien.
Are you slow? No, wait. Are you slow?
He's not a martyr. He's not a true believer. He doesn't believe in the Muslim faith. What are you talking about?
He's their
The
religious
Ayatollah
leader.
doesn't believe in the Muslim faith.
That's
no.
wild, bro.
Ask any.
That's
Okay.
wild.
Ask any Sunni Muslims if they think a Shia Muslim is a Muslim. Go
I'm
ahead
so
and ask
sorry.
them.
Wait. Is that like
Ask
asking a
them.
Protestant if a Catholic is a real Christian?
Okay,
God.
so we need a. That's funny, Captain.
That's from an ethics standpoint, though. So
No.
I don't have to accept
We
your
need-
ethics standpoint.
if we have
I take
a-
an emic approach.
If we have a Muslim in the comment section that you would like to come up and
Right.
you know,
Bring,
offer your
if he's a true
expertise.
Muslim, bring him up right now and ask him if Shias are Muslim. Right now.
They
I
are.
don't know if
Can I-
you're right.
13% of the
Yeah,
global
APEC.
Islamic population is Shia. Shias are recognized,
So,
but
yeah,
they
get
are
out of here.
they're
Yeah, but
From an
look,
believed
at
ethics
the end of
to
the
be.
day,
not from an emic.
at the
From
end
an
of the day,
ethic-
we're talking people, right?
Yeah,
Regardless
APEC.
of a
From
religion.
an ethic anthropological standpoint, yes, they're recognized, but from an emic standpoint, absolutely not. They're not recognized. In no way, shape, or form from
They
an
are.
emic standpoint you consider right. How? Prove it. What internal
Can't
Muslim
prove a
country
negative.
recognizes them?
Yeah, but I don't know
It
why
is what
we're
it is.
harping on.
Does Saudi Arabia
people's belief.
recognize them as true Muslims?
Yes.
Yeah,
You made
okay.
the perfect point. You made the perfect
Okay.
point. Saudi Arabia are Sunni, right?
Saudi Arabia are Muslims.
The Sunni Muslims, link you, since you wanted to clarify earlier, but
They
now
don't
all of a
burn
sudden
flags on
memory.
TV. They don't terrorize people.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah,
they
I
don't
know.
do
Yeah,
any
they
of that
just,
stuff.
they just
So,
help fly
that's what-
planes into buildings. You're right.
That's
You're
what there
absolutely
are.
right.
That's
Again,
the Shia.
the people
that's
of
actually
Palestine.
Israel. It's actually Israel.
No, buddy. 13 of the hijackers, princess,
Yeah.
were
Planned by
from
Israel.
Saudi Arabia.
Planned, funded,
13
and
of the
backed by
hijackers
Israel.
were from Saudi Arabia.
Why-
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, why as Apex
None of them
said,
none of them had beards. None of them really represented what a Muslim looks like. None of them were really Muslims. Their faith doesn't even teach them that. So what they are is Shia who don't even believe in Islam.
so there
or
are
any
no
of
true
that.
Christians in America?
That's a good question. I respect that question. It depends how you really assess and analyze that question.
But
like, do any women dress
take
like
my
Virgin
point.
Mary and modest? Not really. But yeah, no, I see your
I
point.
should say,
But that's the but if you want to take it from a truth perspective, if you really take an analysis of the Bible, saw the criteria of what it is to be a true Christian, how they should be acting, how they should be dressing, and you were to
Christians in America
assess each American one by one and see if they meet your criteria that you just derived, you would most likely say that 99.9% of them don't meet that criteria.
Are Christians in America circumcised?
Well, now who is it that you said are the ones that are burning the
But
flags?
where's Saudi Arabia? Where's the Saudi Arabia people in the streets chanting "Death to America," burning America?
Yes, sir. They
Nobody's
just flew
acting
into our
like that.
buildings. They just flew into our buildings.
Yeah,
No big
backed
deal,
by
I guess.
Israel. Yes, anybody backed by Israel. It could be
So-
an American backed by Israel. They're gonna attack.
You said that
What are you
you
talking
said that
about?
it's only Shia that does that.
Well, not only Shia that does that, but like there's good and bad with every religion, right? You have priests that are touching little boys. So there's good and bad in every religion. Nobody's perfect. There's no
Okay,
there's
so
no
then you
religion that has a
acknowledge
perfect
that
group of people.
whether you're Shia or
But
Sunni,
what
doesn't
they
matter.
believe is not in the 100% matters, because I respect the Sunni Muslims. I have no
okay,
respect
so
for
in
Shia.
Afghanistan, whenever in Afghanistan, a Sunni majority country, when they were chanting "Unalive to America" and burning flags, what? Pakistan, same thing. Like your point is moot.
Well, that's a
Yeah.
that's a great comparison.
Germany.
But what I would say on Afghanistan is that they're not nearly as developed or economically stable as Iran,
Oh, so
and they
now
don't pose
it
any.
depends on development.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Iran has allowed us to put sanctions on them for 40 plus years.
No, it's a good comparison. Don't get me wrong. But what I'm saying is,
why do
the
you
assessment
think-
in terms of capabilities of Afghanistan, which is the Taliban, and basically
Well-
their best weaponry is the ones that they stole from the United States, and then you compare Iran, who actually has ballistic missiles. There's a big
You
gap.
do realize
Well,
that. You do realize
why-
that in Afghanistan they're funded by Israel because they fund the T groups.
Honestly, I wouldn't be
That's
surprised
true.
if they came out in the news and they said the leader of Saudi Arabia, probably had a meeting with Trump, and after that they decided to go after Iran. I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, buddy, you do understand this is in order to destroy the United States, right? Because the Temple Mount, as soon as that bad boy is gone, it's on and popping for the world.
yep.
Now, why do you think that there might
That's
be a
what we hear
reason?
every year. We hear that California is going to be underwater.
Dude, do you
Scan
not
of the
understand? No,
world.
you're not
Trump
getting
is
a very
Bringing
simple
that up.
principle.
Everybody
they have
wake up
already
and look
had
at the
strikes
sky.
on the
There's
grounds
gonna
of the
be
Temple
news.
Mount. That has not happened in
You hear this
1,000 years.
Every Trump supporter show this every single day.
I'm sorry. That
You're
is
gonna wake up
1,000
tomorrow and the
years
world is gonna
that
be
people have
over.
not dared to have violence on the Temple Mount. For the first time in 1,000 years, there have been direct strikes to the perimeter of the Temple Mount. They're going to destroy it and blame it on America. And when that happens, that's all of Europe against us. That is all of the Middle East against us. That's a lot of Asia against us. All of the Islamic world.
You're
No.
the second person to say
Tell
that.
any
today
educated
that that's
historian
gonna
what you just said. Tell any educated historian, anybody with a basic bachelor's degree in history, and they'll look at you like you're the dumbest person on earth.
Well,
Our
Sorry, the
entire
Temple Mount has been
country,
destroyed.
nobody's gonna.
Wait,
Nobody-
Muslims are okay with their holy
nobody-
sites being destroyed all of a
Nobody
sudden?
would dare turn on us like that, the way you're insinuating. Nobody would be that stupid.
Sir, you destroyed
Anyway,
the third
even
most
trying-
holy site in all of
Have you
Islam.
lost your mind?
Sir,
Do you know
He
there's
destroyed
there's
the
actually
third most
scholars? There's
holy
actually
site
scholars
in
in
all
the
of
21st
Islam.
century.
Israel
Hold on.
just set us up. That's all. That's why they back funneled money to Ukraine. That's why they back money to all these groups. It's because they're getting rid of the Rome. They're getting rid of the great empire.
Hold on. Why do you think there are military bases in Japan? Most scholars today, right now in the 21st century,
God, scholars.
they say most of the world is America. America already owns most of the world. America has bases in Japan.
Exactly.
If Japan
Israel
tries
believes
something,
that they should rule everybody. Israel believes they should rule everybody, and we're
Forget
standing in their
Israel.
fucking
Israel's
way.
a bunch. Israel's smaller than Rhode Island. Forget Israel. Israel's irrelevant for a second.
It isn't irrelevant,
No, it's
though.
not. It's the data centers.
Israel's
that is their
smaller
tie
than
to
one of the
everywhere
50
else on the
states.
world is the data centers.
It doesn't.
It's smaller
it doesn't
than one
matter
of the
that
50
it's
states.
small. It's
That-
their.
that- that's
it's
what-
their
that's what we're
sphere.
talking about.
Their
You
sphere
have
of influence.
no
Because
idea what Muslim
Israel's gonna
power
eventually. Israel's
is.
gonna get destroyed. Nobody cares about Israel. What are we talking about?
Israel is setting up the
Israel's a
United
joke.
States. Don't you get it? Don't you get it? Because Israel wants the
No, we're
United
not
States
letting
is
them
out of the
control
picture.
us. I don't want to hear that.
They already do.
APAC.
No,
APAC's
they
trying to
don't.
jump in. Go ahead, APAC.
Yes, they do.
Yeah,
No, they
just a
don't.
couple things. So
Yeah,
I'm
we'll
I'm
see.
still-
We'll see who
I'm
controls
still
who.
trying to
We'll
understand
see.
the point of
I don't.
We
don't-
own
yeah.
Israel.
Well,
Because
hold
at
on,
the end
Ghost.
of the day,
APAC, go ahead. APAC, go ahead.
Look, at the end of the day, I mean, we're talking.
Thank you,
we're
Miss
talking
You can't
Chaos.
tell me Israel owns America. Israel? Are you? Yo, don't ever disrespect. Yo, I
Wait,
can't
do we
believe
pay
you
for their
said-
health care? Do we pay for their welfare? Do we
Okay.
pay for everything
They're
they got over
smaller
there?
than
Okay,
one of the 50
hold on.
states of
Hold
New
on.
Jersey. There's
Hold
no
on.
comparison
Hold
between Israel and
on.
America.
APAC. I don't think you got your statement out. Please go ahead, guys. Let him
not
finish.
Yet, not yet. I mean, a couple things. So, Israel, I think, is 7 times the size of Rhode Island, right? I mean, it's just a heads up there. That's statement number one. And statement number two, I think a lot of the bitterness comes from the fact that we've been intervening in the Middle East for such a long period of time, and look at all the disruptions that we've caused, economically, socially, where all the conflicts, been around, circulating that area. Of course, that's going to do what? We're imposing sanctions, which I think is also, you could consider that an act of war. We're coming in, putting boots on the ground in that area. So of
We do
course,
whatever we want. We do whatever we want.
Yeah, but that's the mentality, right? We can do whatever we want
because we're protecting our country.
You mean
our
Israel does
security.
whatever Israel wants because Israel owns U.S. That's why it's
Israel
defending
does exactly what we tell them.
I want to highlight that.
Israel gets on
Hey,
their
what is
knees.
the one country?
Israel begs
What is
of
the one
us.
country that has stolen uranium from the United States?
Guys.
Yeah, okay.
Were you done, APAC?
No, I wasn't done just yet. I just
go
wanted
ahead
to
and
harp
land
on
your
that
plane.
statement. We can do whatever we want.
We could destroy Israel in we could destroy Israel right now tonight if we want.
But hold on, let me
US
land
is
my
Tell
for
me
point.
Israel owns us. Have you
I'm
lost
almost
your
done.
mind?
U.S. serves Israel. U.S. works for Israel. What the hell do
We
you
could
mean?
send the National Guard of one of the states and we could defeat Israel in less than 24 hours. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Talking
Dream
about
on, boy.
Heck, I'm trying.
You're fine, liberal. But look, I think that's the most important statement here that the U.S. can
The
do.
real governor of America is Netanyahu, not Trump, bro. Accept this fact. Netanyahu is the real ruler of America, not Trump. This is the fact that you must accept. So get out of your
Based off
hallucinations.
what?
AIPAC rules you. The Jewish Zionist movement, they control U.S. banks, U.S. politics. They control U.S. educational system. They control everything in America.
That's right, Tim.
Yeah, look, I don't get controlled
I
by
don't
no
rule
other
anyone.
men. I don't know if you like to get controlled by men. That's not my sort of shit. So I don't get controlled by anyone. That might be just you, bro.
Okay, hurry up what you're saying before they jump in there.
Yeah, no. Okay. All I'm going to say is that that's the critical statement here. We're the U.S. and we can do whatever we want as that talking point. And I completely disagree with that because
if you're
that's the
trying
case,
to attack us, we're gonna do
why-
whatever the hell we want.
Why do we have international law?
Do we abide by it?
Bro, forget that.
Didn't
You
we
can't,
put the
you can't
Didn't we
even
put the
defeat
international
Iran.
laws
US
funds
can't
on
even
hold?
liberate the Strait of Hormuz from Iran.
Can't we
America
put the
until now
UN's
fears to
funds on?
send
Yo,
ground troops
shut
from Iran because
up.
they know they'll get defeated. You can't even defeat Iran. You think you
All
stand a
right,
chance
all right,
against
all right.
Russia or China?
Yeah,
Forget that, bro.
I'm sure
Get
we
out
didn't
of your
wipe out your
hallucinations.
I'm sure we didn't wipe out your president in
Look,
one day.
the days
Yeah,
of
yeah.
America being the
Yeah, yeah.
unipolar power is gone. Iran war
Yeah, we
proved
didn't
it.
wipe out your
Your
president in
days
one day.
are gone.
Okay.
When you cannot even liberate the Strait of Hormuz
Okay.
from Iran, so do you think
May
you
I
stand a
ask you?
chance against a massive power like China? Forget that, bro.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sure
Thank you.
Iran is winning,
Ahmed, may I
bro.
ask you?
And your president
Um,
didn't get wiped out in the first day or something like
he
that.
wasn't he was literally an
I'm sure you
86-year-old
guys
man
are
with
winning,
prostate
bro.
cancer.
Yeah, you're definitely winning.
We made
Keep
him a
telling
martyr.
yourself
Good
that.
for you. We made
That's
him a
a
martyr.
coping
Good for you.
mechanism.
Iran didn't lose the war. So that matters.
Keep coping, bro. You're not winning
Yeah,
at all.
Ahmed, can I ask you
Your
something? Ahmed,
country's getting
Ahmed,
lit up right
Ahmed.
now.
No,
Lit
forget
up.
this child. Forget this toddler. Ahmed, can I ask you something?
Yes.
Okay. In the event that the United States is blamed for destroying the Temple Mount, what would happen in the world?
Temple Mount. What do you mean by Temple Mount?
The third holiest site in Islam.
Al-Aqsa Mosque. No. If that gets destroyed, then there will be no. First of all, that's not happening. And second of all, if that happens, okay,
Do you think
there will
Shia
be
should
a
run
massive
Saudi
global
Arabia?
Islamic outrage over this. Massive scale global Islamic outrage over this. Because first of all, right now,
No, there
okay,
wouldn't.
because even U.S. allies, for
Are
example,
you a Shia?
GCC, Turkey,
Are
for
you a
example,
Shia?
even U.S. allies, okay, their populations,
Are you Sunni or
population might
Shia?
revolt and kill their own
See,
leaders.
he's not gonna
Like
answer
how
because
it's
he's
happened
one of
in,
them.
like how they did in, for example, like in Libya,
Are
they
you
might kill
Shia?
their own leaders.
Are you
A
Shia?
massive scale global outrage that might very well.
Yo, does this guy not know how to
unify the
engage?
Islamic world
Why do you
against
just
US
keep
and Israel.
ranting?
Actually intelligent.
And a
I don't want to
massive
hear
scale
your
war could
dumb
erupt
voice.
over this. A massive scale
Thank you,
war could
sir.
erupt over this because this is because listen, you need to know that the Islamic world fought the European Crusaders 3 centuries for Al-Aqsa Mosque.
Yeah, and now they can't
Al-Aqsa
even
Mosque
invent
is
floppy disks.
Jerusalem, and Al-Aqsa Mosque is Islam's third most
Yeah,
holiest
and they're
site.
struggling
They
to
fought
invent floppy
European
disks.
Crusaders 3 centuries until when Salahuddin ended the war. 3 centuries for this site. Until now,
No.
the war revolves around it. It revolves around
Yes, sir.
Jerusalem. Okay.
That's what Israel is planning. Sir,
No, he doesn't shut
it
up.
is
I'm
what
telling
Israel
you.
is planning. It is the
He
way of
refuses
destroying
to
the
be
United
quiet.
States. No, it is the way of destroying the United States and giving them the blame for destroying the Al-Aqsa Mosque. That's what they're doing.
If that happens,
Are
my
you?
friend,
He didn't
then
answer my question.
Hold
You didn't
on.
answer my
Okay,
question.
hold
Are
on.
you
Whoa,
Shia?
hold
Ask
on.
him if he's Shia.
Stop. Live restricted for 10 minutes. Your live is not eligible for recommendation and restricted in search results for the next 10 minutes because Ahmed does not comply with our community guidelines.
I told you, bro. I told
This
you.
restriction,
I told you.
I don't know. I've got to
Get
drop
outta
you.
here.
It says
You were reporting him.
Hold
When
on.
you were
I didn't report
Hold
him.
That's why you were
on. Fuck.
teacupping.
Stop. It says for misinformation that may cause moderate harm, whatever the fuck that means.
Exactly.
But
What kind of misinformation I say?
Ahmed,
Exactly.
Ahmed, here's what I'll do. I don't know. It doesn't tell me that. There's a timer up in the top left corner that I'll put up
Literally,
for
TikTok
you.
AI
Shut
is
up,
telling you you're lying.
Ghost. Stop. And I'll put a 10-minute timer up, and then you can come back after the 10 minutes are up, and it should be fine. But I don't fucking know, man. It's TikTok.
No, but it's still gonna ruin your
But
visibility.
I
regardless.
Yes, but I've got to drop you, and then you can come back in 10 minutes. There it goes. Okay.
So even the TikTok AI algorithm, which is verifying the facts, is telling him he's lying.
Time when they're speaking.
He wasn't lying about anything then, though.
He didn't even answer if he was a Shia. Get out of here, man.
Because he was in the middle of talking about something
What do
else.
you mean it doesn't matter? All right, so bring up any Muslims in the chat.
Well,
come up right now
Ghost,
and answer this question.
Ghost, here's what I know is that he was talking, and while talking, before he was finished with his point, you were asking him a question that, first of all, is irrelevant, and second of all, he has no obligation to answer because you wouldn't even letting him get his point out. So you weren't
'Cause I
actually.
thought he was
you weren't
lying, and clearly I was right.
You weren't. No, he's not lying. What was he lying
Clearly,
about?
I was right to
What's he
interrupt.
lying
Even
about?
TikTok, even literally the TikTok wanted me to interrupt. 'cause
TikTok
reported
drives
it.
people all the time.
for misinformation. Why didn't I get
They,
it for misinformation?
bro, they give you dings for misinformation for anything that they don't want you to talk about. Seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, TikTok saying something. Yeah, no. Here, I'll give you an example. We had somebody up here, Zio. She was up here for maybe 5 minutes. She hadn't even spoken yet and got dropped for misinformation. The misinformation label is nothing. It means nothing.
I got.
I don't believe that. Maybe she whispered something you didn't hear.
So now you're calling me a liar. I was up here. We all laughed about it like it was stupid, but funny at the same time because she literally hadn't said anything. I mean, it is what it is, man. That's fucking TikTok. But like I said, and here's a fact: a group of fucking liberals, about 1,000 of them in total, have been told to come here and report my live. So everybody that comes up on my shit is likely being reported by these people because they were told to do it, and they do as they're told. You know.
I'm so sorry that's happening to you because you don't deserve it.
And then it keeps people from wanting to come up on my panel because then they get their accounts violated, and they don't want to come up on somewhere that's actively being reported because they don't want to get their shit fucked up.
No, I'm not gonna lie. Like 6 months ago, bro, I came up on your live, and you were like pissed. I had you like heated. So we were like screaming. Your face was red. You were freaking out, bro.
No, he was just blushing at you, man.
No, I'm pretty sure anybody that watches my show will know what you just said is not true.
No, no, trust me. You were mad. You were mad.
Yeah, I haven't.
You want me to repeat what I said?
In the manner that you just described.
You want me to repeat what I said so we could test it?
Test what?
Nothing, man. I'm just joking. Anyways, back to the whole shenanigans. We need to get rid of Iran.
We do not. Trump is trying to cause World War III. We don't need it. It's bad enough what's going on with Ukraine and Russia. We don't need more wars.
Ukraine is literally currently and has been receiving money from Israel to draw out this campaign because what it has done is it has overextended the United States military in culmination with what we've seen going on in Ecuador, Venezuela, Iran. We have spread out our military forces. Oh, thank you, baby Jesus. I am so grateful, Father God. Woo!
What? What happened? Oh, okay. I see what happened.
She said,
Oh,
I'm going to check and see if he's requested back up. I don't know now. Okay, he hasn't requested yet. I don't know why he dropped.
Yeah, here's the thing. You know, as time goes by, you're gonna notice that even the younger generations of Iranians and just they tend to be increasingly more, I guess, progressive, for lack of a better term. But you don't want to be in a position where you're alienating that. Like, if you want to enact the change, and if you think that their way of life or their politics is detrimental, then there's many ways to do that outside of war. Because if you start engaging in that armed conflict, now all of a sudden it's ingrained in them because you probably may have unalived or impeded their father their parent or their grandparent in some way, shape, or form. So they're going to have that animus that's going to stick to them, and rightfully so. Just like, we would probably feel the same exact way if that happened to us. So definitely, I don't agree with the alignment of a country, even if they have conflicting views and don't agree, with us, or even wish us hostility, especially when we're surrounded by water and when we have, NATO and other, allies that can also, I think, take care of the situation, because we already pay the most money in to NATO because it's percentage of GDP. So, I mean, that's just my view. So, Not sure why.
Well, that was the agreement, though. Post WW2, the United States was supposed to become the world police, and that's why our currency became the world's most dominant currency, because it was part of the plan. And it's a sheer fact that Israel is literally turning our allies against us by means of their proxy, which would be the Trojan horse Donald Trump, in addition to the fact that the move, the play, that gives them all the cards, that gives them all the power of the United States, everything, is destroying the Al-Aqsa Mosque. And it's the fact that people aren't seeing it is so blatant at this point, because for the first time in 1,000 years, the perimeter of the mosque has been struck. That has never happened before. People go through all kinds of efforts to make sure that that doesn't occur, because what? It will unite all of the Arab world, of the Muslim world, against whoever is responsible, and they're going to pin it on us.
It goes against international law. And, he was saying, well, we're the Americas, we're America, we can do whatever we want. I think that's a very scary notion, because now you're validating what the China is, has been saying for a long time. Hey, we need BRICS. We need to overthrow the U.S. as the reserve currency of the world, because they are operating on this mentality that they can do whatever they want and not operate within international law. So you're basically making China's case for them, and that's that's dangerous. So.
And not just that, but if somebody overtakes us as the global superpower, they then can say, we can do whatever we want, using the same logic and claim that the U.S. has been making, that, might makes right. So, not only, keeping yourself restricted from having that kind of fucked up mentality in the first place protects you and others from somebody else, Of course, at this point, I think the U.S., aside from Israel, is one of the most dangerous entities on the face of the planet at this point. I really think that.
Oh, the U.S.?
Yeah. I
mean, you think about
I hate saying that, but call a spade, right?
I'd say the second was Israel.
Yeah. Well, I think they're, I think they're kind of one and the same at this point,
Yeah.
I appreciate you saying that, because I don't necessarily agree with all of us like blaming like Israel for all this, because look, who has the economic power, who has the social power, who has the military power, it's all U.S. So
no, it really isn't. Sir, you remove
Israel.
Okay, just hear me out.
Israel has one of the most active armies in the world.
Okay, what I'm pointing to is this. Access to Africa, Asia, and Europe is all in Israel's hands. They just need to push the empire out. We're the empire.
But I guess I'm not following that.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? They're surrounded, yes, by this, but what makes them? I understand why they have influence, but to say that I guess they're more influential than the U.S., I don't know. I think that's a stretch.
Well, I think it's the influence that they exact on the U.S. that allows them to use us for what they want. I mean, the Iraq War, that wasn't from us. That was from them. They're the ones that brought us into that shit. That entire list. Oh, Ahmed, your timer is almost up, so you'll be able to come back here in about 20 seconds or so. I'm going to mute that because that is kind of annoying while I'm talking. Sorry, guys. No. But the influence that they have on us, they use us to do the things, not just their own military and propaganda and shit that they do. They're using us for their means. And it's, so I feel like you have to add the power of the United States when you talk about Israel, because really, if you think about it, think about the force that's strong enough to get Democrats and Republicans in our current government to come together on an issue, because they're so fucking divided on everything. They can't even agree on who gets to take a shit in a bathroom in the Capitol, right? They can't even agree on that. And yet, for some reason, they always agree on that one thing. And that's because of that influence.
They took down Michael Jackson and Prince.
And Ahmed requested up, I guess.
Let me.
Yeah.
And Miss Chaos. Hopefully that wasn't accidental, but I'm going to bring up Miss Chaos too. Sorry, I just now saw your request, Miss Chaos.
Oh, no, you're fine.
Yeah, well, go ahead, because I don't get to see you up on the show a lot, so please.
I know I don't normally come up here. Normally I'm gaming at this point. Remember Bon Bon, our lovely dear friend that would never shut up
Oh my God,
for
yes.
like 3 hours? Okay.
Yes.
It's that sense of entitlement. What I was talking about and trying to put in the chat, it didn't come, whatever.
I couldn't understand what you were trying to say. I'm
It
sorry.
was not. Anyways, two people who are like Bon Bon try to get on a base where I'm at. Please, if you remember, don't disclose. So now our soldiers cannot go off base while wearing uniform. They have to go straight home and change if they want to go anywhere else. That's the entitlement, because since they didn't get on base, because you have to have this, that, and the third, and a sponsor and all this other stuff, especially if you're from another country, you have to have all the things they wanted to threaten. So
Wow.
it's the entitlement.
Yeah, that is fucking wild. That's
Liberal, I have
wild.
an important news for you. It's
And
very
thank
important.
you, Mrs. Chaos, for clearing that up, because I was like, I'm trying to understand. I just don't know what you're saying.
It cuts me off halfway through, and so I can't get it all out.
Right.
Liberal,
Yeah.
that's a very important
Ahmed.
news for you.
Yes, let's hear it. Let me
U.S.
put you up on
government
the screen.
decided that they are going to have boots on the ground. So right now the target is like they want to occupy 3 islands to force open the Strait of Hormuz and then to force Iran to ceasefire. The first island so the force that the U.S. has decided to send is around 50 to 70,000 soldiers. That includes Marines that are coming from Japan, and Marines that are coming from Japan, and different soldiers who are already in the region right now, and soldiers from the Diego Garcia military base in the Indian Ocean. So they're around like 50 to 70,000 soldiers. They're targeting 3 islands. The first island, as you know, like the Strait of Hormuz is not this entire strait. This entire strait, you cannot use it, because the seas and oceans here are very vast and unstable, So the accurate Strait of Hormuz are these 2 islands, These 2 islands, and they're both owned by Iran, So the first target that the U.S. aims in the ground operation is this island, the island of Lar, the Lar Island, This Lar Island is the starting point of the Strait of Hormuz, right? So all ships that come from the Strait of Hormuz, they have to pass from the Lar Island. So this is the first target for U.S. ground operations. And the second target for U.S. ground operations is this tiny island over here. Yeah, this tiny island over here. This island is called Abu Musa Island, And this island is owned by the government of Iran, And this island oversees entire operation in the Persian Gulf region. All operations in the Persian Gulf region.
Okay, what did you say the name of it was?
Abu Musa Island. The first island is this island, the Lar Island.
Yeah.
The second island is this tiny island,
So
Abu Musa
to the
Island.
west of Ross.
Okay,
I'm trying to find it on my own map so I can kind of follow along.
Lar. You can search it, Lar, and this is near the Qashm Island, which is owned by the IRGC as the headquarters. So this island is the first target for the U.S. ground operation in order to liberate the Strait of Hormuz, according to what the Pentagon released. And the second island is this, the Abu Musa Island. So they will be striking this island as well. So that the traffic in the Persian Gulf region is controlled by the U.S. government. And the third island they are aiming for comes, as you know, Iran is a very vast country. It's a continent, as you know. It's massively vast country. It's a continent. Iran is almost as large as entire Western Europe. As large as entire Western Europe. It's a very vast country. And by the way, it's a mountainous country with mountainous geography. So, and the last island that they want to occupy is very far. So the last target is very far, is here. This island, this place here, the Bushehr place, the Bushehr state in Iran, this place used to house Iranian nuclear facilities that were bombed. Iranian nuclear facilities and Iranian gas facilities that they were bombed recently. But 90% of Iran's oil, okay, once it's fully cleaned up and ready, okay, it's exported from here. This island is called the Kharg Island, okay, and the distance is around 40 kilometers to 30 kilometers from mainland Iran. Okay, so they want to target this island, okay, and this island is the third direction. The third goal of U.S. ground operations. So the ground operation are like the soldiers that are ready, like they're around like 50 to 70,000. But as you know, to fight in these hard and tough terrains like Iran's, they need special forces. So around 20,000 Marines, as far as I know at the moment, 20 to 30,000 Marines will be deployed from different bases of around the world, from Europe, from Japan, from South Korea. They will be deployed to take and occupy all these 3 islands. Okay, so but the main problem that would face, obviously, it is like obviously I know it's not enough, but the main problem that we face that this entire vast this entire vast Gulf that Iran owns, this large scale Gulf that is in thousands and thousands of like miles large, like millions of square miles large. Okay, so the next what will happen is that Iran will be fighting from these gulfs. US will try to take off island because obviously you know that they cannot invade mainland Iran because it's obviously suicidal. Obviously no one can invade mainland Iran because it's very large and very big and mountainous geography and very large in terms of population. So invading or occupying mainland Iran is obviously suicidal and not realistic. It's like trying to conquer Russia. Okay, so it's not realistic. So they're aiming for these islands. So this is the information and news that we know right now that are released from the Pentagon. And that's what they aim for at the moment.
Where did you find that? Because I was looking it up while you were talking. I can't find anything,
from different news sources. They are like Arab media and English media, and they're like Arab media, English media. I will find you the sources and I will tell you. But the main target right now is not just like Kharg Island here. Kharg Island here, this tiny island here, is not just the only target. They are aiming for 3, as I told you earlier. So the next phase of war will involve ground troops, but they will be limited ground troops. But the main thing is that Iran says if these islands get occupied, they will make these islands like killing box. How? Look here. Okay, killing box. How? Look here. Okay, this place here, the Strait of Hormuz is fully already under Iranian control. Okay, so what will happen is like most likely they will close the traffic from Strait of Hormuz, and this entire region here, the Persian Gulf, it will become a kill box. Kill box, which means all U.S. Army over here. Yes, they will have to fight Iranian missiles, Iranian drones, Iranian suicidal boats, Iranian mines, and everything. They will close this fully. This strait will get closed fully, and this entire region will become a kill box for U.S. Army next. That's what Iranians aim for at the moment, as far as we know. Okay, because they already plan to close this place fully and turn this entire region into a kill box to kill the U.S. Army in here with no exit. The only exit is here, and once they enter, the exit is closed. They cannot enter. They cannot exit. So this entire thing will turn like this entire thing will turn into a kill box. Yeah, exactly. Trapped. Right. Yes, exactly. Trapped, and that's what Iran plans for at the moment. Let's see what happens next.
This is exactly when they're going to strike Elon Musk because the distraction they're going to use it.
You're really muffled.
I can't hear you, Captain.
Yeah, I can't hear you, Captain. All I heard was mosque. No, that's worse. That's
just
worse.
so muffled.
Pull the phone out of your mouth. Just. It sounds like you've got the phone. Yeah. Ah. That's what it sounded like.
Do you think Iranian kill box strategy can work against U.S. Army?
I don't see
Ahmed,
any way.
It's not only going to be the U.S. Army; it's going to be the Israeli Army as well.
No,
well, I don't see Israel putting their troops. I don't see them putting their troops there because they know that they're. I think this is literally a suicide mission on behalf of the U.S. I think.
Do you think?
I think so, because as he's showing, you're literally right there. It's going to be so easy for them to target those troops on any of those islands. They won't even have to really try.
Yeah, and I just
I don't like that is like the dumbest strategy. Of course they have a drunk in charge, so.
Well, I was going to say, look who's in charge. What do you expect?
Yeah, I mean, he
Let's not talk about the words I want to say to what's his face, liquor brain.
Liquor brain. Yeah, so
liquor brain.
I don't see a way that the U.S. troops are going to be able to combat the amount of munitions that Iran is going to throw at those troops. It's,
They're not, simply because half the time we can't even afford to do our own home training missions. So what makes us think that we can afford to go over there again?
Well, this is what's
Crazy.
so awful.
Because it's a matter of image for the U.S. The U.S. has an image like a global superpower, the empire. Okay, if U.S. withdraws right now, this means that the U.S. lost the war, and this means that the Pax Americana world order that U.S. government leads, this entire world order will fall, and eventually the multipolar world order will emerge. And they don't want this order to emerge because this order will emerge at the death of American empire. So they don't want this order to emerge. It's a matter of respect and it's a matter of pride for the empire right now. Okay, they started this war, but we know obviously like thousands and thousands of U.S. military personnel will be. They would die in the. Obviously they would die on these islands. Okay, and U.S. government and the Pentagon knows that they will die. Okay, but the main problem is Israel most likely. Even if they agree to participate, they will send like a couple of soldiers or a few hundreds of soldiers. They won't be sending like 30,000, 40,000 soldiers from the Marines, the Marine Corps, the special operations, like as how U.S. government is sending, because obviously
send their LGBT.
They won't
They're
send.
going to
They
send their
won't send
LGBTQ+ idea.
because if thousands of Israeli soldiers die, Netanyahu will have to give answers to his population. And okay, so
Yes. They
like
already
obviously,
set it
and
up.
he's not willing to take that risk. Okay,
No,
but
no,
he
no, no, no.
knows that he
Not
rules
regu-
U.S., so he wants Trump to take it.
Not regular idea, the LGBTQ+ idea. Because the far right of that country have been more and more volatile towards them. And then putting it that God was judging them because of them being LGBTQ+ is the perfect
I don't
excuse to have
know
this
if
whole thing play out.
knows what that is, Captain.
And also
You
think
know
about
what?
it.
The greatest suicidal idea
Sorry,
America
go ahead,
ever had.
Feisty. Go ahead, Feisty.
Ahmed, do you know what LGBTQ is?
Yes, I know.
Oh, you do. You speak
course we
very
know.
good English. So
Yeah, obviously, but like the main thing is that I don't agree with this trash. Honestly, like sorry, liberal. Like I don't agree with this. Okay, but if someone is LGBTQ, that's fine for me. But I don't agree with this. That's my view.
Oh, what I'm saying is that Israel will sacrifice the LGBTQ+ soldiers and then blame the defeat on them because of the immorality or whatever. And that will be error.
They're not doing that. If thousands die in war invading Iranian islands, Netanyahu will have to answer his population. Because millions of people will get in
Not thousands, hundreds.
to demand answers.
There's like
And he
200.
will have
There's
no
like
answers.
200.
Yeah, so
Like literally,
the way
he
that I
won't
see
take
it-
the risk, but he will let Americans take the risk because he knows that he has IPAC and the lobby in America, and he can force America to get into this war. He will not get into this war directly because obviously he has to answer his population. Like obviously, like what kind of answers
No,
will
no.
he give to his population? But America is
It's less
fine
than
for him.
200 soldiers. There's less than 200 soldiers in the IDF who are LGBTQ+. But they've been more and more putting them in the forefront. And I think that is because with this defeat, in addition to the Al-Sayed Mosque, this is a perfect play. This is the perfect way of putting the blame on the United States, taking a tiny hit for Israel, but in reality, it was all intended to
Captain,
get the
believe
United
me,
States
he
out of
won't
the
be
region.
sending any soldiers. He won't be sending soldiers. He wants U.S. soldiers to die. He's not willing to sacrifice his own soldiers because if he does, he will have to answer the millions and millions of his own population. Why did you send them to their death when you know that these islands are near Iran and it's suicidal to invade them? So why are you sending them? He will have to give answers to his population. Okay, so obviously, like he won't send any. Most likely, he would force IPAC to force the U.S. government to send his army. He will force IPAC to force the U.S. government to send U.S. Marines into these islands. Okay,
Right.
but he will never send his own soldiers because he
Yeah,
knows that he's
I
not
don't
ready
see
to
him
sacrifice.
doing that either.
Yeah, my name was invoked, so I would like to comment. So no, the problem I see is just one, the land, the terrain of Iran is just more problematic for an invading force, and number two, the I think if we're already having issues with the drones, just imagine guerrilla warfare tactics plus drones. Coming from Iran, how problematic that's going to be,
right?
Amidst the Russian, I guess, assistance and perhaps even the Chinese assistance. So,
yeah, and I still can't find what you're talking about, the Pentagon releasing this stuff or talking about it. I
That's
can't
what
find
I
it
saw
anywhere.
from sources in Arab media because they are pretty much familiar with what's happening now. So I saw this from multiple sources. Okay, but I will try to find sources and give you the sources right now for sure.
Yeah, I appreciate that because
our Pentagon's not going to tell you where we're going to go,
Right.
where and when.
That's
because
true.
that would violate OPSEC. I know the Orange Man likes to violate OPSEC like it's nobody's business, but majority of the military is not going to violate that OPSEC.
Yeah, and let's see. I'm trying to use AI to see if it can dig through Arab media, and that's 6 days ago. Fucking this is 17 hours ago. Tehran issues warning to regional neighbor if Iranian island occupied. Iran's parliament speaker issues warning over threat to islands as U.S. administration talks peace while committing more troops to conflict. Yeah, that's which I find fascinating. There, Trump's like, here's a 15-point plan. Let's do it like a ceasefire thing, while he's still sending more troops. Like, it's fucking stupid.
He makes
but
my eye roll. And
it's crazy.
I had to not come up here when Ralph was up here because he was literally triggering the ever living crap out of me. Because he wants this, he wants to do that. He wants our soldiers to go over there, right?
You mean
he can resign? He can come resign back up, take my husband's spot, and we can go on a family vacation. How about that?
Right.
Because I'm done.
Yeah. No. It's crazy. Anybody that wants to send somebody else's children over to Iran for like
You want the source liberal, right?
What's that now?
You found the source from the AI, right?
Well, is Al Jazeera just commenting on a warning that they may take or try to take the islands? Not that they, that there was a plan in place. Let's say,
but you know that there are already soldiers on the way. The Marines are on the way.
Well, yes,
Okay,
we know that. Yeah.
Airborne, 88 Airborne, all of them are on the way. So most likely the operation will take place within a week.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that they don't have a plan in place, but I don't know that we know that until they're like literally.
Yeah, but you just have to study the motion. You just have to study the movements. When you study the movements, when you see the way how when you see how different American regiments, they left mainland U.S., they left Europe, they left Japan. For example, like 5,000 Marines just announced that they left Japan. So they're coming to the Middle East in different positions. So you can see that these different points, and you can realize that they are planning to conquer the islands. Why? Because they want to force a humiliating treaty over Iran. Okay, they want to force Iran to agree for a humiliating ceasefire, and Iran wants to force America to accept a humiliating ceasefire. That's the issue. America is not willing to take. U.S. government is not willing to accept humiliation, and the government of Iran, they prefer death over accepting they prefer death over accepting a humiliating surrender, or not surrender, a humiliating ceasefire. So that's where the issue comes from. So they don't.
Yeah, of course. Trump will.
A humiliating ceasefire.
Whatever happens, Donald Trump is going to claim he won, and his base is like, "Hey, he's the greatest. Look at him. he makes the best tacos ever." And
Not
so,
the tacos.
but see, I think
No,
Iran
it's
is.
McDonald's.
Yeah, I think it's McDonald's. I think Iran is level-headed enough to if something were to come in, a ceasefire or whatever, let him bloviate and talk his bullshit, so that it stops. But again, somebody else down the line's gonna fucking do it again too. It won't stop with Trump. I mean, I think unless we can reinvent and restructure our entire government, they're just going to keep going and keep going. We need to bomb and invade Israel is what we need to do. I think that's what the United States really needs to
The
do.
real problem is Israel rules the U.S. government, right?
Well, right. I mean, no, I get that, but I'm saying, like, really, if somebody needs to have a war, it's going to be Israel. Like, because what they've done to us is just probably worse than, even what fucking Japan did, or at least on that same level. Yeah, sure, a bunch of people didn't unalive, but everybody in Iraq, that's at the feet of fucking Israel. All of the crap and shit we're going on, all the fucking money that you're not making anymore, I believe that's at the hands of them. Like this AI shit that's about to take your jobs from you. This is all getting pushed by that fucking country. It's crazy. Their ability to control us.
But
is weird.
liberal, I hope you realize that if they because they realize pretty much that once they put boots on the ground, there is no turning back again. Okay? Why? Because once you put boots on the ground, Iran will bombard the shit out of these islands. So obviously, thousands and thousands of Marines will be unalived. Okay? So as a result of that, the U.S. will be forced to conquer the Gulf of Iran. Okay? The Gulf sides of Iran. Okay? They will try to conquer the mainland Iran. Okay? To secure the people who are controlling the islands right now. So eventually they will have to put boots on mainland Iran because you cannot secure islands, okay, without putting boots on mainland Iran. It's suicidal. So eventually all of us I can see once he decides that there will be boots on the ground, if Trump decided that, then there is no ending to that. He will, okay.
They have a
first,
teleportation device. Maybe they have some crazy technology nobody's aware of. And all of a sudden, just right in the middle of Tehran, and fucking 20,000 U.S.
I wish. Now, y'all know that big fighter jet thing that they're all so proud of, right? It's massive. They can cloak it. I saw that, and I thought, holy crap. I was like, okay. But I got to go finish this pool. Y'all have fun. Don't get too over-talky. I need to get this pool done so I can wear out these crotch goblins.
Yeah, but liberal, you know what's the most interesting thing? U.S. government knows that if they take those islands, okay, so they will take so they will have to occupy the beach sides of Iran as well, okay, because you have to secure the soldiers who are occupying the islands, and in order to secure the soldiers who are occupying these islands, the Marines who are occupying these islands, okay, obviously you would need to control the beach sides and the beach fronts of Iran, right? So eventually they will have to put boots on the ground in mainland Iran.
You have to get shit in there too. And that's probably where the most devastating thing will come. Even if Iran allows them to group up on any one of those islands, then when you shut the other end, like you were talking about, and you box them in and they can't get anything in, I mean, that'll fuck them right there.
Yeah. That's
logistics is the most important thing for a military.
I hope that Trump is wise enough to avoid that. I hope Trump is wise enough to avoid that because the midterm elections in America are coming. So I hope he's wise enough to avoid that.
One thing about Trump is he's not wise. He's actually very stupid.
Well, I don't want to underestimate the guy, all right? Because I don't know how. Maybe he's the luckiest fucking person on earth. The dude always finds a way to weasel out of shit.
I know.
I was just gonna say, look, I don't think that, I mean, you could evil geniuses are still geniuses. So
if he was a genius, he wouldn't have bankrupted 7 businesses for a start.
Well, here's the thing, right? That I know that's an argument that people make. But at the end of the day, did he still end up? I mean, was he at a loss? For that, he was probably able to write it off, and then he's still considered to. He still he still has billions, of dollars, right? I don't even think like
he
this.
says.
Yeah, but there was an article that said that France convened with 35 countries. Let's see. France says 35 countries joined military talks on reopening Hormuz shipping. So I thought it was interesting because it comes from an article page titled "The Times of Israel."
Those 35 countries will be like less than 5%. Like they will participate, but less than 5% of the total logistics that the U.S. will give. Why? Because none of them is ready to sacrifice soldiers in Iran because they will have to answer the population. They will have to give answers to the populations.
Yeah, but what I thought was notable was that
doesn't want to get involved, Ahmed.
Do what now?
We're not getting involved.
Who is that? Canada?
No, the UK.
Oh, the UK. Okay. I thought you were from there. I wasn't sure because you were on Dylan's panel.
Honestly, UK, like for most of history since 1945, the United Kingdom used to be a great bitch for America, with all due respect. Okay, but right now under Starmer, like the UK started to make independent foreign policies away from America, looking at the British national interest instead of looking at American national interest, and I respect that. Europeans followed the suit. Well, I think largely because rise of China helped them, obviously, because right now there is another superpower that balances America. Okay, so obviously they can hedge between the great powers.
Thank you, Feisty.
So what I like, what I loved about UK is that right now they started to make independent foreign policies in British interest, not in American interest. Because for most of history, Britain used to be bitch of America, with all due respect. The British government, I mean, not the people.
To a certain extent, not completely.
Let me ask you, how long does it take you to drive from one side of your country to the other, Feisty?
For me to drive from Cornwall to Scotland would take about 10 hours.
Isn't that crazy? Across the entirety of the country. As an American, that is wild to me.
I know. We're tiny.
Yeah, no. In tiny, albeit, but, it once was a fucking superpower.
Empire and superpower, yes.
Right.
We used to colonize lots and lots of people, and I'm always apologizing for it.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah, that sucks.
That's fine, PC. Those days are gone. It's not like the current people in the UK are responsible for that. The people who were responsible, they died, right? So we don't have to blame the entire population for government decisions, right?
No.
Because the British government colonized India, not the British people, right? The British government colonizes Egypt, not the British people.
But you
So
guys,
the government needs to apologize.
you guys sent us all of your worst, and then they had babies and made America. That's what we are now. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but Fisty, you said
really,
yes, we have independent foreign policy, but not completely. What did you mean by that? Can I understand this?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
When I said that the UK started to make independent foreign policy away from America, right now the British government is looking at the British national interest, not the American national interest.
Absolutely, I agree. I agree.
Okay, but you said not completely.
Yeah, not completely. I think Starmer had to think long and hard before he decided to go against Trump, because he's worried about the future relationship with America.
Well, obviously, when entire Europe has a large-scale monster like Russia as a neighbor, literally a monster, like literally a monster on the size of Russia is your neighbor, Like, obviously, you don't want to destroy your relations with America, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's obviously.
That's
Yeah,
true.
but
Obviously, because
you
I
see,
know
that's
Britain and Europe,
another
they are
reason
in no
why
way they're a challenge for Russia, right? So they
I
want
have a
America to
real
balance
problem
Russians.
with Trump because I'm a avid Ukraine supporter, and Trump has done nothing to help Ukraine.
Well,
He is so pro-Russian.
But he sent weapons, he
Well,
sent
let me.
drones, he sent a lot of things. Yeah, he didn't allow
he
Europeans to
didn't
operate
change
F-35s
much.
against Russia. Yeah, but he did. Like, US
Well,
did a couple
No, a
of a lot of
lot
things.
of what he sent, he actually charged NATO for.
crazy.
Well, obviously
Now,
that's Trump, right?
now, as
Obviously that's
far
Trump,
as
right?
as far as like
Yeah.
Ukraine is concerned, I'm starting to worry because if you look at the history of Zelensky and his family, how he came to be,
Yeah.
I have a lot of questions about the guy and his motivations and what
He's
his
a
actual
really
agenda
genuine
is.
guy.
Like, he comes across very genuine. I've liked Zelensky up until, because whenever I saw the two humanoid robots getting sent to the front lines in Ukraine from the U.S., you know, even despite the fact that Trump is claiming that he's, basically doesn't like the guy, and then we send two humanoid robots to get testing.
I didn't know they had.
Yeah, so I started digging in, and I discovered that Zelensky has a very interesting past. And I'm not going to say it because then people will call me a bigot, whatever.
Well,
but
he was an actor.
he's
a lawyer.
But look at the guy that owned the television network that propped him up. And look at him
That
too.
I don't know
The same
anything about.
history. I can't remember his name, but just do a quick Google search about
Okay,
his
I will.
history,
I will.
what his lineage is, and it gives me great pause because there's nothing that I've been able to like pinpoint really that says anything, but I just have questions because AI is being pushed by that little country, and now they're bringing in those robots for testing, and I just my conspiracy brain starts going off when I see some of these weird connections happening. So I don't know, it gives me pause about that entire situation, like, because they'll unalive us to pursue some agenda. They've been, maybe even most countries are willing to do that or have engaged in it at some point in the past. So I don't know.
Well,
you look that up.
I
I think there's more there than
government is corrupt as hell. They don't give a toss about their own civilians.
right.
They do about their soldiers to a certain extent.
Yeah. So I just, I don't know what's going on. I'm afraid that there's more going on there in that whole situation than we've been led to believe. I can't prove it. It's, just pure speculation on my part because I just know how people like that are and how they've acted, especially in the industry that propped him up to begin with.
Yeah.
It's a trope, if you will.
What worries me is if Russia won, then they will start on the Baltic states because Russia wants to take back and have the old USSR back.
Right, which, is...
But bro, did you hear what Putin's like? There is some leaks, okay, from Moscow. Okay, the leaks. The leaks. The leaks are about a meeting between U.S. government officials and Russian government officials. Okay, yeah, U.S. government officials told the Russians very clearly that get away from Iran. Okay, get away from Iran. We have problems to solve with Iran. Okay, so the Russian government officials told the American government very clearly, give me Europe, and I'll give you Iran. Get out of Europe, and I get out of Iran. As simple as that. Okay, as simple as that. You get out of my backyard and my park, and I get out of your backyard and your park.
And who said that? What representative from what country?
The Russians said clearly, give me Ukraine and Europe, and I give you Iran. Okay, but U.S. rejected that. These leaks are like they are on the internet. Russians didn't confirm it. Neither did the U.S. confirm it. Okay, it's a meeting. Okay, so Russians clearly said, "Give me Europe and give me Europe and give me Europe and Ukraine, and in exchange, I give you Iran." As simple as that. So he wants American NATO and American support to Europe and Ukraine out. In exchange, Russia would stop supporting Iran. So that's what the leak was about.
That's crazy.
I want to just. This is, I guess, an article that came out 18 hours ago, and there's a similar article that says that the U.S. may be shifting resources away from Ukraine to the Middle East. So I just thought that this was pretty telling because I haven't been hearing too many updates about the Ukraine-Russia war. So, but this is a notable one. Zelensky says U.S. has linked security guarantees to ceding of Donbass.
Yeah, but I beg, do you think U.S. will surrender Europe and Ukraine to Russia in exchange for Russia surrendering Iran to U.S.? Do you think this is happening? Because at the moment we heard that U.S. government rejected that. They rejected this proposal. They said, okay, so U.S. government was clear that we're not surrendering Europe, okay, neither Ukraine. So you cannot have Europe or Ukraine. So Russia rejected to back away from Iran. So those are the leaks at the moment. So do you think U.S. under Trump will surrender Europe and Ukraine to Russia in exchange for Russia getting out of supporting Iran?
Yeah, so I think that the Donbass territory, and I think Trump has communicated this before, that I think Trump believes that it should just be Russia. It's like, look, they've already advanced into this territory. It's highly influenced by the Russians already. Just let them keep it.
But Russians want entire Ukraine and entire Europe.
Yeah, but I don't think that's gonna. I don't think they'll have the entire Ukraine. I think what they'll probably do is, and what they've been doing this, they'll start to exert increasing economic influence and a pressure campaign to the rest of Ukraine just to cede it. Just to make it, to annex it that way. So they're probably
Russians dream of an empire that stretches from Russia all the way to Britain. That's what they dream of. They want a Russian empire that includes all of Europe. So that's what they dream about. But the main issue for them is US and NATO. Okay, they want America to cancel NATO and get out of Europe so that they can take all of Europe in exchange for Russia handing over Iran to US. So that's what they dream about. But the main problem
but here's the thing: as we're exhausting our resources, and we are exhausting our resources in the Middle East conflict, that's why we have to shift. Right? The language was not, "Hey, let's." The language was, let's shift resources from Ukraine to the Middle East. And I thought that's pretty notable language. So we can get to a point where we can get so stretched thin that which country it stands to gain from all this? I mean, China, because China has a standing army that continues to grow. Do you see them engaged in any of these military conflicts? No, that they're just providing and delivering.
Did you hear the news, the latest news? Iranians right now, they impose tools over the ships which pass from the Strait of Hormuz, and they are charging $2 million worth amount of money in Chinese yuan, not the dollars.
Digital.
Yeah. And the second thing is that there are leaks that say in future, pretty much very soon, the government of Iran will block any ship, that sells oil in the dollar under the petrodollar agreement. They will block those ships. They will block those ships, because they want to force the countries of the region to sell oil in yuan, not the dollar. So we heard that from different sources. Iran wants to impose that because Iran foreign minister told that to India, in a phone call. Trade in yuan, not the dollars, and we will give you the access along with the tools. So that's what we heard. That's what we heard about. So what do you think is going to happen soon?
I mean, China's going to keep on building exponentially. They've already. So I mean, they're trying to create a new axis of power. You also see what's going on in Africa, too, which people don't really talk about, is that they're starting to finance more and more of their debt. So, and China is like the big World Bank. And then the strategy is the more you can get your money circulating into a country and even like a continent, the more influence you have over that, in terms of politics, in terms of, trade, just about everything. And I think that's the goal. And they're very successful in it. And I think that the U.S. understands that. But I think their aggressive policy towards, South America, towards the Middle East, is just going to put us on a path where we're alienating more and more people, while the Chinese are saying, hey, you know what? We understand now. We're just gonna, we're just gonna write you a check.
But like China would be like, because China, obviously that China is a superpower in the Pacific region. It's just the strongest country in the Pacific region. The only power that balances China at the moment in the Pacific is the United States, right? Because obviously South Korea, Japan, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Australia, New Zealand, all these countries together, they are nothing against China, and that's obvious. Because it's obviously a very big country. Economically, militarily, China vastly overpowers them. There is no comparison. Even if they unite together, it's still China is vastly stronger than them all. So US is the only country that balances them all at the moment. But it's very clear that even Chinese would be thinking like, we thought you're a superpower, a massively great power. You failed to defeat Iran. Okay, so what kind of chance do you stand against me in China, right? So for me, like for them in China, you're just a paper tiger at the moment. That's how they would think, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's this article, right? So, like, Taiwanese diplomat affirms its U.S. ties, warns of Chinese pursuit for global dominance, right? I mean, this is nothing new. And, it's just, it's a tale of the goal was to
Taiwan
replace
didn't
you.
see the Iran war? Didn't they see how U.S. failed in the Iran war? And China is millions of times much, much stronger than Iran. It's literally on a completely different level compared to Iran. So the people of Taiwan, South Korea, Japan, Australia, like Philippines, they didn't see how U.S. failed measurably against Iran. So what kind of a chance does America stand against China? Like realistically speaking.
Yeah, they want to be the new masters of the world. And again, this is just a diplomat from Taiwan. I mean, so you can go either way, but it just affirms the fact that it's kind of like what we already know, right? That they're building a new system of power. So,
well, yeah, the powers are shifting. I mean, this is this is the last gasp of a dying empire, I think, is what we're seeing, and it's going to be probably failed, barring some crazy shit that happens. I mean, imagine a drowning victim, right? That while they're drowning, they're literally pulling down the person trying to save them, right? That's why some of the Coast Guard are trained to knock the fuck out of the people that are doing that they're trying to save, because they try to bring them down under the water with them. And I think that's what we're doing. We're that drowning victim.
But no one expected the empires to fall so fast, bro. Like the war in Iran literally exposed the limits of American security guarantees.
Ahmed,
Like literally, when you fail against Iran, what kind of chance on earth you stand against China, right? Because China is
Ahmed.
obviously millions of times stronger than Iran. It's
Ahmed.
literally like Iran is not comparable with China.
I don't think it. Go ahead, Feisty.
Ahmed, do you mind if I ask, where are you from?
Well, I'm half Arab, half Pakistani. I used to live in Orange County, California. Right now, I'm in Dubai. I want to get out, but I don't see how to way to get out.
Okay, that's interesting. You're in Dubai. Are you seeing
Yes,
like when
originally
you
I
go
used to live
out,
in Orange County, California.
like you see these drone attacks, or is it really just focused on just
Daily, bro. They
you're
strike
seeing
airports.
God.
Yeah, like literally, when they spot a U.S. When they spot a U.S. Air Force in the airport, they strike the entire airport. Okay, when they see U.S. personnel hanging out somewhere, they strike the entire place. Bro, these people are crazy, bro. They are like literally, when they see U.S. destroyers stationed in seaports in Dubai, they literally strike the entire seaport, bro. Like they are fighting hardcore.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. Dubai. Okay, so I keep hearing, and I don't know if it's true or not, that like Dubai is largely pomp and bullshit, but it's empty, like it's a place for billionaires, but really there's like nothing, like cars.
Well,
there aren't a
simply
lot of
to tell
cars
you,
on the
look,
road. Is that true?
Let me tell you shortly. Look, Dubai offers you something that no one does. Okay, so look, Dubai offers you offshore accounts, right? Offshore accounts is simply the idea that it doesn't matter where you brought your money from. Okay, you can hide your money in Dubai, and and
like the Cayman
and you won't
Islands,
be taxed
basically.
in Dubai.
It's the new Cayman Islands.
Yeah. You can hide your money in Dubai, and the government of Dubai, they will not ask you from where you brought your money from, and,
Gangsta.
and not just that, and not just that, Dubai issues zero taxes. It's a tax-free heaven. Okay, so come here, hide your money, invest here. We have a strong infrastructure, etc. Hide your cash here, hide everything you want here, and no one is going to ask you anything, right? They don't care about your nationality. They don't give a fuck about if you're a white or European or black. Like, they don't give a fuck. As long as you're rich, that's what matters to them, right? They don't care, bro. As long as you're rich, that's what matters.
Now, the people
You
that
see
do
a
the
lot of
work,
Russians here.
do the people that do the work, are they like brought in from other places and like paid subsistence wages? Are they taken care of?
Bro, believe me,
I
bro,
see a
in
lot
Dubai,
of things that I can't verify.
Trump
that
has huge
TikTok-
accounts in Dubai.
Well,
Believe
I
me, bro,
imagine
Trump
so.
himself, he has huge accounts in Dubai, like literally Russian government and very powerful people in Russia. They have their accounts in Dubai. Powerful people from Germany and India, they have their wealth in Dubai. Like, literally, you see powerful people in Brazil, for example, like Maradona. He has his own cash and money in Dubai. But
the people
simply
that
in
do
Dubai,
the work,
they don't ask you
like
the source of money.
your janitors, your construction crew, your road crew, do they bring them in from other places? Are they taken care of, or are they
Simply
treated
they
like
hire
shit?
American companies. They hire American companies to work for them. They don't work them themselves. For example, Burj Khalifa, for example, which is the largest tower on Earth. The tower was built by a company based in California, right? Based in Los Angeles, California. Okay, so the ruler of Dubai simply called the company and said, so the ruler of Dubai, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, he simply called the company and said, he just gave a very simple request. The request was, build me the largest tower on Earth. That was his request, and they built for him. They literally built for him. Okay, these people, they don't think too much. They have money, they have cash. If they want something, they will get it. That's how they that's how they work.
But
In
do
Dubai,
they
don't
treat?
care about your nationality.
Do they treat
as
the
long
workers?
as you bring money, welcome.
Do they treat the workers like shit or not?
Well, bro, look, you need to know that construction workers, yes, they face racism, but it's not like only construction workers. Yes, I agree with you. They face racism because Dubai is a very capitalist kind of society. It's a strongly capitalist society. So, and construction workers, yes, they face that. But generally, except construction workers, I don't think it exists in Dubai. Because honestly, to tell you honestly, in Dubai, no one sees the construction workers. People see the towers, the money. People have money, they want to hide their money, right? People have money, they want to hide their money. They have billions and millions, they want to hide their cash, right? So Dubai is the perfect place to hide that money, right? So to hide that money, right? They invite millionaires and billionaires from all over the world, even
Like the
from
UFC,
the UK, by the way.
The UFC has a big part there as well. But I'm asking because what I've heard is that
You want to hear the surprising news, bro?
Hold on. What
You want to
I've
hear the
heard?
surprising news?
Hold on, Ahmed. What I've heard, and you can tell me if this is true or not. I've heard that they bring in immigrant workers to do the work that the billionaires obviously aren't going to do, the wealthy people.
Well,
and that,
it's not like
and
the
that
government does that
hold on.
directly. American companies bring them.
Hold on. Okay. And so once they bring them in there, those people aren't actually allowed to go out. So they're not seen. So the billionaires, when they get there, they don't see the riffraff, if you will. Is that true?
That's true.
See, that's
true.
fucking
That's
crazy.
true. But the main issue, that's true. But the main problem is that it's not like the government in UAE does that. Okay. The main issue is that American and European and Russian and Chinese companies that work in Dubai and make billions and millions of dollars in Dubai, okay, these companies, they invite poor immigrant workers from India, from Africa, from different parts of the world. Okay, they invite them to work, and then like they're trapped in there, right? So they're trapped in there, right? So these workers are not owned by the government. It's not like the government controls them. Okay, the government allows private companies and private corporations to be in charge, and these companies do that, not the government itself. Okay,
Right.
but the main problem is that the government turns. But the main
A
problem is
blind eye
that
to it.
the government in Dubai, yeah, exactly, they
Right.
turn a blind eye to that because.
And what's funny
because at the end
is
of the
that,
day,
like,
they're making billions, right?
you know,
they don't care.
Government, Trump would then shit on Iran. Oh, look what they're doing to the people. And yet he's over there loving Dubai where they like it's going on and the government's like,
Yeah,
I
Trump
didn't
has
see
huge
nothing.
investments in Dubai.
I didn't
You know,
see
Trump-
that. Did
Trump
you
has
see
huge
that guy
investments
getting
in
the
Dubai. He
shit
has
beat
huge
out of
cash
him
in
by the
Dubai.
foreman? I didn't see that. It's crazy. That's wild shit. No, thank you for confirming because I've seen the reports and people talking about this. But
You need to know that modern
it's-
world works around money.
Yeah,
It doesn't look. They don't
that's
care about
wild.
what's your race, what's your religion,
Serfdom.
or like if you're white or black. It works around what's inside your pocket. Simple.
Right.
They
That's
don't
so
care about
gross.
what's your race, what's your culture, religion. They don't give a fuck about that. What they care about is your money. Bring money, welcome. You don't bring money, get the hell out. That's how Dubai operates.
I've never ever wanted to go there because it's so opulent and everything's so over the top. It just, the thought of it reminds me of someone like Trump in his lack of taste.
Do you know that Trump himself, he has massive scale construction companies in Dubai and Abu Dhabi?
No,
Like
God,
very close friend to the
doesn't
ruler of
surprise
Dubai and
me.
the ruler of Dubai and the ruler of Abu Dhabi. They are very close friends to Trump, by the way, very close friends.
Mm.
He has huge cash in Dubai, huge properties in Dubai, Trump towers in Dubai. Like the man is rich, bro. The man is rich. He's very influential in Dubai. He has friends and the strongest and the most powerful positions in the government, which
And
includes
see,
the
that's what
president of
these
the country.
people want. That's what these fucking tech billionaire people want. They want serfdoms everywhere. And it's weird to think about, but is that progress where you start to get away from racism, around the world? back
Capitalism,
to
bro. It's not
classism?
about race.
Is
It's about
that
capitalism. They care
progress?
about what's inside your pocket.
You
in
know what I
Dubai.
mean? Like, as long as you're rich, we don't care what color you are. Is that progress?
I don't know,
It's kind
but
of a
that's how
weird
Dubai operates. They
philosophical
don't care about
question.
your culture, your race. They care about what's inside your pocket. That's how Dubai
Right.
operates.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and I've seen some awesome, actually, medical advancements in Dubai. I gotta watch my words carefully now. I guess Dana White from UFC, and also Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank, spoke about how they went through a kind of like a fish tank filtration system, but with their blood, right? And after that procedure, I mean, it's not FDA approved here in the States, but they claim that, hey, look, I feel young again, which is interesting. I mean, I'm very curious about it because I have a sick wife, and but stuff like that, all the advancements and the stuff they do. I mean, I follow closely, so yeah, it's crazy.
Almost like a dialysis or something similar to that. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. So I think if you were to just Google like Kevin O'Leary and then like blood swapping procedure,
Sounds more like a stem cell.
it's like they purify it. They purify it, which is interesting because not a lot of people.
Fucking jigsaw puzzle. Fucking shit. Sorry, you can go ahead. I just got to go do a jigsaw puzzle.
Look at this picture, liberal. Liberal, look at this picture, bro. Okay. You see the man here that Trump is walking with? That man. Okay. That man. Okay. The man that Trump is walking with. Okay. This man is among the special friends of Trump. A very, very close friend of Trump himself. This man is the president of the this man is the president of the country and a very close friend of this man is the president of the UAE, and he's a very, very close friend of Trump himself. Very close friend, a very special friend. You can see they're walking, and he invited Trump, and the president of the country, he invited Trump to a special dinner.
Gag.
Okay, to discuss business and relationship and friendship. And this man is literally among the most powerful people on the planet. He's literally among the most influential and the most powerful people on the planet. Imagine literally imagine those are the kind of friends that Trump has in Dubai. Imagine that. Very seriously powerful people. He hangs out with them. There's a picture of him with the president of one of the most powerful people in the world. Okay, so this is a picture of him. Okay, so you can see they're very close friends. The Sheikh of UAE, the president of the country, is among the most powerful people, and he's a very close friend of Trump. Very close friend, a very special friend.
What's his name?
You can see the kind of welcome. You can see the kind of welcome.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's the leader of the United States.
Very special friend, bro.
Well,
I have a question.
Special only because of what they can do for each other, right?
Yeah.
But APAC, go ahead.
Yeah, he even built him a McDonald's while he was there.
The fucking McDonald's.
Yeah, so I was wondering, and maybe this is a question more for Ahmed, how do the Saudis, for example, and I guess the other Muslim countries around the area view the Iranians?
Well, if you want the honest answer, they view them as enemies because Iran is a kind of country that wants to export the Islamic revolution inside their countries, and these countries, they are monarchies, right? They don't want to lose power. Okay, but the main issue is that these monarchies are very close friends to some of the most powerful people in the world, which includes President George W. Bush, President Clinton, U.S. President Barack Obama, President Biden, and President Donald Trump.
Yeah, Ahmed, I'm going to follow up with that question.
Some of the friends of the monarchies. So
I'm just going to ask you one more follow-up to that point. Sorry to cut, but you may appreciate this. So do you think they have a vetted interest in seeing Iran fall then, if that's the case?
Well, if you want the honest reality, the people of the country, huge percentage of the people, they support Iran because the people are Muslims and Iran is fighting against Israel, the Zionist regime. So the people of the country, obviously, they support.
Thank you, Fiesta.
They support Iran, but the government, they don't.
Fiesta.
But the government, they don't. The government supports U.S. because they want to see Iran weakening. Because Iran is the empire of the region. So, but generally, they have very strong friends, which includes British Prime Minister Starmer, U.S. President Trump, and they have very, very close friends in the highest positions of power on earth. So they're not easy people. They are very influential. They are far more influential than you can imagine.
They're gross.
They have
They're all
close
gross.
friends in Moscow, and Beijing, and Washington, and London, and Berlin, and Paris. They have very strong friends in power, bro. They are not normal people, you can imagine. They are seriously powerful people, very powerful.
Well, they're only powerful if we let them be. Because they can
they are
control
close friends
people.
of Trump, right?
Well,
they're close friends of Trump, right?
They're only friends because it benefits them. If Trump didn't have something they wanted, those people wouldn't give that motherfucker the time of day.
No, you need to know, even when Trump was not in office, way before Trump becoming the president, they still were friends with Trump, right?
Right. And
some
Trump,
of these leaders were on Epstein Island, by the way. Some of these leaders includes the president of the country that I showed you. They were with Epstein on Epstein Island. Literally, they were.
I mean, that goes to my point. He gave them something. Yeah, because, I mean, if Donald Trump was a nobody, didn't know anybody, hadn't been taken over by the fucking, the KGB.
Yeah, but
or
I want to
whatever.
know. I want to ask you, why Trump loves these powerful people being his friends. He hangs out with Turkish President Erdogan,
because he's a grapist.
With the president of the UAE, he loves powerful friends.
Because
he
Trump
doesn't hang out with the normal people.
Because Trump is a grapist, and I say that because Grapists that do what they do it not because they want to get off. They do it because they want to dominate and control somebody else. It makes them feel powerful. And Donald Trump needs that. And that's why he engages in that kind of behavior. And so birds of a feather flock together. Those people are like that too. And so
and I can summarize it in 5 words, right? The Apprentice song. Money, 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 money.
Right. I mean, and you know, even people that may not even be extremely wealthy, if they are powerful or influential, they'll get along with them because they understand each other, you know. And being a psychopath is not something that other normal people can understand, except other psychopaths. It's kind of like the last season, the most recent season of Dexter, when they all kind of get together, you know, these fucking psychos get together. That's like that, in my opinion.
Bro, you see the man Trump is hanging out with? That man owns the wealth of the entire country. Like literally in trillions of dollars. That's how rich this guy is. And this guy here, over here, the orange clown from America, is a very close friend. Very close friend. Like he at least visits him once a year. Literally, yeah, literally, you can see them, very close friends. Okay, the very close friends hanging out together, and Trump is invited to a very special dinner with the president, the Sheikh of Dubai. This man has blood of millions in Sudan, millions in Yemen, millions in Libya. This man over here, and Trump is a very close friend of him. You can see that. And this man was literally a friend of Jeffrey Epstein. He visited the island that Epstein was in, literally. Like, this man is among the most powerful and most influential people on the planet, and Trump is his friend. Like, imagine that. Those are kind of friends that Trump hangs out with. Trump is not a normal man, bro.
Of course he's not normal.
The man is a friend to some of the most powerful people on earth.
Trump has fellow psychopaths that he psychopaths with. I mean, really, what kind of person can, you know, oversee the unaliving of many people? Trump is doing it, and he gloats about it. He's going around the world doing it. Now he's going into Iran doing it. You unalive 160 plus girls in Iran. Normal people would feel bad about it, but Trump's like, oh, look what we did. Oh.
But do you wish to be like Trump, having these powerful friends?
No. No.
Like you don't wish to be like Trump, having these people as your friends, some of the most powerful people on planet and the most influential. Don't you wish to have them as your friends?
The only reason that I might want to have them as somebody that I talk to is so that I could gather information and expose what disgusting humans they are. That'd be the only reason.
Yeah, what do you think about Trump right now? I never saw Trump hanging out with normal people. He only hangs out with some of them. He only hangs out with powerful people, influential people, people with money, power, army, military.
Because that's what he wants.
That's the kind of people Trump hangs out with.
Because that's what he wants. He thinks that he becomes more. They become more powerful together than they can be individually. You know, it's a weird fucking dynamic.
That is Trump. Like honestly, Trump himself, he views himself as someone very large, very huge, very powerful, very influential. So for him, having powerful friends is a kind of a hobby. He doesn't like to hang out with normal people in streets of California and New York. That's not Trump. He wants powerful people as his friends. Okay, and because Trump views himself as someone who is like them. That's how he views himself, because eventually he became president of America, bro. Like, imagine that. So you can see he views himself as very powerful.
I don't have to imagine it. I'm living through that apocalypse right now.
Ahmed, would you ever come back to the States?
Yes, I'm planning to that, because eventually I'm a real estate broker, and California has some of the most hottest property investment parks on earth. It's a very huge investment place for real estate right now, because obviously because in US, like, they offer 2 years citizenship to 3 years of citizenship if you invest in the US an amount which is worth around $1 million. And I know so many people in Europe, in Russia, in India, in Africa, in Latin America, like in China, they have that kind of money to invest. So, and they are willing to invest in America. But so like generally, like real estate in America is a very hot place because you meet with some of the most because in American real estate industry, you meet with the most powerful people, you meet with the most richest people on earth. You see leaders of different countries, you see large scale, you see owners of large scale companies and large scale corporates. So because American real estate is a multicultural real estate, so you see richest people like regularly in the country. So that's what I love about the job. And you get to network. Obviously, I'm not someone that equals them, obviously, but you get to network with them, right?
It sounds like that's something that appeals to you, right? Being able to have these powerful friends. Does that appeal to you?
I'm not Trump, bro. I'm not a powerful like him, bro.
Well, no, I'm just saying. Does it appeal to you? Like, does it make you feel a certain way when you have somebody on, like, that you could call?
No,
Okay.
bro.
I'm
If you want
just
the honest answer, I wish to be someone as powerful like Trump, bro. Having powerful friends in Russia, powerful friends in the Arab world, powerful friends in Europe, powerful friends in China, bro, and Taiwan and Japan and Africa and Latin America. Bro, I wish to be as powerful as him, bro. The man is like, Trump himself is a brand, bro. Trump is a brand. Trump is literally a walking
And he
brand.
faked his way into it. He really did.
Yeah, I
He
don't know
just-
how.
He was
but the
like,
man is a brand, bro.
I mean, the guy we used to call up, journalist as his, I don't remember what even the title he gave himself, but would give stories to these journalists as himself claiming to be somebody else about Trump. The man's a fucking nut job. He really is a fucking, he's just, ugh. He reminds me of those people where,
Oh, when you
they
walk with
gloat
someone
about, they're like the
like that,
smartest, they're the
when
best.
you are a
they're
friend
the-
with someone like
you know.
that, you can imagine the kind of power Trump holds. When you're a friend with a monster like that, a very powerful man like that, you can imagine the kind of power Trump holds, bro. The man is a brand.
And your point being,
Well, for me, I wish if I was like Trump. I wish if I was
No.
like Trump, bro.
I
see.
wish. I don't wish it.
I don't either, because it would change you as a person. If you weren't that, and you weren't born into some type of fucking royalty, and you didn't have that, you know what I mean? Like, when you become powerful and you let it get to your head and it makes you feel a certain way, it'll change you. It'll turn you into them. It really would. Like, for example, Michael Wolff, I think is his name, that journalist, when he's interviewing Epstein, who is also, quite powerful in his own right, he's like giving him suggestions. And I'm sure to this journalist who's writing this book about him, I'm sure to him, he's just excited that the guy's talking to him, this person that knows everybody. And yet you can see from the text messages that they send back and forth that he's like, he knows what's happening, and yet he's okay with it, and even suggesting ways to like get out of it and shit. It's fucking weird. It will just change you as a person. I don't want any part of that. That's just, I don't know. Crazy.
Yeah,
but it
are
would
you
be
sure
nice.
that you wish you don't want to be a brand like Trump? The name itself is a brand right now, because of his friend zone, because of his circle, the people that he hangs out with.
Is
The name
Liberal
is a brand.
Loudmouth, would it be nice if people knew who Liberal Loudmouth was? Sure.
Yeah,
but-
that's nice, but like generally,
Right, but like
Yeah.
I don't know. That's not something that really appeals to me. If I can do something, and if the bigger the exposure is, the more people I can help, I'm okay with that. But I don't know. Scumbags like that, I don't know that I could have anything to do with them. I just don't think that I could, because I'm a person that if I saw them doing something, I would report it. I would tell somebody. I would be the guy that they found floating in the
but
ocean
honestly, do
somewhere.
you think reporting on Trump would help? The man, you
No,
know
but
the
that's
kind of
just how
position
I
that he
am.
holds. So
Yeah.
reporting won't help, honestly. Whether
Right,
it's the
but-
police or the
but you
CIA
do
or
what
FBI,
you-
it won't help.
You
The man
do
is
what
very
you
powerful.
believe. You do what you believe is right. And if you don't, then that shows a lack of integrity.
Yeah, I agree with you. I fully agree with you. But like reporting someone like Trump, bro, that's very huge. and I don't think it's gonna work. With all due respect.
Well, if somebody had, maybe Epstein wouldn't have been able to do what he did. I'm sure they would just find somebody else to replace him. But
yeah, but you saw what they did to him, right?
to
You saw what they did to him, right?
Epstein.
Yeah, they got him in prison because why do you think they wanted to have him? Because you need to know that Epstein was not a normal guy. The man, the man had scandals over some of the most richest and the most powerful people in the world, inside and outside U.S., which includes many powerful, like Arab monarchies, powerful European monarchies. Powerful people in Europe, powerful people in Russia, like the man had scandals over some of the most powerful people on earth.
His scandals
Right?
had scandals.
So right. So generally, eventually, when you play with power, like literally, when when your size is 2 meters and you're playing with a 10 kilometers mountain, so obviously you're playing with some of the most powerful people on the planet, in Europe, in US, and etc. So obviously they will get you, and eventually they got him in prison. He thought he was safe in prison, but they got him inside prison.
Another reason
Those
why
are
they
the kind
would
of
never
people he was playing with, bro.
and see, this
I
is
don't
why
think wanna
they
be
would
like
never
Epstein.
accept me. This is why they would never accept me, because I wouldn't keep my mouth shut, right? I would fucking record these scumbags. I would fucking do anything to get proof, and I would expose it. But that's just who I am. That's who I am. Like some people want that. It doesn't appeal to me. It really doesn't. I don't know.
Hi, Liberal.
Hey, what's up? Go
Nothing. I only got a few minutes. I'm on lunch, but I was listening to Ahmed about walking with other leaders. I don't think they see Trump as all powerful. I think they see him as gullible, narcissistic, and they can tell him anything that he wants to hear. If you've ever really watched, like, we call them cabinet meetings here in America and everything, it is the most uncomfortable and sickening thing that I have ever seen in an administration. They go, each secretary goes around and says, "Oh my God, we love you, Trump. You're doing such a great job." And and goes on and on and on, and he feeds off that. It's not that he makes great decisions. It's not that he makes great points or he's working on behalf of all Americans. They see him as somebody that they can get what they want out of. So of course they're going to let him walk down red carpets. They're going to give him gifts. They're going to give him praise because they know how gullible he is.
I hope you realize they finance his elections, by the way. They literally
They do
finance billions and
They
hundreds of
do.
billions over his elections.
Because why would you not want somebody that you can say anything to and you get what you want? Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you do that? Is what I'm trying to say. Why wouldn't you do that? If you want something from somebody, the most easiest way to give them is give them praise and you're great and yes, you're powerful. That's what Trump lives off of. He's done that all of his life.
Yep.
It's not, he went to college. His professors would say he's the stupidest person that I've ever had in my class. But
Do
I
you know
will
the
give
amount
you
of money
this.
he received from Saudis, from different
Oh my
GCC
God.
monarchies
You're
in
not
his
getting
elections?
the point. You're
Yeah,
not getting the
I agree.
point. If you want that type of person in a powerful position, knowing that I don't have to do much other than say that he's great and I could get deals, I could get this, I could get that, of course you would want that person. I don't want that person. I want somebody that can broker a deal that works on behalf of both sides. He doesn't do this. I will give Trump one thing. One thing. He is a master marketer. And you're right. His name, his Trump, it's a brand. And he's good at selling his brand. but the brand is not good. Trump University, where's that? That's no longer. Trump Steaks, no longer. Trump Phone, no longer. So he's good at making brands, but keeping them lucrative and profitable and ongoing, no, he doesn't.
I mean,
He's just not good.
Trump's personality type wouldn't even be allowed in the FBI or the CIA.
No.
Because he's so easy to,
manipulate.
Right. That need for validation that he has, this weird, look at me, look. That's not good for things like FBI or CIA because it's easy to fucking take over, which is exactly what, her point is about Trump. He's a useful idiot to them, right?
Exactly.
Because he really is easy to pet. Oh, good boy. Good job. At least that's how I
I think you need to know that Trump, especially for the UAE, I'm speaking here, Trump was useful because Trump gave them cover for Yemen. Trump gave them cover for Sudan. Trump gave them cover for their actions in Syria. Trump gave them cover for their actions in Libya. Okay, and that's the reason why the president of UAE, which is among the most richest and the most powerful people on earth, he financed Trump's elections personally. Literally, literally, the man poured huge amount of money on. Trump's election, right? So, MBW is right. Because these people are they are your friends when it comes to interest, right?
Right.
And they took what they want from Trump. Right now, U.S. operating in Yemen and Sudan and Libya, and Trump and his circle, they make sure that that U.S. media doesn't cover up for Yemen, they don't cover up for Libya, they don't cover up for Sudan and etc. So Trump is doing the job that they want, and that's the reason why they finance huge cash over his elections.
Correct.
Well, they got what they paid for,
Yeah. And that's not the type of leader I want to run our country.
Fuck no.
Because he's not how he is. Put it this way: the U.S. Treasury the other day just deemed the United States insolvent. Basically, he bankrupted the United States because that's what he's good at.
Yeah,
he had 7 companies.
He's treating us like a casino. But imagine being able to use the economic power and treasury of the United States to feed your own need for validation from other people. Isn't that wild? And we're all paying for Donald Trump's mental problems. It's crazy. But guys, I've got to jump off here. I've been on for 5.5 hours.
Yeah, I got to get back to work. Thanks.
Yeah,
thanks, Liberal, for having
I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you for coming up, MBW. And Ahmed, as always, it's a pleasure. I appreciate you being up here, man. I'm going to go ahead and shut it down. APAC is teacup.
I have a question for MBW before we shut down. The question is very small. So Miss MBW, if you're in place of Trump, okay, you know that some of the most powerful people on earth, in Europe, in Russia, in China, in Gulf, like in North Africa, in Africa, and Latin America, okay, they have financed you, they have brought you to power, okay, they give you money and donations in huge amount of cash because you are going to lead the global superpower, and they have some expectations from you. They didn't finance you because of your race or your color. They finance you because they have interests to take from you, right? So they finance you, and you became a president. So what you are gonna do if you're in Trump's place? They invested huge cash on you, and they're not leaving you like that. So what are you gonna do if you're in his place?
First of all, I wouldn't take money from them because I'm going to be running a country, and I wouldn't have the U.S. deemed as you can be bought. I wouldn't. I think any position that you are running for that the people vote, you should be raising grassroots money. I don't believe in large corporations funding campaigns. I don't believe in it. So I guess I wouldn't be running. I really wouldn't.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Good luck then. Good luck becoming president.
I guess I wouldn't be running because
president.
it's very hard to get a campaign going on grassroots. It can be done. I mean, we're seeing some of it now. But,
who's going to finance
I have more integrity and more self-respect for me and respect for the people that I would be representing, that I wouldn't let myself be bought.
Okay. Asked and answered. So
You're
I'm
not
going to go
becoming
ahead
a
and,
president ever.
I'm going to go ahead and
I don't want that,
Radiant, I see your request, but I was shutting down. Ahmed wanted to ask one last question,
see you
so
later.
my apologies.
Bye,
But thank you
Ahmed.
guys so much. I appreciate it, and we will see you in the next live. Thank you all so much for the continued support. You guys are amazing, and we'll see you later. Peace.